back here now with Buzzer joining in for an interview on the swing. Alrighty, we are back here now with Buzzer joining in for an interview on the winning side from Columbia College. And I just want to talk about y'all's record. I think as of the moment, y'all are undefeated so far in the round robin. We've only got a couple more weeks left to play here. How are y'all guys, feeling so far in the season?
We're pretty confident about everything going on right now with MEC.
I do want to talk up a little bit something. Get your thoughts on this. So in both these maps, we got a total of 4 knife kills. That's it's a little unheard of in my opinion. I don't think I mean we'll maybe see like 1, maybe 2 if we're lucky, but we saw 4. Um, I don't know. That's just something that was just really funny to me. What are your thoughts on it? Because when y'all were playing, we noticed that y'all kind of rotated really, really fast. And as soon as Cornell, it seemed like they were about to execute some of these sites, y'all were already there and ready for the rotate. So when that happens, what are the comms sounding like? Like what's happening going on inside of y'all's comms, I should so say. Yeah.
So when we hear them like on one side of the map, they weren't really like lurking or anything at all. So we just kind of just sent everyone as like a Hail Mary, like let's just go for it. If they don't go there, we'll play retake.
So I saw a lot of the times there'd be times where you kind of play offsite, play onsite, play for your kills. How do you decide what to do? Do you kind of just decide that mid round, or are you deciding that pre round?
For me personally, I was playing Senti, so I was looking at like what ults they had. Like if they had a KO ult or like the ISO ult, I would try to play off or play in a spot where they wouldn't think of. So my util wouldn't go down.
Okay. Yeah, no, I saw you really strong Cypher, I would say, probably on Split. I enjoyed it. I do think that the lurks were very impactful from your side compared to Cornell. So I commend you on that.
I get my Senti plays from Carnage, so he's our starting Senti. He's just on a plane right now, so
Yeah. I
Gotcha,
mean,
gotcha.
look,
Well,
I wouldn't you. You would have fooled me. I thought you were starting roster. You were
no,
playing
I
great.
can never be as good as these guys. I'm work a full-time job and I'm in school, so
no, I mean you played great though. You played great.
Yeah,
thank
no,
you.
you played really well. Team overall played really well. I mean, you guys won out both maps pretty decidedly 13-3, 13-4. I mean, last time we saw y'all on broadcast, y'all did win 13-0, I think both maps. So a little bit of a downgrade, I'll say. A little bit of criticism. But I mean, look, y'all are playing really well. Y'all I don't think y'all have lost a single game, undefeated. You've got about 3 weeks left. I imagine y'all are probably pretty confident looking to close out the rest of these weeks undefeated as well.
Yeah, we're looking to do that.
Well, Buzzard, thank you for tuning in and joining us for this interview. I mean, GG's all around both sides here tonight, and I mean that is going to close us out for tonight. We have a little bit of house cleaning that we have to do at the
Back, everyone. I'm still Mechatronic. We still got Speedy with us, but today we have Lamp after Cornell College took their win over Simpson in a 2-1 series. How you doing tonight, Lamp?
A little shaky towards the end for myself, but I'm glad that the group of us could pull it together in the last 2 maps after losing the first one.
You want to talk about that first map first, Speedy?
First map, I came out swinging a little bit.
We noticed.
It took us a little bit to really like find our traction, and towards the end we were getting a lot of those Tejo breach kills I was really like proud of with the missiles. It was really nice to see the coordination we worked on over the last like couple weeks really come together. Against Simpson, we kind of have a rivalry with them, so me and Bonsai were like going back and forth with each other, kind of talking smack. So it's nice to see that come together to allow us to get the leg up.
So not only was it a win for the books, but also it was a charged win to staple your smack talk as well. Got you.
Yep,
got you.
definitely needed it.
Clear.
Yeah.
My question was, man, how many spin shots were you gonna hit on Bonsai? Because there was 3 really huge ones you hit like coming off a corner, and Bonsai had just peeked. Like, nope.
Quite a few. We kind of go back and forth with each other, which ones of us are hitting the shots, and just it was us tonight, so it's definitely was good. Yeah.
It was amazing watching you guys transition too. So
I want to talk about last night because you guys played last night on stream as well, right?
Yeah. Against
in
Franklin.
the O2 loss that I have said every time I've mentioned this tonight. was a very close 0-2 loss, especially the second map, right? You guys were damn near won and then kind of fell off towards the end.
Yeah.
You had an incredible night last night. Like, you specifically had an incredible night last night. And we saw that carry over into today. So what about playing in these like close matches last night and then into today kind of helps you guys keep going in the same way?
Last night, our coach, after the first map, he was like, hey, Briarcliff is a very good team. A lot of respect for those guys. Play to have fun, play together. Doesn't matter if you win or lose, just play together. And we kind of carried that mentality into tonight with the added bit from the rivalry. So a lot of appreciation for those kind of words of just how to have that philosophy going into the game.
I wanted to talk about the last game. When you saw Simpson transition from just a turtle shell gameplay, like it was highly defensive, to being the most aggressive people that you'd ever seen. And the thought process wasn't, okay, let's switch from a 3-1-1 to 3-2. It was, okay, let's respond with aggression, and you out aggressived them. Who made that call?
It was our default play so far on Lotus has always been to take that rebel control. It's a very, very important part of the map. Or on C for Mount. So we were prepared to make that push and prepared to fight against any util they could throw at us. Like, I'm on top of Rebel playing anti-flash against the breach, and Fett is blast packs out there to take that angle immediately, and all the util there is very like deliberate to slow down all the util that they use. So it was more that they didn't adapt as well as they maybe could have to our util. But overall, it was something that we were very prepared for on Lotus going into it.
And then finally, before we let you go and celebrate with your team for a little bit, do you have anything you want to say to people watching at home? Any fans? Any of your teammates?
I just want to thank my mom. She watches all of our games, so it's really, really nice to have that support. So I'm just happy that this whole part of my life they share with me. So, yeah, thank you, Mom.
All right. Thank you very much, Lamp. We hope to see more of you soon in the winner's interview, but that will have to wait until next week when we come back from Valorant.
All right.
Welcome back to the Midwest Esports Conference. My name's still Mechatronic. Mavs is still over to my left, right, if you're looking at the screen. We have Evo with us now after this game. How you doing tonight, Evo?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
I'm doing quite well. I think let's start with this. Last night we saw a 13-0 followed by a 13-1 as Cornell College beat Illinois College. Neither of us really expected tonight to come in to beat that record for this week. How did it happen? How did we get to the point where we started having legitimate conversations about were you guys going to lose around tonight?
I think it was just we came in with a lot of confidence. We played them before; they were good games, and then it's just like we were all just vibing, having a good time tonight, and then we were just clicking. So if everything was working for us.
Yeah, I kind of want to jump to map number 1, Fracture. I want to talk about your teammate a little bit, Carnage. Carnage kind of went on a rampage that game.
Yeah.
He ended up 22-6. When you have a player that's kind of going off like that, is there a sense of like, okay, hey, let's just kind of let him do his thing and us not get in the way, or is there is there talks of like, okay, hey, let's rein it in, let's kind of get back to what the core of the team is to execute these plays? Like, what is was there a chance for you guys to even try to compete with them? I would say that. That's
So with Carnage, we usually just like, especially if he's having one of those games, we'll just leave him on one side of the map and be like, Carnage, go kill, and then we'll work the other side and just basically whatever he gets or doesn't get, we'll just base our entire strategy off that. So if he gets one, we'll rotate. If not, we'll just hit forward. So he pretty much, he's not like the center, but if he makes a play, when he does, it's just like we just work off it.
So the two of us, Mavs and I, really hate talking about skins during the cast, but you forced us to. Can you please
yeah.
explain the spline op, because that's a travesty to humankind.
The spline is a great skin, like a great skin collection. I will say though,
I see your teammate in the background saying that you're wrong.
He's saying no.
You're not.
I didn't even use any of like the bad skins I usually use. I've been known to use some of the worst skins in like people in rank to be like, oh, I know you because the skins you're using, because they're terrible. I'm like, they're pretty good.
Just so you're in some good company, I did buy Smite Collection on release, and I still use Smite Collection. It's excellent.
Oh no.
I stand by it. Mavs can go away.
No, yeah, no, I was a little taken aback when I saw the spline op, and every time we saw it, it didn't seem like there was a shot hit though. That's what I'm saying. Like there wasn't many shots being hit, so I don't want to call it out or anything. But you might have to switch up the rotation a little bit.
I think we blame it on the player more than the skin.
Oh yeah, sure. You guys were the winners last season of MEC in the fall, right? I know you guys had a little bit of it was mostly an easy season for you guys. I know it was a little bit more difficult against Harrisburg University the couple times you guys played them. Do you see any in this coming season, right? There's no Harrisburg anymore, so there's 7 other teams. Do you see any reason ahead why you don't think that you're the favorite, why you don't think that you guys can just come in and win it all?
Not really. I don't see any team on paper beating us. I really only see like ourselves beating ourselves. So if we can just avoid that, I think we're pretty much looking good to go all the way.
Yeah, I mean, you've kicked it off for the strong. You guys are after today 6-0. I don't know that there's really any other team so far that's close to that record. I'd have to double check this all the matches that have been played so far. But I mean, look, good luck. I mean, you guys got a long road ahead. You gotta prove that going in, because you won last year. You gotta win this year. Come on.
Yeah, we'll do everything in our power.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Evo, for jumping on. Do you have anything you'd like to say to the fans at home, anyone who's watching online in the Twitch chat?
Just I guess just thank you all for watching and supporting. We'll be back. So
all right. Thank you, Evo, and thank you, Evo's teammate, for waving in the background. That's going to be it for Evo tonight. Thank you very much. And that's going to be it.
Alrighty, we are back now with a bit of a post-game interview with Grifty. Now, I'll kind of want to open things up because map number 1 was very, very one-sided with y'all. Y'all won out 13-1. And when we were casting the game, we were really talking a lot about Dez, because Dez seemed like to be the very flashy player of that game. Now, but when we went back and looked at it, your stat line that game was crazy. 11 kills, 2 deaths, 10 assists. Like, you really were like the underground player that game. And when that kind of happens, like, as a smokes player, I feel like you're kind of comfortable with that, right? Like, you really want that to be the what happens. So when that happens, like, do you just kind of enter like a bit of a flow state? I feel like when that happens.
I mean, I feel like coming into this game, we were more expected to perform kind of as we did. We were coming into this, we were knowing that this team was like at a lower level, like no offense or anything, but we just were coming in, we're wanting to play more disciplined and whatnot. We've been trying to practice on, when we're playing against teams that we think we're personally better than. We've been trying to focus on our discipline, which is what I was trying to take into effect. So it's why I only died twice. I was trying to, help out Dez when he's really aggressive and whatnot. I was actually playing Initiator for most of this semester. I switched back on the smoke, so it's kind of been more of a going back to my roots, I guess. I originally started playing smoke, so yeah.
Interesting.
That was a great map one. I wanna move on to little map two. I kind of want to prod your brain about what kind of the vibes were the team going into map two as well as while the game was happening because it was kind of the hamburger show. He was just
Yeah,
shooting everyone on site, holding on site, 1v4, 1v3, getting that crazy solo ult.
yeah, he just wanted to just have fun and just shoot people. We were kind of just letting him do his thing. Uh, I don't letting him get almost 30 kills. I mean, I think he had like 4 or 5, like I think 4 4Ks or something ridiculous. I don't know. And we're just trying to let him kind of control it, I guess. I was still calling with Knight, and we were kind of just keeping things disciplined to an extent. I mean, you might have noticed that we were kind of in there, spawn someone, and like I wouldn't say goofing around, but we were definitely like trying to do some baity plays and whatnot. So yeah.
Yeah,
So
it
I
definitely
wa-
felt like it was still pretty disciplined there.
I do want to talk about something because right now, after today, y'all's record is going to be 6-1. The only loss that I think y'all have had so far was to Columbia College. So when you have games like these, is it something you guys really try to take into account to really just kind of learn from because you've only lost that one game to Columbia College. So you want to try to gain as much as you can from the rest of the teams in this league, and then go into the your all second match later on in the season against Columbia College. Like, is there something that you can take from these games and winning as dominant as you are, and try to uh, re-perform at that level against Columbia?
Yeah, so I think coming in these games, we're just our coach has been reiterating to us that we're trying to not necessarily, practice our gun skills or practice, team like coordination and whatnot, but more practice on listening to the comms and the calls mid rounding and especially playing with discipline. Because while it might not matter against teams that aren't as good, you can kind of get away with a lot more. When there are better teams like Columbia, you got to play a lot more disciplined and you can't just like say Hamburger go kill or Sam go or Dez go kill. Like it you gotta play more disciplined. So this is where these matches kind of come into play because if you can't play disciplined against worse opponents, you're not gonna play disciplined, or it's gonna be like awkward discipline against better opponents.
All right, so I got one last question here, maybe. So with the new patch coming in, are we gonna expect any sort of changes with your team comps potentially on older maps, or are you looking to kind of prepare some of these newer maps that are coming back in?
Well, I know Abyss, which has been taken out, which is what was one of our better maps. It was that and Lotus, which we were trying to get to play on more often. But coming in with new maps we'll definitely be going back to, I would say, more meta comps. I don't think we're taking Wave Lay or whatever her name is into account. She seems more of like a gimmicky ranked type of like jet slash neon thing, but without really great space taking. So I think we'll probably be we'll be probably taking stuff like as we've been doing.
Well, one final thing, Grifty. Is there anything you want to say to anyone watching at home? Any supporters? Anyone like that? Just go ahead and shout them out now. Anything?
I'll shout out Cheapy for always being there for me.
Well.
Lunar Seconds is this game, set, match, the shot, the denial, it goes all the way get overtime!
Yeah, you played Balsamar, so his honor went out.
Oh, well, yeah, I had to.
Sage? No way!
We do love all the players, even the ones we shit talk. We love you all. We love you all.
Inside the fight, right in there, in deep, Rain Boss has arrived. They're taking up all the damage. You can fool your...
We're winning the whole thing this year. Mark my words. EVU, Ohio, Purdue, Northwest, hey, every single one of you, get ready. Be locked in.
Why? Those don't go in.
It goes off the sidebar!
So tiring and stressful, but no, I had so much fun. We met a lot of really great teams. And then bond as a team together.
Unified welcomes you to the following presentation of the Midwest Esports Conference. Here at the MEC, we partner with schools all over the Midwest to create premier gaming experiences. Welcome to the MEC. Enjoy the show. Welcome everyone to the Midwest Esports Conference. We are here today. Well, we're not, but the teams are here today on LAN at Illinois College in Illinois. Thank you to Illinois College for hosting us. My name is Mechatronic. I'm with Mavs today. We got a doubleheader best of 3 for Valorant, followed later today by a doubleheader League of Legends best of 3s. We got tons going on today, and we got finals going on tomorrow. Those will be best of 5s. Big weekend ahead of us. And if you're here today wondering where's Smash, it's on the other stream. If you get a Unified 2, I think Smash and Rocket League are over there. So, okay, my spiel has been completed. Loser semifinal match today. That's the first thing we're watching. So this will be the Cornell Simpson. This is winner of this match will continue on in the LAN. The loser of this match goes home, with quotes, because I don't think anyone's going home today, like physically. But winner of this match will go and play the loser of Ohio State University Columbia, which is happening at the same time off stream. We will let you know if there are any score updates there as it goes through. One more bit, and then we can talk about map bans and everything. The Cornell players may have thought the season was a little over, and they've changed their Riot names. So I will note to everyone ahead of time that if you have been watching Cornell this entire season with us, because we've watched basically every Cornell game, you'll notice there's some different names. Dog with swag, that's Fett, and Shark with swag is Lend4. So if you see those names, we're gonna try our best to translate in real time, but you never know.
Yeah, it's gonna slip up. I'm gonna say it now. Well, we're gonna try our best, but it's gonna stump me at the very least. But I will say this. I think today has been the most excited I've been to watch a Cornell game. That's all I'm gonna say.
Day one of the split was the day. You can see the Cornell players on our screen and the coach, I believe, all on LAN. So we got pictures of them this time, which was a huge win as opposed to normal. While we see Cornell on the screen, we'll let you know about the map ban. Map 1 is Icebox. It's Cornell's choice today. Simpson will start on defense. Simpson for map 2 have chosen Haven, and the Cornell folks will start on defense. Our map 3, if we get there today, it'll be Fracture. Cornell will start on the attacking side.
I mean, look, we saw, I think, a little bit of Cornell Icebox a couple weeks back. I would say, I don't remember exactly when it was, but we've seen it played before. I don't think they won, but I think Icebox is just such a strange map to a lot of these teams that they feel somewhat comfortable on this map to go up against Simpson College today. I have pretty high hopes for them on their map pick. Now going into Haven, I mean, we've seen a fair amount of it this season. I think if we're gonna see a map 3 today, I think this is definitely the day that we're gonna see it. Where I feel like we're gonna at least see Fracture. I have hopes, but I am looking forward to seeing this Icebox games. I think it's not a lot of teams have practiced it, ran it as much because it did just get recently brought back into the map pool. So we'll have to see how that map plays out.
All right. Question for you on the day. We got 2 Val games today. We got 1 best of 5 tomorrow. In between all of them, I'd like to have an over/under on how many Smite weapons we will see on the day, on the weekend.
Ooh.
I'm at 4. I think 4 is the 4.5 is the over/under. Okay. That's our baseline here.
You know,
because you and I are casting all Valorant, all the Valorant this weekend, so we will see all of it. So
this is across the whole weekend.
The whole weekend,
across
4.5 that's the line across all the teams that we see, and we should see all 4 teams. I think we've worked this out that we will see all 4 teams this weekend.
I think so. I'm gonna take the over. I'm gonna take the over.
For fun's sake, I'm gonna take the under, but I think 4.5 is the right line there.
Yeah, I think that's definitely there.
All right. Agents getting locked in over on Icebox here. Viper on both teams. It's basically mandatory at this point. You play Viper on this map. No Sova for the side of Cornell College.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Sleepy G pick onto Clove. We haven't really seen him play much of anything outside of the Tejo. So that's going to be very interesting because, Tejo being the initiator, being very oppressive when he was first brought in. It's very interesting to see them not run him on this map, which I would feel it looks pretty, pretty fair for him. You use him on that A site, you can execute so much value there. You can clear so many lines of sight, push them out of these corners around the gen. Even with the ultimate, you push them back off of back sight. It's very interesting to see, but I will say, in all fairness, the double controller setup on Icebox has been very heavily favored. So I'm not too surprised, but I am surprised about it being Sleepy G being the one to play it.
I'm a little surprised by the Killjoy pick. Len4 has been one trick is the wrong word, but he's kind of been a Cypher one trick this season.
Yeah.
Not as a bad thing, but I do actually think Cypher has a huge amount of merit on this map. I know it's not like the ultimate pick or the best in slot or whatever you want to call it, but Cypher definitely has relevance on this map. Killjoy, I think a little less so.
Well, I am kind of interested though. Both teams have a very interesting setup. You have the no Sova on the side of Cornell, but you've got the no Sentinel on the side of Simpson.
Well, I'd argue that. Viper's a Sentinel.
Viper is a Sentinel-esque controller. But I think both teams, like I said, very, very interesting team comps. I'm wondering to see if any Simpson College, if they're looking to try to get this advantage early on the defense, that way they don't have to worry about it on the attack side, because I feel like their team comp is very heavily favored on the attack. But we do have some action. Herrick is actually able to pick up the first kill on to, oh boy, we're already getting the names.
Fet's got one. Fet's got the one.
Fet's got the one. Okay. Lamp did get a trade kill. A lot of damage, though, was dealt to the Jet here. I have to see if he's gonna live, but Blight on the flank here. Gonna be able to force Mortified off the angle, but a lot of damage was dealt. Daiki able to pick up the kill onto Fet. Bonsai.
Okay, Daiki.
Now it's all up to Mortified. A lot of damage was dealt here, but the Dizzy. Oh, if he just swung the corner a little fast, a little bit. It hit both. It's just unfortunate, though, that he couldn't turn the corner fast enough. The defuse just did not let up. So they did stick it. Simpson going to pick up round number 1.
I'm here for the stick there. I think that's good. Nice shot here from Fet, by the way. He saw the guy, turned away for a second, realized, oh, wait, I saw someone. Grabbed the kill at the end. Bonsai with 1 and trying to get a second one there. Didn't get it, but able to let Daiki just full stick that defusal. We didn't talk about the double duelist, by the way, over on the Simpson College side.
Yeah, you've got the entry on the Jet. You've got the duelist, Reyna with the really likes to just pick their fights and play 1v1s, but a lot of activity in mid here from Simpson College. They took so much control at that. Okay, Siders. picks up the kill with the outlaw through the smokes, hears the orb getting picked up, and knows exactly where to shoot.
Welcome to the Cider Show. At least that's what it's looking like to start. One player on pipes. Was totally missed, by the way. Fett was missed. Not Fett, Len. The other Fett.
Well, Daikie's going to push up mid, get the spike down onto Sleepy G. Bonsai gets the flick up on to Lend.
That's Lend. We're going to get it.
We're going to get it. But now it's all up to Fett. Dog with swag. Herrick here is 7 HP by Snowman, but the spike is down in spawn. And Cider's going to pick up the second kill there to really solidify it. Pretty flawless round number 2. But as I was talking about, I mean, if Ciders does not get enabled on any of these entries when they're on the attack side, I feel like it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them to really make space. You've got the Reyna Leer, you've got the Viper Wall, but you have no fast site taking potential.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a little bit tricky if they don't solidify a very good defense, making their attack, I think, a little bit more difficult. But they did pull off 2 really good first rounds here, so we'll have to see if they can continue it. But this is Cornell's bonus. But Ciders and Blight going to pick up 2 early kills on to Sleepy G and Mortified, but Fett going to grab 2 of his own, making it a 3v3 now.
Gotta watch out for Daikie on the side. They're gonna just walk past. Jiggle peek forward. Fett gets a 3rd in the round. Ciders, only one left in the back of the site right now. Herrick's is getting in range, but it looks like Cornell College don't want to end here. They want to start here. They got the 3 kills on Fett, but they're looking to move elsewhere now.
Looks like it could be a re-hit. They do have Fett about 17 HP. So
it's aggressive.
Cider,
Last
player standing.
Okay, if you hit that shot on the second shot, ooh. But a little bit of damage was dealt. Lamp gonna go ahead and get the spike down now. All up to Herrick here, Bulldog in hand. If he can at least take 1 more with him, I would say this is a very good round for Simpson to lose. But has to find some place to go. But Lend is going to solidify the kill and get Cornell on the board now.
Respectable attempt there from Herrick. Very respectable. Cider missing the updraft there is a little bit brutal. But hey, you gotta lose around at one point.
Yeah, but it was looking so good for Simpson. They got 2 really, really early kills there, really gave them a player advantage, but almost right away, Fett swung things back to an even matchup, and then ultimately put them ahead though with the player count. So Cornell are looking really, really good for rough first couple rounds, but
it's pistol in the conversion.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. All right, Fett gonna be the first one trying to peek into the site a little bit. Daikie spots one, jumps down, doesn't want to fight anything really early. Light's over here on this A site now. Here with that.
The Dizzy is going to push Blight off the angle here, and Cornell already have sight. There is Lend with the kill onto Daikie. Blight is still underneath here, back of sight. Shots are not going to quite connect. It's not about half HP. Fett going to get a kill, but does end up getting traded by Bonsai. Well, not traded, but a trade to kill. But Lamp is in such a good
That's in the back line.
He should.
This is very nice.
You should hear Herrick does have the timing on a Bonsai, but now Herrick shouldn't even be looking here. Yep, there it is. Lamp does find 2 off of that angle. Now it's all up to Ciders here. Does have the operator. Not gonna hit the flick. Yeah, it was on track.
It was on track to hit, but it does not hit. Those are the LAN ping frames, okay? Everyone's on the same ping this week.
But I mean, look, really good positioning coming out from Lamp. Fett getting some nice kills in the backside, but yeah, just such discipline coming out from Lamp here this round. Waited so long, pushed up mid, finds the timing out of Herrick and Bonsai. He played it perfect.
I think right now we're seeing what in my head feels like a composition that should do well on this defender side, just not at the same pace as this attacker composition. But I'm not sure that when they switch, does it become the opposite, right? Does this defender side of comp feel better on the attack side? We'll have to see as we get further and further into the game. But a 4-man push down mid. And it takes 2.
Fett finds 1 on site, but is about half HP. There is the Viper
You just
ultimate.
go for this, right?
I think so. You got to try to find some of these early aggressive kills early on, make them a little bit surprised, but that's the kill to get. Fett not going to be able to get the kill onto a Herrick, sorry. But the rifles are still in hand of Cornell, but the Viper ultimate should at least make it a little bit easier for Simpson to get in with these sheriffs. But okay,
okay.
Yeah, that works.
There.
Daiki about 5 HP. Bonsai not any better, but Fett finds the one onto Daiki. Is on for a 4K as Wingman does spot out Bonsai here next to Jen. Now he's gonna try to find a way out. He's actually looking for an exit. Can't find a rifle or anything, so he's just gonna go. Oh, man.
I mean,
you go down with the ship.
Going down with the ship is fine and reasonable. I think he got a little tripped up that he did see Herrick there for a second, but for nothing. Nice shot there from Blight and Siders to start this round off. Siders sitting in the back of that A site. Blight on that push down mid, but they couldn't convert it to much more after that. Lamp getting the kill on the inside, but nothing else really helped them out there. This pistol's doing as much as they could, but not everything in the world. And we see Fett on top of the leaderboard, 8-2 right now in 5 rounds.
We do have a lot of ultimates on the side of Simpson College, but I feel like where things are kind of, getting out of control for them is they don't have anything really, strong to slow down these pushes. That's where those Sentinel characters come into play, but they don't have one, so they have to kind of play around some of these Viper utils. And now the ultimate's not going to find anybody. Should be able to get picked up fairly easy, but Fett is on such a pretty nice angle here, just swatting out Snowman, but there it is. Sleepy G gonna get the opening kill. Wingman going to plant the spike, but Bonsai gets a spray onto Sleepy G.
So the defenders are just taking so many pot shots through these smokes. That's what's like really pushing the site right now, is all these smokes on the site from Clove. Ultimate from Bonsai. He's just taking this. That's it.
He's just
this is the
gonna
round. That's it. Okay.
Pros don't fake. Pros don't fake. Pros don't fake.
I don't know that they heard it. I don't know that they heard the start.
So I thought they did, and that's when the ultimate came back out from Mortified. I thought he was going to go on to the spike and stop the defuse, and I was like, okay, well, they at least got it half. But then I heard him use it, and it detained one of the other players. Or, yeah, I guess they must not have heard it. I guess there's too much commotion going on that they just could not hear the spike getting diffused.
Not very often that happens, but sometimes it does. 3-3 early in this game. 7th round right now. We have buys for both sides, or the makings of a buy. Siders will be on these knives.
Siders has been hitting some really nice shots with some of these snipers. We'll have to see if he can hit them with the knives. He's going to get a fair amount of damage down. 3 players for Cornell are relatively low. But the spike going to go down. Now the retake is on. Simpson should have a pretty easy time here with a lot of these players from Cornell relatively low. Blight and Bonsai opening things up.
Trying to prevent any amount of diffuse. They do not want what happened last round to happen again. Mortified up in the wrong place at the wrong time. He will go down. Shark with swag in the right place at the right time.
Okay,
but Lamp's got 2 in the frag. Lend gets bailed out by the chemist.
Spike not planted
No
for
way.
them though.
No way.
No way it happens again.
Okay.
Oh,
It was
Daiki got
close.
it. Daiki got it.
Wait. Oh my.
He got it.
Oh my god. Not again. Not again.
Well, okay. I'll say this. You're playing in a LAN. You've been playing online all season long. You're playing now in person, so I feel like there could be a little bit of nerves that still need to be shaken out.
There absolutely could be.
And I think those are the 2 rounds that kind of the nerves got the better of them. So Cornell kind of just need to, I'd say, reel things back in. And I just don't know that it was calmed exactly where the spike was, because you saw that both players for Cornell went back onto Rafters to try to just sit back and play the post plant. But Herrick playing very aggressive here, and gonna take a lot of damage from on top of 2. Blight inside of his ult, just trying to hold things down for the team here. Wait for these rotates to come through.
One's pushed out, trying to get one, can't get anything. Couple shots onto one of the Cornell players with an unnamed name.
Mortified.
Sleepy G.
Gonna get the spike down.
Okay.
Fett does find the leg of Herrick through the wall there in kitchen. And now this post plant hold from Cornell should stay relatively strong. But I mean, the last 2 rounds have shown that they can they can't let the DPs through. But Mortified and Sleepy G are gonna try to shut things down completely. Bonsai at least takes one with them, but Fett gets the trade, putting Cornell back up to 4-4.
Hey, this is close. This is I don't know if I would have expected this to be this close early, but
well, so it's funny that it's so close, because then if you go ahead and take a look at the kill counts, it seems like Cornell should be relatively ahead. But I mean, great util usage coming out from Cornell, pushing out the Viper from their ultimate into their line of sights, but just good shots all around from Cornell. But like, you would look at the leaderboard and say, oh, Cornell's definitely got to have maybe like a round or 2 up on Simpson, but no, it's tied all up right now. And now Simpson are on a save.
There also were 2 ninja diffuses in there, like full sticks.
That is true. Dizzy gonna spot out at least one. Bonsai escapes just barely. Siders and Blight holding back sight with him, but Sleepy G is able to find Daiki, and a lot of damage has been dealt on the side of Simpson here.
I think if you're Daiki there, you're kind of okay taking that trade. You put a lot of damage onto Cornell College's Clove. So like Sleepy G's are super low health already. Does have the ultimate if they do want to stick it, but
and Lamp's already in spawn.
Lamp is already on spawn. Nice kill on the Siders rotating, but it's going to be a full plant here now in Cornell College on this B site. It'll be a full retake from Simpson College. Full health at least on these players, except for Viper, who is on no health.
Herrick is on site already. The smoke gonna go down, but there is some Killjoy util that he has to clear. Does get spotted out. Lamp is able to find another one onto Bonsai. Herrick does get one with the classic.
One enemy remaining.
Not again, right? They checked. They checked this time. They were concerned.
They learned their lesson. They lost those
their
2,
lesson.
and they've got it under wraps now. But I mean, the economy is just looking so good for Cornell right now. And yeah, there is the timeout. I was expecting one to be called here soon. I mean, look, it's 5-4. I think if you're Simpson College here, and if you get at least one more round, make this what, a 7-5. I think you're happy with that, because your team comp is set, I would say, a little bit up more for the attack side of things, given that you don't have that Sentinel. But I mean, look, you never know. I mean, Cornell are looking really, really good right now.
Yeah, Cornell is looking quite good right now. They are almost unstoppable at the moment, but not completely. For what it's worth, Simpson College do have a coach on site in game. That's MJ Hypers. I do not know if Cornell have theirs on site or not, but either way, they will be taking the benefits of this timeout either way, and they'll try and see if they can fix some of their auditory issues.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Simpson College here, I would say some of the rounds that they were looking really, really good is the rounds that they set up mid. They took a very aggressive mid control and divided up the map. So I would say do it again. Take that mid control and then just play the retake from behind. You know, take that mid control and then fall off. Just find some sort of control there. But Cornell don't even want to entertain the idea of mid, and they're just playing super aggressive B. Insiders opens things up with a kill onto Fett.
See if he's getting more in him. Daiki's in the right place at the right time. Siders with the swing, but cannot hit a shot. Thresh pushed out from this Gecko. And the Viper ultimate.
Big Viper ultimate coming out from Cornell. Herrick gonna find one though.
Didn't get the plant though.
did not get the plant. Does have the information of the one back by yellow though, so looks like Lamp not gonna fall off of his ultimate. He does not want to give up another defuse, and Sleepy G 10 HP, gonna take a fight with Daiki, gonna pop the ultimate. Light gets the kill onto Fett, and now it's all up to Sleepy G. Not gonna find it. Only gonna lose one player from the side of Simpson. That's gonna be 5-5, and that's the round that I was talking about. If they can get at least one more, I think they're looking pretty good on the attack.
Big numbers, right? Like that's all it was. It was Simpson College had 4-man to retake this site, so quite well done. Siders here did miss that shot, but it gave a lot of information and pushed 2 ultimates out, that Viper's Pit and the Thrash. Very well done to get 1 kill through the smoke there for Herrick, and then Blight just absolutely takes over the rest of the game with a double kill, and then Herrick taking the reviving Sleepy G out. But we're tied going into round 11 here.
It's possible we see a 6-6, I'd say. We could see a completely tied half, just given how both these teams have been playing, but the Dart is going to get at least some information. That's a big shock dart onto Fett. Takes him down to about 79 HP.
You're very happy with that if you're Bonsai. It's like you see a shot or two up tube here. Feel very okay to put that there. Lamp takes a couple bits of damage as well from Blight, hitting a nice shot as well. So Cornell down about half HP on 2 different players before they've seen anyone.
Siders is solo holding A here, so if he goes down, this is an open site. Now, given the rotates aren't going to take very long, you do have Bonsai in mid. You've got a couple players hovering around B, but it looks like Spike's headed towards B, and Siders is able to find one in A main, but that should send Cornell into B.
He saw 3.
Herrick does have the information, but Daiki gets one through the orb. Herrick finds one, does get traded though by Sleepy G. Has to use the overheal though. That's going to be slowly ticking away though. The Decay Orb gonna push off Blight from the angle.
30 seconds left.
He's gonna flash and go out here. Flash, go out 1. Can't find the second yet. Sleepy G sitting behind the box. Will go down eventually to Bonsai after he takes Blight down himself. But 6-5, this is where Simpson College wants to be.
Last round in the half.
Yeah, I mean, the economy is still looking really good for Cornell, so they can go into this final round with a very good, healthy bye. But, I mean, the ultimate count on both sides is just so uneven. You've got the ultimate on Bonsai, Herrick, and Daiki on that Sova, on the information that you can get from the Omen TP, and then Daiki is just going to play for himself with the ultimate. I mean, I don't think we'll see a Jet Knives pop from Siders. He's still 2 away, unless he's able to pick up 2 and get them early on. You've only got the Killjoy ultimate available as of this moment for Cornell, and I think they're going to use it to try to execute this site.
Okay, Daiki. He's got 1, won't find another. As Len trying to get 1 there. Sleepy G with the second in the round. So 2 for each team, and there goes the lockdown. 11 seconds before this site is completely Cornell College's. Sova ultimate will come through. Will find no one to start. I think it may have gotten 1 tag, but nothing more than that.
I mean, the spike is going to go down, but by the time it went down, so did the lockdown. So it's not going to provide any slowdown for Cornell. So they have to play relatively aggressive on these angles to try to hold down the spike. The Molly is going to try to push them off of this angle and maze. But Dizzy does spot out 1 before getting shot down. And Sleepy G's able to pick up 1 on the Blight. That's a big kill, but the blind coming out from Herrick is able to find another. He's going to stick the defuse, but no, gets off. It is half. Mortified does have the shorty, and there it is.
Switching sides.
Cornell College and shotguns.
You know what?
We're so back.
It wasn't Lamp, though. I don't think we've seen Lamp
You're
with a
right.
single shotgun.
We have not seen a single shot. And for what it's worth, we also have yet to see a single smite skin, so.
I'm not looking too good on my Gamba. Oh no.
I'm just saying, okay? Not pushing it anyway. I'm just saying though.
Listen, there's still a lot of Valorant to go. This is only the first half of the first map of the first series.
There's a lot of Valorant still.
There's still so much. But I mean, like half HP Mortified running into that smoke with a shorty. A little brave. A little brave.
It's a little bold. I'm gonna be honest. It's a little bold.
But sides have been swapped. Simpson College, I think, on the side of what their team comp favors, but Fett is able to pick up 2 early on, but Blight responds with 2 of his own. And left and right, these trades are going to go through. Bonsai down to 10 HP. The site is open, but Cornell are actually on the flank already. The spike gonna finally get planted.
Say finally, we're like 15 seconds into the round.
Look. It's
finally is all relative. Lamps, he wasn't seen.
Oh, but the drone.
No, he did see that. Okay, Lamp.
But Siders is able to in a really good position. I don't think they're aware. Oh no. He gets the kill. It only takes a little bit of damage. The turret gonna get a little bit more down.
Len versus Siders. What can he do here? He was the savior for them a couple weeks ago. Can he continue now? Right click.
Oh, the
right click is good. The right click is good. It's a free weapon, everyone. It's a free weapon. Siders had a couple of those moments today, by the way. I don't know, like we saw it before with the Vandal, and we're seeing it now, but he's definitely had a couple of these moments of like, hey,
listen,
shots are not hitting as much as you think.
We say that now, but you put an operator in his hands, and somehow he's becoming one of the best players in the lobby. I'm gonna say it. All right, he is a certified sniper. Maybe not with the rifle.
He's one of those operators that just is incapable of using rifles.
I'm not
there's
saying
plenty
capable.
No, so there's a player in Counter-Strike. His name is Searson. Played for a team called Big for a while, and he actually just
look. He can use the stinger.
There we go.
Oh, there's the first shotgun from
I'm
Lamp,
sorry,
though.
no way.
The long range fight.
How did he get out of that?
I don't know. I don't.
I'll come back to my Searson bit after this.
Bonsai's in a really good position. Is able to pick up one, but Sleepy G does get the trade. I like this angle from Daiki, though. Very aggressive, but Lamp gonna swing, gonna get killed. But Fett finds one with the Outlaw. That's gonna even things up 2-2 here with player counts. We'll have to see if they can clear these angles.
Yeah, there's no armor on Daiki, so it could just be a one-shot from this Outlaw here. Oh, Stinger will go wide. Sleepy G's got one. He's got two. Herrick goes down. Cornell with 2 in a row.
So you were saying before we were so rudely interrupted.
So rudely interrupted. So Searson, right? Counter-Strike player.
Yeah.
His #1 kill weapon was the Op. His #2 was the Scout, or the Marshal in this game, right?
Yep.
His #3 was the starting pistol for CT side. His #4 was the starting pistol for attacker side. And then we got to rifles. There may have been a shotgun in there before rifles. Like, you have to go deep on the where does this man get his kills from to see like a weapon other people were using.
Well, that was the first 2 rounds won from Cornell, but it wasn't very clean. You lost 3 members. You lost a couple of guns, so the buy's not necessarily on the best side of things for Cornell as compared to Simpson, who bonused up here and got a lot of these rifles, and Lamp's got a Bucky. So we're finally getting into some shotgun action that we were so excited to see.
Excited? I don't know if excited is the right word.
It had been a little bit, so we hadn't gotten our fix in, you know.
It's part of the Cornell magic, okay?
Yeah. Well, we'll have to see if that magic can continue. The spike still has not gone down despite being tapped twice. Now it's time for it to go down on the 3rd tap. They're gonna fall off of it. Now, we'll have to see if Cornell can pull.
Oh, they're just going.
It's possible. I mean, Fett does have the Outlaw. Shot one, gonna go wide. Does connect on the second one, but the armor is able to keep Herrick alive. Blight with the Molly, gonna try to slow things down. But Siders gonna be able to find one. Sleepy G gonna go down alongside Fett, but Lamp finds the first one. Not gonna be able to get another one with the Bucky, and now Siders 3K to close out the round, only losing 1 player on the side of Simpson College.
Very well done by Simpson College, holding the line. Herrick and Bonsai each getting frags there. Siders kind of exercising demons for a second, getting another frag. I know I say this like he's not 12-12. I will say, important thing to point out on the other side, Lamp 17-8 after just 14 rounds. So doing very well for himself. A shotgun kill to boot.
Listen, all I'm saying is you pointed out Cider's spray missing and his shots going wide. He picked up a 3K last round, so I think he might have heard you.
He might have heard me. Well, actually, we hope he didn't because they're on LAN and like that would
That's
be
true.
That would
That's
be rude.
yeah.
Watch this stream be really rude, but
he spiritually, felt
he got
it
the
and
vibes.
Yeah. You threw it out there in the universe, and the universe sent him some sort of vibe.
Yeah, 1,000-mile away vibe. Just took a couple rounds to get 1,000 miles. We're not working at light speed here today, folks.
Nah, there's some travel time, but Cider's gonna find another one. That is the spike going to get planted there. Can he pick up another one? There was one more player from Cornell.
They're checking it.
Yeah, but I think that was an operator I saw in the hands of Fett, but Lend is able to pick up a kill there. Never mind, it was not. Somebody had a sniper. Well, okay, with a spray transfer, Fett. All right, gonna activate the Jet Dash. Silva ultimate does get popped to try to slow down the defuse. Blight is able to find a kill onto Lamp. Fett, 7 bullets, shots are gonna wide. Sleepy G gonna find one. Bonsai does get the trade, but Fett closes things out. Spike gonna get diffused there, and that was I'm a little surprised by the Silva ultimate being used there. But they're okay. There was an operator on the field. I wasn't crazy.
There was an operator. It did get picked up. I'm a little unsure in the ballpark of like. I'm here for the Sova ultimate. I think the Sova ultimate works. I'm more interested in how Simpson College played against it because I felt they weren't aggressive enough into the Sova ultimate once it was popped. Nice kill from Siders there, but he couldn't get the second one. And then this spray. Insane he doesn't go for Reyna first, by the way. The person looking at him. But sure.
I mean, it got the job done. It got the job done.
It got the job done. What am I to say? A lot, but that's a separate matter. Shark with swag, also known as Lend. Gonna try and help prevent this site. One tap on the spike. It took 3v4 to get it down.
Siders not gonna find any of the kills here, but Herrick and Bonsai going to get some of their own. Sleepy G gonna pop the Clove ultimate, has to go for a kill here. Could find Bonsai, but not gonna be able to get the kill, and now it's all up to Fett. Gonna fall though. Bonsai with the 3K. Look,
two very quick takes in a row, right? So they got the same quick take last round. They just weren't able to hold it. This round, able to hold it. So it's coming. It's not coming up to whether Simpson College is getting on the site. They're getting on the site. It's how many Cornell College members do they take? How good is the retake? That's what we're at with this game right now.
Well, it is going to be a bit of a save coming out from Cornell here. Only going to have 2 sheriffs in hands on the side of the with swag duo here, Lind and Fett. Silva Drone gonna spot out. Lamp does get tagged. The location has been revealed. He is stuck here, but Lind is able to get the really nice kill onto Bonsai. That's a rifle down. So if they can get that into some of their players' hands, maybe Fett, this round is looking pretty good for Cornell College.
Here.
Cornell College, they have to play within their means here. I say that Sleepy G's got this shorty, a lot of pistols around, and you just kind of want to play around what you have. So play these close angles, want to get the best bang for your buck you can. Literally in the case of the shorty. Flash will go through, dizzy up in the air, flashed off from Siders, can't see anything, does find one at the end. Mortified gone down. Sleepy G still in the right place at the right time, and that shorty comes through, grabs one. Herrick getting the trade right back. Daki with another trade in the same vicinity, trying for a third but can't find it. That's Len 4 grabbing the kill onto Daki. Lockdown is going to be put down right now from the defenders.
Big
now forcing them right into Lamp.
He does only have a classic, so he has to try to hit this, but there's a pocket.
This is safe. This pocket. They know about it though. Lamp's got the toxic right into it, but the fuse is coming through. It's sticking. He's sticking it.
Is he sticking it?
He's sticking it.
Oh, 0.28 seconds.
That would have been the third. Pros don't fake this game.
Look, it's the right call there. You have your teammate that somewhat slowed down the pushback after the defense had started. The lockdown, I think, had just ended just as he got onto it, so he didn't able to really play around it. But Oh man,
If
just
he gets
in
one
the-
of those.
yeah, if Lamp gets that one, that he look how close. Oh man, but if he gets that one, I Cornell definitely have that round in the bag. But very aggressive push here on the B main here from Cornell. They've got so much information. And there is the Omen TP from Herrick. Spots out Lamp, but does take one before being taken out. Site is open, but Glenn was the one that needed to hold things down. Does get taken out, and Banzai gonna plant down this spike. The retake gonna come through. Now they do have the Gecko ultimate on online. Do they use it on this retake?
I don't think so.
There it is.
Okay, I think so. It's gone. Ooh, Herrick got chunked down a little bit. They do have a lot more information because of it. The arrow will go forward.
They did clear a lot of space from there. Okay.
Okay. Well, when Fett's doing that, then it's kind of okay to use the Gecko ultimate in that bash in Mortified.
Just
sticking it. He's just sticking it. Oh, he's just sticking it. Oh my goodness.
We must have a lot of pros in the lobby tonight because they are not faking.
See a lot of Riot gun buddies, man. That's how you can tell.
Yeah, they're better
no
than me.
Smite skins either.
That's a little disappointing.
Yeah,
it's a little bit.
It's not hitting the over under.
Now, okay, do we count the charms as like a 0.5?
I would be willing to count the charm as a half.
Okay.
Which is weird for the 4.5 line now, by the way.
Yeah, look,
By the way, I was corrected from the first half. Cornell's coach in person. No, Simpson's coach in person. Yeah, Simpson's coach in person. Cornell's coach online.
Okay.
Which is why the Cornell coach is in game, I think, or maybe it's the other way around. Cornell coach is in person. The Simpson coach is not. That's why the Simpson coach is in the lobby with us. There we go. I figured English out, everyone. So he's literally the Cornell coach, literally standing behind the players. That's why Lamp has paused the game. So hopefully they'll have a good shout, good little chat sesh, and that chat sesh will come to a close. Now they're up 10-9, but it hasn't been an easy 10-9. I think for either team.
It's been an uphill battle from both sides. Both teams having really good rounds, some really messy, but I mean overall we've talked about it. Every time that these teams play, it's been so close. Both it's just it's such a good series to watch, and no team wants to give any amount of room, given by this one round difference that we've really only seen. But wow, Lamp takes a lot of damage popping the ultimate, gets out about half HP.
I didn't save for the minute.
All it takes is one more random shot.
I was gonna say, I'm looking where Sidus is looking.
Yeah, I'm waiting for him to pull the trigger. I'm waiting, please. All right, no, the shot's a little high, so it's not gonna hit. He's aiming at Shaq. I'm sorry.
He's in the right ballpark. He was waiting for someone to push through that smoke. That's mostly what that was there. But they're just quietly taking this A site.
Oh, it's fat.
That's in the wrong direction.
The way. Okay, Mortified does find Blight though. Herrick's gonna be spotted out onto site. That could have been really messy for Cornell, but they do claw things back. But that's the spike down.
It is in the right place for the spike to be down. I guess that's your only fortunate bit. Bonsai's on like 2 HP now. Mortified does go down. That's in the right place. Cannot find anything. Sleepy G goes down. Everyone's falling around Fett at the moment. Just Fett and Lamp right here on this site.
Spike has
Lamp
been
on the
picked up.
rotate.
All right. Now, I will say this. Blight is... No, sorry, not Blight. Lamp is extremely low.
One enemy remaining.
Now it's all up to Fett. Does get the turnaround, the 180. Dashes. Oh, no.
I don't know if he even gets there. I don't know if it makes sense. I don't know if it matters.
Oh, that 180 though, the turnaround. There's a world. There's a world.
That's my favorite line, man. But like, I don't know how much of a world there was right there.
Yeah,
I mean, he had to hit the jump and then flip around.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he was aware of him in tube there. Oh, I mean, not tube. The upper upper site there. I forget the name of it. Oh, jeez. Well, the jet knives have been popped from Fett, who has been a bit of an aimer. Finds the first one with him. Can he get another one? Siders does get a double, though, to trade things back. And now Herrick finds one of his own onto Fett. Quickly, a player advantage for Simpson College here as the spike is about to go down.
I'm going to try and prevent it a little bit, but Psychic's the one planting a couple shots in the right place. Will not take anything.
It was almost a good spray. Now, it's all up to Len, though. Has only a ghost. There is a lot of damage dealt to Siders, but he's not going to be seen. Finds the first one. Here's the second one above him.
They don't know.
Oh.
It took quite a second to figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, playing a little, what was it, like, I'm gonna call, that was a bit of like a Splinter Cell mission. He was like just playing so stealthily. He was on a secret mission with that with the ghost. Oh man, well, gonna be the first 2 rounds on the side of Simpson. This is going to be Cornell's bonus, or no, not the first 2 rounds. We're past that, aren't we?
Yes, we are in fact past the first 2 rounds. We are on round 7 this half now.
I'm so behind. The coffee's worn off. I'm sorry. Well, Fed's gonna get spotted out by the drone. There does get darted off of back yellow by the rest of Cornell, but looks like Simpson are pushing this towards the A site. That is where the Killjoy util is set up. So going to be able to slow things down a little bit. But Blight takes a shot, takes a little bit of damage. And now Len is the only one here onto site. Lamp trying to join him. Is able to find one, though, onto Daiki. They have pushed out onto site. The util has been popped. Siders finds the one onto Lend. And Lamp going to get taken down with him. Finds a third one on him. Mortified with the 1 bullet, 1 tap. Finds the spray down. Is on for the ace. Can he get it? Dashes into spawn. Finds it. Not going to be able to get it, though. Fett does not deny the ace there.
Need a couple more bullets. Swaps over the gun. Will not spot Bonsai out, but Bonsai can't kill him either. We'll expect Blight.
HP. Oh, the jump peak takes a little bit of damage, spots him out, but
he's not expecting 2. He's not expecting 2.
Oh no! All right,
now he is.
He does hear both of the rifles being shot. Not gonna be able to get anything there, but oh, the ace was almost there. Siders.
All right. Siders has turned this game around a little bit, I think. And that seems like that's the timeout now for Cornell College. Is that Cornell College?
It was, yes. I think
second timeout and a half. Is that a thing?
Possibly. I
do not know the rule book.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
I'm
gonna assume it's okay as well, but
I'm gonna assume it's okay because we're sitting on LAN and the people that wrote the rule book are there.
well, it is Simpson. It is Simpson College here on match point.
Yes.
2 rounds. Cornell have to win in a row to send this into OT.
Correct.
The game has been close all game long. What are your thoughts about Cornell able to win these next 2 rounds to send us into OT?
I feel like when Cornell has won rounds recently, it's been very close rounds. I don't think that it's been these like super definitive rounds. So they need to kind of get into a place where they can win, right? I know that sounds really dumb, but they're currently at an odd place where they have some luck to win, right? It needs Fett to go off for a couple kills in a round. Lamp's got to get a really nice shotgun kill or something, and they're going light armor and regens on a lot of these players. The only player with full armor is gonna be Mortified. They need a lot of luck on their side. Is basically where I'm getting at.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, I think this round has to be a very flawless, definitive round, or else they could be losing out on some economy that they very much need going into the next round after if they do win. But I mean, to your point, like you said, these rounds have been very close, but Fett is able to open up with a very early kill, very clean kill on Deciders. Gets away with no damage, so that's exactly what they want. But Blight's push is just kind of sitting in spawn, finds a lamp pushing up into mid. Take a little bit of damage, but falls off. Now, it looks like they are going to end things here towards the A site, getting everybody in position to try to execute it. Now, just under a minute. Simpson slowly pushing everything. The drone is going to spot out Fett here. The dash is going to get him into safety. And now here comes the site execute. The wall is able to at least divide things up slightly. Slow things down.
Everyone on the map is here at the same time. Sleepy G's got one and have one. Oh, they've got everything.
That's the clean round Cornell needed. They are able to upgrade all those Guardians, that Bulldog that they had, and upgrade those all to Vandals. And now they're looking pretty healthy. Now, Simpson College should be able to get everybody a rifle in hand. Now, another thing that does need to be pointed out, though, is we have an even ultimate count across the board. However, I'm a little bit more in favor of the Cornell ultimates that they have compared to Simpson. They've got that. They've got the Thresh ultimate. They do Thrash.
None of them matter except for Lockdown, right? Thrash and Cobalt are both very good. Lockdown's all that matters. They do not have a way to get rid of Lockdown.
Yeah, so, and honestly, I will say this: the Lockdown and the Thrash is both good for these retakes. So they're just going to give A completely up. And they're going to stack towards the B site, but Simpson College is just going to be able to walk out onto site. So we should see a retake coming out from Cornell. And
they have to start thinking about that. It could be A still.
Yep. The spike going to go down. Fett is watching the aggressive push here into spawn. But Siders does have the knives popped. He has to find one. Here he's on the other side of the map. If he can able to at least take one with him, especially that Killjoy, it's a big kill, but they're going to fall off of the angle. And
that's the right call. You just fully retake their spawn. You need to really... So they're going to use Thrash here to try and find Daiki. They do find him. He hasn't gotten a kill yet. Sleepy G's got one onto Daiki. Next player they really need to find is Blight. He's the one with this Viper ultimate up. He'll take one.
There's the Lockdown ultimate, though. Sleepy G does take down Blight, so that's the kill that they were looking for. Sleepy G going to go down, but Herrick is on site.
That's it. That's the round. That's the game.
That's the round, yeah.
Doesn't have time.
Oh, they just couldn't get onto the spike. I mean,
it's the full gamble stack.
I mean, well played from Simpson there. They just rushed back out onto site to try to cause so much chaos and prevent the defuse from coming through, and that's exactly what they did. But look, you were talking a little smack about Cider's rifles.
Just talking a little smack.
Yeah, and
I was wrong.
He's on top.
Can't see me, but I'm putting my hands up in surrender. I was wrong. We'll see if he can do it next map, though. We will have another map. So today's matches are all best of threes. So we'll see another one today between these two teams. So I think we are going to Haven after this one.
Yep. Haven
within both these teams. So
now that's Simpson's map pick. And Simpson
that
just
was Cornell's map pick that we just played.
Haven, yeah. So this is Cornell need to really think about Haven then.
We do know that Cornell plays Haven as well. So I'm not like I'm not worried for either team on this map, right? Like sometimes when a team plays a map, it's we don't play this at all. It doesn't matter. I believe Cornell plays Haven. We've seen them play it a bunch. It's where the lamp shotgun memes began. So
that is true.
We'll see what they want to do there. We will head to a quick break. We'll be back in a couple minutes.
Hey, my name is Ali.
Bunny Hopper.
Hello, my name is RDU.
Fino here.
Thais.
Lambi series here.
Even though most people know me as a streamer, I used to be a high-level competitor in Hearthstone.
Two-time Yu-Gi-Oh! Nationals finalist, one-time champion, Yu-Gi-Oh! World semi-finalist, former Hearthstone Grandmaster.
Became world champion in 2022 and also won the global team championship.
2 times the European championship.
When I found Parallel,
I
immediately fell in love with the science fiction world that they created.
The depth and the details in it really stand out to me.
It's space art, it's gorgeous. The lore, space wars, super interesting.
I think overall the game of Parallel is what is the strong part.
The mana system, the cards,
deck building around the Paragon's strengths.
Some things are a little bit stronger, but the strongest decks are also like very skillful.
The deck allows us to trade the assets. I can send my friends decks and cards or my viewers cosmetics.
The banking system especially as a new mechanic.
The banking system.
One of the best decks we've seen in the mana system in any card game.
It's already adapting into tournament modes.
The community is pretty awesome.
The Parallel community and team has always been so wonderful to me.
I've been a lot of fun playing Parallel. I think you can also have a lot of fun playing Parallel.
Try Parallel, guys.
I love this game.
has for offers here was and not able to finish with the smash. Definitely been trying to get that the entirety of the game, try to get the leg close, and able to finish it off. That is a stock for the Sonic going two-man's way and still getting some damage down.
Yeah, I mean, Sonic is definitely one of the best characters in the game. Definitely difficult to deal with, especially on Jigglypuff here. I believe they've really found a solid counter pick here for Danimals. Danimals still working on this stock, however, though. Only lost one of theirs so far, but it's looking to be even more dangerous off this right side as the edge guards for two-man come through. Couldn't quite finish their food, unfortunately, so they don't find the stock, but Animals is reeling, trying to make their way back, stuck on the ledge, able to find center once again, but how long can you evade Sonic for? That's the question. He seems like an inevitability as this forward air connects, looking for the back air after the up B, but can't find it. But still, two-man, 3 stocks, and a dream here for Cornell. They want to be able to take this 2-0.
Yeah. We saw a lot of swings here from Danimal's way, too. He just was not punishing it. And that's going to be the end off the Sonic kick. Wasn't trying to cut you off. I was just saying there was a lot of swings that Danimals could have slept on that Sonic was going for. And man, not finished.
Yeah. I mean, two-man, solid work there. Dispatching of Danimals. It's looking to be another small lead here for Cornell as they continue to climb in stocks. We haven't seen some of the heavy hitters in Lorekeeper and JP8 come out just yet. I believe they're going to be sending in Snicks on the Lucas to deal with the Sonic. I think, honestly, a smart choice here for the Lucas to come out versus Sonic because I don't really see Mewtwo or Marth doing very well against Sonic. I think Lucas is your best bet. So Snicks coming in here I think is a smart choice for Illinois. We'll see how well it pays off, though, versus two-man.
I actually disagree with the Marth comment there. I think the fact that Sonic couldn't really touch Marth because of the pretty much the circle range that Marth has whenever he's in the air would be better. But we are getting into the net. I mean, not better, but it would be in close to a domination match. I mean, at least with the Marth that we've seen so far. But Lucas definitely more of an interesting pick in overall as far as what we're going to see back to back. Oh, we almost saw a punish there. The Lucas. But yeah, I'm gonna leave it to you, brother Zaps. What do you think is gonna happen next in this bout?
I mean, I think what needs to happen here, especially for Snicks, is that back air first and foremost as they snap the ledge and return to stage. Already finding a stock lead rather, and this is exactly what you need to do versus Sonic in these situations. Once you get the stock, it's like, all right, Sonic, it's your turn to approach me now. I'm gonna sit at center, and you see Snicks is doing exactly that. Sonic able to burst through with the spin dash, but as long as you can tack on some more percent here onto the Sonic and not lose your stock, you're in a good spot because Sonic wants you to approach him. That's his whole shtick. He likes to sit there in the corner and spin dash. The second you come and try to hit him, he bursts out with the speed, just like how he bursted out with that back air, finding that stock onto Snicks here. And Snicks wasn't able to tack on that much percentage, and now once again it's two-man's game to play. You see him finding more and more connections here, more and more percent. And as you lose your percent, it gets more and more frustrating to play against Sonic as well because he's just so quick and so safe. Look at how two-man is playing this now, coming in and feigning aggression and then switching up the positioning with that homing attack and making it really difficult for Snicks to plant his feet on the stage. Like, what do you do here as Lucas?
The best thing that Lucas can do here is utilize that nair that completely surrounds his entire body, so it is not as easy for Sonic to just stick on you. Now, with that homing attack combo he was doing from the neutral roll into the homing attack, it is a lot more difficult to combat that as far as being Lucas in that situation. Definitely seeing a more aggressive two-man versus this Lucas. It's just almost like he didn't like being touched originally in the beginning of this game. We're seeing the response here kind of pretty much immediately as I said that, using the nair, using the mid-air nair more,
He heard
and then a beautiful little combo we saw here off of the spring combo. Wow.
What a spring into back air from two-man. He goes from the bottom of the stage up to the top of the blast zone to find that one. A great snipe out. However, it looks like Snicks has adapted to the Sonic here and is finding more and more stocks. However, they still have to find one more, and that's the biggest problem here as two-man begins to find this percent lead once again. Finding connections on the Sonic just seems to be harder and harder. There we go, jab lock, gets the drag off, and the air dodge given away, but we're able to come back somehow and reversing the situation with the F-tilt, and there's a fully charged homing attack. Not killing just yet. We're going to be able to snap back to reality with that PK Thunder. Turn to stage, and now Snicks trying to do something here. Has some percentage onto Sonic, but it's not enough to kill just yet. Two-man, once again, spin charging in the corner, charging in. No connection with the forward air after the fact. Forward smash goes to the wayside. PK Fire to try and disrupt that spin dash here, but the movement from two-man is just very, very clean, avoiding a lot of the hits here. Finally finding that forward air, though. Watch out for the PK Freeze. Great air dodge from two-man to avoid that one, and this is getting pretty even here, Speedy.
We are watching as it is going back and forth between two-man and Lore, just doing everything they can to keep each other at the opposite end. Sonic able to get him off the stage. We're going to see if Lore is able to respond. Sonic with the stop and the side air to finish off Lore. It's ending up being stuck on that side, trying to get that up smash to get him back on the stage. Sonic punishing it immediately, and we're going into the next bout with the one stock lead here. Sonic going for that beautiful finish there. Two-man able to catch it off. It looks like the more that game proceeded, the faster two-man got, the harder he became to deal with. And as you know, Sonic is all about speed, so if your eyes are able to actually keep up with this blue blur, then you are in for it. And we have actual Lore Keeper coming up here for the Mewtwo, and we're gonna see how he responds to this Sonic speed.
Yep. Lore Keeper can do, I'm sure they'll be able to dispatch of this singular stock from two-man with the Mewtwo. I've seen Lore Keeper do more for less. Already finding a small percent lead here. Nair to dash attack, 52%. Here comes two-man with a combo of their own. Double spin dash into the triple forward air, 42%. Not too shabby with a couple of reads. Homing attack given away to the center stage. Now that's going to be a punish. I don't think they meant to do two homing attacks in a row. They will eat a small punish for it. Luckily for two-man, not too big of damage taken just yet, but here comes the forward air off the ledge. You have to watch the aggression from Lore Keeper. Forward air out of shield, charging up that shadow ball, letting it go, looking for a down smash on the ledge. The forward air aggression here, trying to confirm into it once again with the edge guard. Two-man not able to find it. Lore Keeper almost able to close the book on this stock. Gonna get back to stage though, that's the question. Be able to stand up, no kill just yet. A whole minute has passed here, Speedy, and no kills have happened.
Definitely. Ooh, as soon as you said that, the tail to finish it off as Lores just walks up off of a little bit of a neutral spam and finishes off Sonic.
Commentator's curse,
A minute
what can I say?
He's trying to be psychic. He's trying to be Mewtwo's friend.
Is that from the movie?
No.
What's that from?
I don't know. I was just I was doing a bit.
Oh, I thought you were quoting something. My fault.
Nah. Just a good old original Speedy content. You know what I'm saying? Speaking of speedy content, I know what I'm doing on our next break, which is getting some air conditioning in my room because I am now sweating.
Dang. It's because of all these hot sets we got going on. And speaking of hot sets, MC versus Lorekeeper here. I think this is going to be a hype one. I think we saw this before, and MC was actually able to dispatch of Lorekeeper pretty handily on the Terry. I want to see how well Lorekeeper is able to adapt to this Terry now. We have a second chance.
Gotta love seeing our fighters come up here. Also, don't forget to hydrate. You know what I'm saying? Don't forget to hydrate, guys. We couldn't have done any of what we're doing right now without our beautiful sponsors as well. Going Corsair, Alex's Lemonade Stand, and Parallel, a TCG company. Thank you guys so much. Just had to give a little bit of a shout out as we're going to this game. But we are now looking at a higher percentage rate going the Mewtwo way. MC definitely showing that he is not afraid of Lore's little juggles here as we're seeing that. Just trying to get close. MC doing his best to charge up that neutral B to punish Terry at any means possible. Ended up having to throw it there, but Terry just trying to get this gap closed so he can get close. Terry said, I can spam stuff too, tries to get just is trying to get closer, but Nair there able to successfully land, trying to get back on the stage here, able to get back with a bit of damage there, trying for the 2-frame, ending up getting sucked into the NATO, and we're now watching as it is high damage to high damage, able to reflect a little bit of damage sent his way from Terry. Terry finishing that off with another side and able to completely get the shield off, finishes it off with a down smash. Way.
Love to see a shield break on Mewtwo. That's not something you see every day. Certainly, Lorekeeper had enough shield pressure to make MC scared enough to hold shield for that long. Finding the down smash to break the shield, and now finding a Nair for 12%. Is Lorekeeper looking to bring this one back? There will be a forward throw, setting up to the tech chase, down tilt, up air, forward air. Not too shabby here.
Taxes was taxing. Now taxes is relaxing when you file for free.
I can file for free? TurboTax Free Edition. 37% of filers qualify. Simple Form 1040 returns only. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. I can file for free.
Now this is taxes. File for free with TurboTax Free Edition and get the most money back guaranteed.
So one time I started building a little tiny village. I kept building and building and building. One thing led to another, and ooh, fireworks.
Respawn by Razor. Get lost in the game.
Being the hero, there is no higher calling. Saving people in the streets.
That's just a fairy tale.
There's no use fighting. Trust me. Look what you unleashed.
Avengers are gone. No one's coming to save the day.
I think we are.
Us?
We could be the people that are coming.
Marvel Studios Thunderbolts. Get tickets now.
Ooh, I don't think they take...
Welcome back, everyone, to the Midwest Esports Conference LAN at Illinois College. My name's still Mechatronic. This is still Mavs, or it's still Mavs. That works with the whole bit now. Yeah, we got there. We have had some, we'll say, technical difficulties with people getting into the lobby and other technical difficulties. We've had some difficulties, but we're getting prepared for map 2, which is Haven, which is Simpson College's pick after they won on Icebox.
Yeah, I mean, Cornell, they were looking really good on their map pick on Icebox. Just a lot of the close rounds just didn't go their way, and ultimately ended up being, 13-11. Very, very close. And even then, that very last round that they played and lost, still a very close round. Just small misplays here and there really costed them the game. So I still think that there's a chance that they can win out on Haven, but I really do think if they were going to win a map, they needed to win their Icebox match to send us to Fracture. So I think Haven's going to be a little bit more difficult for them. This is going to be upping the site count from 2 to 3, because this is one of those few 3-site maps that they do have in the game. And I mean, we've seen them on Haven. I think they do look good, but Simpson Siders, I mean, he was killing it. And then now you have a lot more longer lines of sight. I think we're going to see him using the operator a lot more on this map.
Yeah, I think we'll see both teams using it a bit more. I don't think we saw Fett use it either, right? Fett and Siders, both the offers for these teams.
Yeah, maybe they had one, but it didn't really
some Marshals.
Yeah,
some
a couple outlaws. Yeah. But I mean, Haven's got a lot more lines of sight. You've got the A and C longs that you can really just sit and hold. So I definitely think that we're going to see it used a lot more. But I mean, when I'm looking at both teams, Siders is the one that sticks out to me using those snipers.
Yeah, it definitely does. This is the map in which the lamp shotgun meme started on. So be prepared, be ready, be expected.
And it was Astra too.
Was Astra in the smoke, man.
Astra in the smoke with a shotty.
So the only person left to pick on the Cornell side is Lend4. He's generally been playing a lot of Cypher this season, so I expect it to continue. Siders has been a very good Yoru, so good to see that coming back. And Daiki taking over the sniper role.
Yeah, I mean, when I saw the Yoru, I was like, yeah, that's going to be a very, very strong pick. Len ends up locking in the Cypher, but Sleepy G is back on his resident Teo. So he did run the double smoke with the Clove last match. Didn't go quite their way. He played pretty well, I will say. But when I think of Sleepy G, I think of his Teo. So I'm really excited to see this. But outside of Simpson, though, Daiki is on the Jet, Siders on the Yoru. I love both of these duelist picks on the side of Simpson. I think they're going to be both very, very strong in their own rights. We'll have to see how Daiki performs with a bit more of a sniper role than the what is it, the Reyna that he was playing last match. So I mean, a little bit changes here and there, but overall pretty similar around everything else. Herrick, though, is actually going to be on a Sentinel now that they are actually on a map that kind of needs a Sentinel. So they did go without one in map 1 Icebox. They want it, but I think when you're playing Haven, you need a Cypher.
I tend to agree, and as we said before, Len, probably one of the best Cyphers in the game. That does get blocked by his teammate for a moment there. Tejo Utility will go through. Siders takes one down on Mortified.
Good shot coming out from Fett, though. Not going to be able to get anything else. And, well, it's all up to Lend here with the Classic, and they know exactly where he is now. So they're just going to spread the site. But they're actually not even looking his direction. Was it calmed? Okay.
Yeah,
he's finally
it's definitely been calm now.
Yeah, it's calm now, but they weren't looking at him at all. Ooh. But Blights is able to finally get the kill there. Well, I mean, that was a tough opening, I will say, from Cornell. I mean, Fett literally got body blocked right off the bat. He was the only one to at least get a kill, but I think that was just because they weren't really ready for his position. Across the board, though, I mean, Simpson and Pistol Round, we're looking really good across both maps.
We are looking good right now. I will say, not great starting off with the basically flawless for Simpson College. Just 1 kill for Cornell College early. Nicely done to start this off, though.
That's at least a Guardian picked up. It is going to be put in the hands of Lamp. Does spot out Blight. The shots from the Bulldog not going to quite connect all the way. Does get one, but gets a lot of damage down to the second.
Oh. Not checked, not checked. Oh, no, we're going to check. Last second edition. 3 now from Cornell College. Have to try and retake this site together. Simpson's got the run of the place over on A.
Now, they did pick up a Guardian. They did pick up a Bulldog. So that's at least something that they can use. Mortified's going to be the only one without a gun. He does have the util for them to use, but Daikie's playing very aggressive. Finds out. That's just going to jump, peek. Going to get the kill, but Sleepy G picks up 2. Now they need to find the third one. It's all up to Herrick here underneath Heaven, and going to find the first player that is low HP. Runs out of bullets.
The bullets, man. That's where it ends him. That's where it ends him, man. It's the former bullets.
Thrifty.
Well, that's going to be a thrifty for Cornell there. Able to get the second round, keeping it close once again. Very much the theme across these two teams. And I mean, look, Blight, you got a lot of damage dealt, but I mean,
he got one. Like
he got one, but I think there you need to get both of them. I don't know.
That's unfortunate right there. Herrick tries to get one, just a couple shots, couldn't hit a headshot.
Really the story of just unfortunate events, and already we have an operator in third round.
Yeah, we're so back. Valorant is so back.
So
light
back.
shields only.
Legs him.
Like to Siders just absolutely gets. He's kind of neutralized for the rest of the round now.
Yeah, does get spotted out though.
Who cares about your location revealed?
Ooh, the shock dart not gonna. Well, it did connect, but not quite as much as I thought it was gonna be. Did come down to 61 HP. They're gonna fall off of B main. Look towards not B main, C main. Look towards about garage and mid area. That's pretty much an open site. You've got Sleepy G. You've got Mortified on both sides of it. So
they'll know they're running in.
Yep, there it is. There's the flash. There's the TP. Siders is in backside, but has 5 HP. I mean, what are you going to be able to do? Mortified was scanned. Is able to hit the flash. Does get killed, but Len finds 2. Gets the third one.
Siders still alive.
Okay.
Okay.
I think that was a no scope. I can't tell.
I'm certain
it
was.
Like he aimed in.
30 seconds
Didn't
left.
look like it, but Lend, at least aware of where Herrick is, gets a nice shot and cleans it up with a 4K for the round.
Lend was a little quiet last map.
He's very loud now.
Yeah, Len was a little quiet, and generally when we see Cornell win games, it's the combination of Fet and Lamp and Lend kind of combining to be top of the leaderboard. Not saying that Sleepy G or Mortified are bad by any stretch of the imagination here, but they kind of play a little bit of more of a secondary role.
Yeah, I mean, Mortified's always been a bit of a supportive player for the team. I mean, he's been playing that breach, and you can see it right now. He's got 6 assists. So he's it's not that he's not doing anything. He's helping his team get these frags. But Lamp, shots are going to go wide on the drone. Takes a lot of damage because of it. They're going to be looking to take C site here.
And they've got it for free. So it's full retake for Cornell, but we saw this play on C, and it worked quite well. I'm just playing a little bit of a dangerous game. Walks through the smoke, right into Daikie's rifle.
Mortified is able to pick up one. Oh, onto Siders. That's a big kill to flash. Oh, no. Oh. He gets the knife kill.
Oh.
2v2 now. Spike gonna get tapped. That's gonna force out Blight there, but Blight does get the kill. Okay. Well, Fet finds the first one. Does not get the spike quite to half. Shot. Need to hit that one. Oh, okay.
Ooh, nicely done by Fet. The other Lend.
The other with swag.
We stopped watching a game for like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and I've already forgotten which swag is which.
Well, that's going to be 3 rounds in a row, though, for Cornell. Their economy is looking pretty strong, given they did lose a lot of their rifles. They still are able to buy up. Meanwhile, Simpson going to have to go on a bit of a light buy here. Full 4 stingers, almost all 5 players running one. Herrick has to run the pistol, though, but, I mean, when he gets the right click, doesn't get the kill. He's like, you know what? I'm going to get a knife kill. Gonna play the semifinals here with style, apparently.
Purely game base wise, that gets an operator into Fett's hand.
It does. But Sleepy G has to get pushed off of this garage window hold. Here's all these players here to spam through the walls. Gonna get a little bit of damage. Siders does TP back out, is in C long, but Daiki finds the timing on to Lind. Lamp also going to go down as an open C site, but Sleepy G is able to take one, does have the Tail ultimate available, so
there's only 3 on site.
They could use this as a retake potential. Spray through the smokes aren't going to quite connect right now. The jet knives have been popped for Fett. There's the ultimate. There's one of the knives kills onto Daiki. The TP from Blight. Gonna force him back into the ultimate, and now it's all up to Siders, who is actually behind them in CT spawn. Does get the spray down, TP's back into long.
The classic. He's got nothing for a knife. You don't bring a gun to a knife fight, man. Fett saves the round. This is what I was saying, that there was one player that was over on A the entire time. Herrick was just not with the rest of the team. He had to rotate in super late. So as Cornell were able to take the site, they were able to take it as a straight 3-on-3. After they got those first kill or 2, then it was another even 3-on-3. They never had to face the 4-on-3 crossfire.
This is a very different feeling in map number 2. Map number 1 was very, very close at this point. I think it was back and forth all the way. This is Cornell with 4 straight rounds won.
Can we get a
very dominant lead?
Clutch King hat for Fett?
Yeah,
can we get him like
both rounds back to back?
You know the Burger King crowns? Can we get one of those for Fett for Clutch? Because that's twice in a row. Twice in a row he's done it. Oh, the original drone and zone.
It does get the kill though onto Lamp. Siders does TP out. C-site is open, but here's the thing. All of the Cypher util is set up here. They've got the trip for garage, they got the trip for long, so that's going to send Simpson back towards a site here. They're already all the way up onto it. I don't think Cornell are aware of it. Now it's crossed their minds and they're on the rotate.
Well, they've been doing well on these retakes. The problem is it's a 4-on-4 right now, so again, same as last round. It's an even retake to start. Question is less on the start, more on the end. That walks into, well, all of the utility ever will die to Bonsai. The BD now trying to walk in instead. Herrick grabs one, mortified with a trade back. Blight with another trade back. Just land under heaven. Tries to get as much as he can, but can only grab the one.
Yeah, it does get the one, but now here's the thing. Even having to buy 4 rifles back to back here, the last 2. Now Cornell's economy not looking great. The only person that's able to really buy up is going to be Lamp and Fett. So they're going to go ahead and opt to save. They've got a round to at least play with to maintain their lead. But look at Daiki though. Not going to opt to buy up to a rifle. Going to use the Sheriff and have the jet knives popped. And Cornell are looking to play very aggressive here in the mid. They're just running down Fett. Jump peeking, finds one, takes a lot of damage for it. Does get blinded, has to fall off. But Siders is able to hold the angle onto Len there, pushes up. But the drone gonna spot him out. Lamp finds a kill onto Daiki. That is not gonna be one of the rifles though. Blight does get the kill onto Lamp, but now Sleepy G gets a kill of his own. But Herrick trades right back and forth here. Cornell only down 1 player, but there are a couple of rifles down across the map. They should be able to get one of these, but there is the ultimate coming out from the breach. Mortified is able to get out onto site. The flash is gonna hold him off, but Herrick and Siders are able to hold it out.
They're just trying to holding the site really well on the post plant, right? The times in which they've lost those that set of 4 rounds in a row, what felt a lot of there were misplays on the site. There weren't players in the right time at the site, and it feels now that they have decided, hey, we're pushing with everyone. We kind of understand where we want to play it, and now they're getting these openers. They weren't getting openers for a while because because Cornell College were not attacking the site at the same time that Simpson College was, right? They weren't trying to hold the site. They were content on giving up the site and trying to retake completely. That plan has changed.
Yeah, I'm eating my words now, saying that this was very Cornell dominated, because now there's only a 1 round difference between these teams, and these teams.
Well, it was
it was, but it definitely has. They've eased up on the gas. It feels like Simpson have thrown a little bit of spikes in the road to slow down the car. Now, we'll have to see if Cornell can at least try to regain control. They are stacked up here on A. That's exactly where Simpson's looking to push. And here is the execute. Shots are going to connect. Damage dealt to Lend here. But there it is. There's the opening kill from Mortified onto Daiki. Siders does get the trade, though. So things are looking pretty even. No one's giving it a little bit, giving too much here.
That's a big one. There were so many Cypher chirps on that site, preventing anyone from getting in. So killing the Cypher, big win.
But the spike's already just rotated over here to C. Cornell should be aware of it now. It's all out to Fett here. That's just outside of CT main with the operator. Does though find Blight. So that is one. Is
looking in the right direction.
Someone aware of Bonsai. Oh no, they're not clearing it. Oh no, the timing. Bonsai is able to get 2 there.
He's so free. He's out. And now it's just, what can Lamp do? He's been the hero for this team on many, many, many occasions. Will tap. Knows Herrick is down long. Should know that Bonsai is there as well. Maybe still 1 player thought.
Oh, pushes into the smoke.
Finds one.
Finds the first one. Can he get? Oh, but I think it's too little, too late. He has to stick this. Yep, and nope, he has to fall off the angle. I mean, it was looking somewhat good. All right, he saves the op. So was a little messy. Did bring it back into Cornell's favor.
It's a little messy,
Still
but
lost the round.
Is it terrible? No.
No. I mean, you took 4 rifles away from Simpson. If you can at least win out this round, you've kind of reset your own economy and put Simpson's economy down significantly. So if they can at least win this round specific, they should be in pretty good hands going forward.
Yeah, I'd agree. Oh boy, what a buy. Stinger, a Guardian, a Sheriff, and Lamp's favorite weapon in the world.
Oh boy. We'll have to see if he can get some use out of it. Is playing pretty aggressive here on the short main side of things, but the op shot, you gotta hit that Fett.
Well, they should have known the op was saved, so that shouldn't tell the Simpson College folks that much. It'll be a little bit of information, but not tons and tons and tons. Recon dart will be shot out. Sheriff trying to get anything done, but can't find anyone early in this round. Lend be the sole one in the site. They've got some backup now. Sleepy G in the ballpark. A couple of those rockets through artillery shots, trying to hit anything. Stops the plant for a moment. 56 seconds on the clock. Mortified's got 1. Sleepy G's got another. Daki's got to trade back, but Blight trying to trade him back. Sleepy G goes down.
It's a 3v3 after all is said is done. The spike has not gone down. He's going to TP out over to A, but Fett's already pretty much there. He's got the operator. Does he get the kill there, though? He has to find out where play. Oh, the TP right into the crosshairs. This could be the defuse.
He just sticks.
If Lind can hold this angle here, there's the cage. The spray is actually able to connect, but it's actually onto Fett. Not Fett, onto not Fett. Lind. Oh my gosh.
The other one. So they lose operator, but they win the round. A win. It's a win in my book.
Yeah, it was a little sketchy. They are able to buy up a little bit more, but I think my math was a little bit off. Simpson College able to at least get everybody a buy from what I could see from the economy, but it was enough for them to call a TP. So I will say Cornell are getting into in their heads there.
Just a little bit. This Siders missing another shot there. Blight trying to come around the corner, but so many trades had happened by that point. This is
This
brutal.
TP was so, yeah, that's just unfortunate. I think Lend just stepping in and tanking the spray so that way Fed can continue the defuse. You know, maybe that's why they're the duo with Swag. They just know what they need to do and play off each other.
Playing well. They're playing very well. Cornell College, they had a couple rounds. They lost 3 in a row. They're back on another one. Simpson College coach MJ Hypers calls the timeout. I think this is reasonable on all accounts.
Yeah, especially after that last round. That was just, you had the right play. It just, it fell through.
Is that pros don't fake number 4 for the series?
It might be. It might be. I think we should have had the over-under for that.
Yeah, we
instead.
should have the over-under on pros don't fake moments. Holy. No smite still, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, it's really
same team.
Not looking
so
good for my. Not really looking good for my my over here on the 4.5.
Hey, you never know what happens next game, man.
It is true. It is true. But bit of a slower start from what we've seen these last couple rounds. It feels like it's been pretty fast. But there is the Satyr's ultimate popped. Going to be able to get some information for his team here. Does spot out Lamp.
There's no Sova ultimate. So what they did last time with this was they did the drone and zone plan. So Yoru runs forward. He gets so much information. Sova pops the ult over top of Yoru. So no longer able to do that. But they have A side for free, so who cares?
Yeah, I mean, but Cornell are already on the rotate over. They have the Astral Wall available. The plant has been denied, so they can try to get something else. And there's the opening kill from Lend. That is not going to be the spike, but Bonsai is in a really tricky spot. The smoke is able to provide enough cover for Blight and Siders to find a couple of kills of their own. And now it's all of a sudden up to Vet. Siders with a 3K.
Yeah, I mean, they found a choke point and they choked them. That's what it was. Like, there's only 2 places into the map from that angle from onto A site, and once you're there, you can't get much more done. Lend with the sole player on the flank trying to get any bits of it done, but Blight and Siders grabbing kills their Daiki trying to get anything, but all up to Fed at the end, can't get anything done.
Well, all of a sudden, this game looked very, very, very Cornell dominated, but now it's very reminiscent of game number 1. It's already 5-5. Fetch running down here with the Jet Knives, finds a kill, opening kill onto Blight. Lend gonna get the second one there onto Daiki, but Siders is able to catch out Fett, finds another one onto Lend. That's an open A site. The rest of Cornell are all out here by B and already now on the rotates. Simpson aren't aware of it. They have to clear as much as they can. But there's the Cypher ultimate. Information has been given over, and now they should be able to push out onto site pretty much for free.
Well, pretty much for free. Simpson College is... It's free right now, but Sleepy G is preparing the artillery. It's gone through. Lamp with the shotgun over under. Can't find anything. Herrick with one, Siders with another, and Herrick with a second.
Well,
easy.
I got excited for the shotgun because I thought that was a very good position for it, and I thought they were going to be able to get some value out of it. Dropped down, lands on his feet, and then before he can even get a shot off and see somebody, he dies. Well, I think this is about the most even buy that we've seen in the last couple of rounds now. You still have the couple. I mean, they got to go for it. But Cornell are pretty close to getting a couple of ults online. If they can at least get one kill on to Lend, they'll have the Cypher ultimate. They've got the Jet Knives on the side of, what is that, Simpson. Tail ultimate and Astral Wall still available for Cornell. So a lot of utils still able to be used, and that Sova ultimate is also something I'm keeping my eye on.
Shots to try and take the player grabbing the orb. Will not connect. Siders starting to lurk himself a little bit. Only one member on the site, and it is Lend 4. He will spot Outsiders. Will go for the kill. Does get it. That's just free. Put up on a platter.
It's looking to ult. There is the info. Now, I don't know this is really going to do much for them because looking at where all these players are for Simpson, I mean, you've got a couple mid, you've got a couple heading A, but already all of a sudden, Daiki just jumps onto site, missed most of the jet knives, and Len is able to get another spray down through the smoke onto Blight. Bonsai gets one, but it's already a 2v4.
Len's been the hero so far this game. Vet's been the hero in the clutch. Len's been the hero in the early round. Lamp trying to see if he can find Bonsai. Sees the bit. Gets a bunch of damage. So much damage, but just 2 players left. Eric's walking away from the side. Mortified's in the right place at the right time, but cannot look in the right direction. Herrick grabs him.
But Len has him trapped, though. He can't leave A site, so we'll have to see if he can actually find Bonsai here on the rotate around.
I don't think they know he has the spike.
Hear him.
One enemy remaining.
They do now.
10 seconds left.
Lamp down. Looking for where he's at. Can't find Herrick. And
literally didn't find him. That's an ace.
I didn't even know he was on for.
Switching
Well,
sides.
he's a shark with swag, so I don't know what else you can really say. You know, the swag factor.
Shark with swag. Truly excellent name, by the way.
Yeah,
I think we commented on the fact that we're annoyed that they changed their names because it makes our jobs harder. But like, great duo names.
Oh, absolutely. I'm almost like, I almost want to have a post game interview with them and ask like where the name stems from, because I'm so curious.
Is there like piranha with swag?
There's gotta be.
Is it
whale with swag?
He just didn't see. He literally didn't see. By the way,
Yeah.
when Lamp jumped out of the way, he literally didn't see.
That's so unfortunate. But that enabled Len to get the ace.
Why are they all aquatic animals? You know, just both piranhas and whales.
Yeah, but I mean, here's the thing though. Dog's not even aquatic.
No, dog's not. But you and I are just on the aquatic bit today. Bonsai's gonna get fully shut out. Plant goes down for Cornell College.
A lot of damage was dealt though to
Bonsai.
Bonsai, yeah. So we'll have to see if Cornell can hold out this retake here. Ciders and Herrick able to get one. Sleepy G does get a trade. Dart is going to reveal Fett, but not before he gets one. Does get traded eventually 2v2. Make that a 1v2 now. Lamp with the frenzy. Is going on a frenzy. Gets the 3K.
He almost doubled his kills in the game that round. He was on 4 prior, on a solid 7 frags now for Lamp.
Not enough shotgun.
Not enough shotgun. You know the SNL cowbell skit?
Yeah.
That's where we're
exactly what I was
That's
thinking.
where we're at. It needs more shotgun.
I mean, good hold from Cornell. You lost a couple of members, but you got the spike down. Able to live with 2, so that should get your economy pretty well set. Full shields pretty much across the board. Mortified will only be the only one with regens. Take that back now, Lamp. Saving up a little bit. This is going to push Herrick off of the angle, and Fett is able to find the angle, find the timing. Now, here is Ciders, though. Does have a stinger, could get a huge timing.
Can't find anything.
Does get some damage, not going to be enough, though. Spike does get planted. The retake has begun as Blight is trying to find something on the flank against Lamp. The rest of Cornell are helping him out here. With 13 HP with a classic only, but Bonsai's on site.
No, he's not.
Not anymore. Not anymore. Daiki, though, does get one with the classic. Falls off the angle. It's a 2v4 now. Lots of damage dealt to Blight, so I'd say this is really more like a 1v4.
Yeah. He's walking in the right place. They're not really looking for it. He's got one, but they're all looking now. Sleepy G looking in the right place. A couple shots in the right direction. Blight's in the other side. They could lock in. Let's see if they can force anyone dead here. Hey, you know what?
Gets an exit, Craig. That's pretty big. Took away 3 rifles on the side of Cornell. Puts them at a pretty disadvantaged position, but we'll have to see if they decide to force it. I don't think so. They've got the Stinger. They got the Sheriff, so probably not. Lamp and Mortify can be the only one with rifles. Take the back Sleepy G. They passed it across the board. But then you look at Simpson, and it's just like Vandals and Phantoms across the board. So it's gonna be a tough run to win.
Yeah.
For Cornell pushing into all of these rifles, if they can find the timing though with some of these SMGs, with the Stinger and the Spectre, it could very well be going in their favor this round. But Stun's gonna connect onto some friendlies there. At least the Teo stun pushes off Siders a little bit. But Siders doesn't matter. Gets the spray through the smoke. Sleepy G finds one onto Herrick. That's at least one rifle down they can pick up. Yeah. Look into... Oh, I was really hoping he was able to get one there. Gets a lot of damage. But Siders in spawn does get the kill. And actually the spike is on C here.
Interesting.
Player standing.
Couple shots the right direction.
Very winnable round. If Sleepy can get the kills here onto Siders and Bonsai, both those low players, it's already a 1v2 there. You've got a Bulldog, so it's not the worst rifle. Finds the first one, but there is a smoke down. Missiles gonna at least stop it, but Bonsai gonna clean up the kill. And I mean, look, that was Simpson's bonus. You took away 2 rifles. You got the spike down. I don't necessarily think you can be too upset with that.
I think you're fine there. I think it's okay. Right, Simpson gets the 1.
Yeah. Fat looking really strong alongside his teammates here, Sleepy G and Lend. Mortified and Lamp, a bit more in a supportive role right now, but pretty even by on both sides. You do have the Your Ultimate available, so that's could be a lot of information on the side of Simpson if they opt to use it. Sleepy G is one away from the Tay Ultimate, so that's really good for post plants and also potential site executions if they want to use it. Blight is just going to hold here, see if anybody crosses.
Find a couple shots.
It's a little bit of damage, not a lot though.
Some info too. Like that's a big deal. There's a lot of info there that he found.
A Teo drone pushing up short, allowing Len to push up here. Didn't see anything, but it created a lot of space. So now Len is in a pretty strong position, but Lamp is all the way out on C site.
Are they going to disengage from this? Dikey's got 1. Dikey's got a second onto Sleepy G. They may have to disengage now. Herrick's got Lamp. That was the lurk, so just 2 left. Mortified and Fet. We've seen Fet clutch rounds out, but this is asking a lot from both him and Mortified. Drone will not find.
Bonsai's just sitting in heaven. Does spot out the players, though. No, they are still here. Fet clears this corner, finds the first one, takes a little bit of damage down to 70 HP. Bonsai holding this angle. Here's the spike. Get tapped with Fet. Finds the second one.
Still at 70.
Last player standing.
Dikey's on him.
Falling though. And there it is. It was looking good.
Plant better.
It was
plant better
good.
than no plant.
But now here's the thing. Your economy's in a weird state. You're about high 3K, low 4K in the bank on all of your players. Do you buy up? Do you save? Do you buy the sheriffs? Do you go for a half buy? I'd say you're tied up. You go for. I'd say you go for a little bit of a save.
I think you go shares. I think you don't go under 2K.
Yeah, I think you keep your 2K. Yeah, and that's the only one that's going sub 2K is actually Fet and Mortified, but Fet does have the knives, so I'd say it's acceptable.
You want to protect knives, yeah. And it looks like they're in the right place at the right time. Siders will get spotted out. Pull from the Astra Orb, put into the middle of the site. Mortified's got 1 onto Herrick already, and they've taken the C site.
Yeah, Bonsai did find a kill onto Fet though, so it's going to be the equalizer. And there is the Aura ultimate. Pop's going to get some information for his team here. Checking everywhere, every little corner here. Doesn't find anyone on site now. Simpson are on. There's the tail ultimate to try to stall out the plant. Does still have the missiles.
A huge stall
after getting 1.
I mean, it did its work. It stalled.
But can they get anything else? The spike is still being held. Oh, it's just
a little too late. A little too late. You know what? These kills are huge, though. These kills are massive. Oh, Siders.
A little quick scope from Siders.
I mean, still, the kills are massive. You make it a 1-for-1 at the end, right? Everyone's losing guns, and the Cornell College side, they're okay with that. They just saved. They have plenty of cash now. The only person who hasn't bought up so far is Lamp. On the Simpson College side, they lost a lot of rifles.
They did lose a lot of rifles. They've been winning some rounds, though. I think they should be fine to buy up here, but if they lose this one and send it back to 9-9, that's when I'd be worried for their for their economy. Flash going to push Blight off of this angle, and that's at least... Ooh, okay, I like this play from him. But the Cam going to get shot out. Blight pushes straight into the smoke, does end up falling, and there is the Breach ultimate to clear out sight. Nobody on it, but at least makes enough space. Looks like the spike going to get planted. Bonsai finds the kill after the spike does get planted. So it's a 4v4, making it a 3v4, though. Daiki finds Blend. Now Fett here underneath Heaven, fighting pretty much all by himself, and Daiki finds him.
Mortify's got two in the back line. So two in the back, and then there's one on the back line as well. Lamp is in a big flank that he's taking so much time. Daiki's been stunned across the entire site. They've let him know. Lamp has given his location up. Siders turns around, grabs the free kill, but 10-8, Simpson College.
They're just inching ever closer to putting this map away. This is their map pick, so they should be feeling pretty confident now on the second half, but looked like a timeout was called on the side of Cornell. I think that's definitely a smart play, but yeah, it's just unfortunate. Mortify was able to get so much value there on site. It's just Lamp couldn't get there in time to really help him out, and ultimately gives the round over to Simpson. But now we have a lot of ultimates across the board. Astro Wall still available for Cornell. Cypher ultimate available as well. But now you have the Jet Knives, you've got the Omen TP, and the Cypher ult for Simpson. Lots of information tools there.
Well, Simpson College are very strongly in the driver's seat right now, I'd say. Feels like Cornell College have kind of like lost a little mojo somewhere in here. It feels like they're just taking a lot of fights and not winning them, where we saw last game that they won so many of them. Wasn't the same kind of idea. I will note, we have yet to see Lamp with a shotgun this game. Could be a
I think we saw it. It was so brief that we didn't really get to see any value out of it. I just saw it. I saw an Odin for half a second on Bonsai. I thought he was committed to it.
Oh, that's a thing.
Well, 8-10 right now. Simpson on their match point here. And if they win this, they will go to play the loser of the game going on right now, which was Columbia versus Ohio State. I don't know if we have the stats from that as of this moment, but Siders opening up this round with a kill onto Lamp, and that's their smokes down for Cornell College.
Yeah, it's not looking great right now for Cornell College. I'm gonna be honest. Even at $150 here.
They're at least keeping it close if they can at least win this. If not, you're looking at a 3-round deficit. One more after that, and you're looking at map point for Simpson. So lots of work to be done from them.
They have to take a lot of space, and Len's in the right spot at least to try and get Daiki, but I don't know that he's really looking there. Like, I think they're both over-aggressing and looking in the wrong over-aggressive spot. Blight's in the right place to take down half this team, though. One goes down, Sleepy G gets the trade. So Dart's working overtime, though. Bonsai's got the kill on the Sleepy G, and now it's a 2v4. We've seen Lendon and Fett do it before. Do these folks have swag?
Lend is in a really good position. Gets behind Siders, does get the kill. But now it's all up to Len. The ultimate does give him all the information he needs. HP. Finds one. But yeah, 5 HP. Now,
5 HP.
To stay on B side. I don't know that I think you fall off and you go to A. Now you can get sandwich from everywhere.
10 seconds.
You have to start planning.
10 seconds left.
You can get plant down safe. It's a safe plant.
He should get it down, but now Daiki is in mid window, so
he's picked the one safe area. He's picked the one safe area to go.
But now Simpson should be aware of it, though. They've cleared everything else, and there it is.
Put Simpson College up to series point.
Not quite yet. One more round.
I can't count. Yeah. I was in my head, man. Yes, they just need 12 rounds total. Penultimate, could be the penultimate round? Let's go with that.
Lend could have gotten a really good reposition off after planning. If he pushed through Garage, he could have found a timing there onto Daiki and get around there, because it was planted for mid. He could have gotten the timing if he went through there, but it just, you know, hindsight being 2020, not quite sure what could have been played out there if they were aware of it or if they weren't. Who knows quite yet. But now Simpson College are just 1 point away from series point. Bonsai looking to try to secure it with an Odin.
Well, we've seen them pick the Odin on this map before. Like, this is not totally unheard of. Seen a lot of Odin plays on this map. In fact, Banthanor, former Cornell College player, loved this Odin. Len's got one, Fett's got another. They're trying to keep their tournament hopes alive, trying to stay at the LAN as long as they can. Mortified will get the spike down, but it's a 4v5 retake now for Cornell College.
Lots of damage was dealt to Fett. He's about half HP there. The Region Shield did charge back up. Oh, Lamp. You have such a great position there. Herrick has no idea, but Fett thought he was safe. Finds the second one through the smoke. Lamp gonna at least get the close out there. The drone gonna stop Daiki there from floating, but it does not matter. Gets the shot, but Sleepy G finds it through the smoke. Jet knives have been popped, and there it is. Simpson College on the series point.
There's some swagger there for the minute in Jet jumping ahead with the knives. Good chunk of ego, but in like the best way ego.
Well, it was a smart play. You've got the operator. You think you think he's going to be playing safe and playing off and just wait for the the tap hold, but instead pops the knives and plays really aggressive and catches the Cornell player off guard there. And Sleepy G just could not close it out for his team. Had Lamp gone around that corner just a little bit faster, I think that round could have played out so differently.
Possibility,
Yeah,
always a possibility, but Simpson trying to win it here.
Drone gonna spot out one. Siders is playing super aggressive and finds Mortified. That's one player down. 4 more to go until Simpson closes out.
Oh, a couple shots in the right directions.
Almost the second one. Gets a little bit of damage, but the tail ultimate is available for Cornell. So they can use this to clear sight. They can use this to stop any post-plant defuse if they get out onto site. Lots of options for Sleepy G to use this. It just all depends. They do have pretty much all the players up. Just don't have any flashes on the side of Cornell. Siders finds the second one. Takes a lot of damage. Len pushing out onto B side, trying to clear everything he can. Tay Ultimate is going to clear back side, but oh no, Blight is able to find the timing out onto Len. Lamp does get the trade. And now it's all up to Sleepy G once again.
That's it. Simpson College, with their win, they book their spot into the game, well, the next game, the game later next, against the loser of the Cornell Ohio State University series. Unsure what the score is there. We've asked for a score check. We don't know. We haven't gotten anything back yet, but that's where we're at right now. We will say goodbye to Cornell College here.
Yeah, I mean, close game, map number 1, Icebox. Map number 2, though, looked good for them. Slowly started getting out of their control. They were able to find like 4 more rounds after winning 4 back to back. Now, this is going to be goodbye for Cornell. We've seen a lot of them this season. Really, really fun team to watch and cast. So it's a shame to see them go, but I think these upcoming matches are going to be very, very entertaining.
I think so. So Simpson College will play in a bit today. Cornell College will go home, metaphorically. Obviously, I don't think they're going home tonight.
I'm sure they'll stick to watch all the other games. I think they'll be curious.
I'm sure they will. Columbia College confirmed now 1-2-0 against Ohio State University. So that will be the next stream up on your monitors today. Will be Ohio State University against this Simpson College team looking to make a little run in the lower bracket. We're going to be back in a quick break. Hopefully, we're going to grab an interview. Welcome everyone back to the MEC. We have finished game number 1 and have Bonsai from Simpson College here in front of us, who is literally on stage right now, by the way.
That's true. It is true. Oh, you know what? I got you. Hold on.
Oh boy, we're getting a little too
Literally on stage at the LAN. We were
preview.
told our guy in the arena was going to literally slap a webcam on top of the monitor.
He did.
That's
He did. Shout out.
All right, shout out Chemo.
Chemo. Yeah.
Shout out Chemo, man.
Lifesaver. Dude. Love that guy.
Let's start here. You guys won 2-0. They were 2 very close games, though. What was kind of going through your guys' head, especially that first game? You guys got 2 pros don't fake ninja diffuses, and then got 1 against you. What was going on there?
Dude, we had so many. Oh my god, in that series alone, on both sides, it was crazy. What was going in our heads? It was a little hectic. We actually beat these guys earlier this week to get here, and then I think it was Briarcliff dropped out, so they moved up. So it was kind of like, ain't no way we're about to lose our spot to the team we just beat. Absolutely not. It's always fun playing Cornell. Like, I'll play comp with some of those boys, off season and stuff. So it's friendly competition. But sometimes you just gotta put a little bro in their place, and that's all right. Like, it's all right. Shout out Lamb. Shout out Lamb.
Oh yeah. We love Lamp.
It was a little hectic.
Here.
We were kind of shouting, a little cluttered comms. That's why I think we were a little unorganized for a little bit. We're cleaning it up for Ohio though. So
yeah, I was gonna say that first game was very, very close. It's very back and forth. It felt like, but then going into the second map, Cornell ended up winning. What was it? 4 rounds in a row very early on. And then it seemed like something just kind of clicked with y'all, after that, and y'all kind of went on a bit of a win spree. Really, took things back into control. So like, when something like that happens, who's kind of the one to really reel everybody else back in?
Honestly, it's different every time. It really is. Sometimes it takes our coach, MJ Hypers. She's a game changer. Shout out. She's excellent. Probably one of the best coaches we could have. She's really good at like grounding us, getting us down, telling us the notes, being good. Sometimes it's just Mr. Siders telling everyone to shut the F up and listen, Sometimes it's me saying that. Sometimes it's Herrick just being like, all right, guys, like friendly, like, all right, let's lock in, It depends, because sometimes people lose their cool, and it's a different person sometimes every time, need someone else to do it. That's why I think our team's really good, though, this year, is that we're all pretty tight.
I've got one quick little meme question for you, because we had to talk about this. How did it feel to beat 2 people who had the names with swag in their name?
I feel like it was deserved, like that's like just walking around with a sign on your back that says "kick me" and then wondering why you got kicked 100 times. It's just it had to happen, man. It had to absolutely not.
It was just they were asking for it. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, you think you're more swagged than Simpson College Esports? Absolutely not. Put it away. Heck no.
We're gonna have to send you as a little internal spy to ask what was the intent behind the name change, because we're trying to stir up ideas, so we have really no idea.
I have no idea. I would assume it's because they probably thought that they were done, and so
that's what we were told.
An off-season change, and then they got told, oh hey, come show up, and they were just like, all right,
I will thank you, because now we don't need to translate dog with swag and shark with swag to Fet and Lens 4 for the rest of our casting. So,
and that's why we do it. That's why we do it. We do casters, man.
Looking out for us.
Looking out for us. You got any shout outs you want to give to the people at home, man? Anyone watching? Anyone in the arena?
Oh yeah. I mean, shout out the whole program, the esports program. Shout out the college, President Jay Byers for letting us have this program continue. That's awesome. I would say, shout out to all the homies at home watching. I know I got a lot of boys and gals watching back at home. That's cool. Shout out my girlfriend, of course. Gotta do that. And shout out our coach and our directors. Yeah, honestly, we just got a great program. It's great. Couldn't be a single person that I wouldn't want to shout out. So just a general, everyone. You're awesome. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Bonsai. We'll be hopefully seeing you in a bit. You guys are playing against Ohio State University in a little bit, so good luck, sir.
Thank you. I'm gonna go get a burger or something. You boys get yourself some lunch. Keep yourselves well fed. Get some water. You got your casting and all that. Take care of yourselves.
We will. Thank you very much, Bonsai.
All right. All right, thank you, boys. Peace out.
All right, and that's it from Bonsai, our man in the arena for right now. Mavs and I are going to head to a quick break. When we come back, Simpson College versus Ohio State University for a spot in the best of 5 finals tomorrow.
face checks, but still also not going for the punish for Villager, not trying to go all the way around. And it just looks like we're watching a uncomfortable Falco trying to get this Villager out there. Finally got it off the reflect there, killed him with his own rocket. And I feel like that play is one we should have seen a whole stock ago, but able to finish it out for Cornell. Miami going into this next one really comfortable, 3-1. How do you think Falco is going to respond to this one, Zap?
I mean, we're gonna find out who Miami decides to send in.
Lombardi.
Yeah, they're gonna send in Lombardi for Miami, and it is a significant stock deficit for Cornell at the moment. Only 2. Not the worst in the world, but regardless, they are going to go for the Falco Ditto, and I'm imagining that Miami will be able to secure this stock over Sharpie relatively easily. We'll see how it pans out here. Battlefield is the choice. I think we might have forgot for a moment that we had to drop a couple of our stocks there, but there they go as Sharpie goes to the wayside.
He got excited and saw brother. Let's fight.
It's like, let's fight. Oh, never mind. I gotta run off the level. Here we go. Lombardi already beginning this game with a 44% lead. See Sharpie responding in kind as they both begin to combo each other back and forth. That's the classic. The back and forth between these two Falco players, and once again Lombardi securing the percent lead for themselves as Sharpie tries to reverse the situation. A back air connects, able to illusion back to stage. And the Firebird is going to come back. And the drag down into the up air, into the... Oh, wow, that almost killed off the top. I'm surprised. But he's just going to send him off the stage with a stage spike. That was actually untechable, funnily enough. That back air is quite strong. And once again, Miami... 3-stock lead over Cornell here. Not too shabby in the Falco Ditto.
Yeah. I mean, so the Falco we saw Miami play is the Falco I'm used to seeing. It's very, very close to the point. If you don't 2-frame this, then I'm going to put you in a combo and there's nothing you can do about it. And because my kit is so sound, I'm going to be doing damage and you're always going to be trying to DI back to the stage. That's the Falco that I know. So I could already tell this is going to be a vastly different game after the first 2 bouts. We have MC coming in for Cornell here, so we're definitely going to see the Terry, which is going to be a very interesting fight versus a Falco, because Falco, in its essence, does need to be up close to be able to do damage, X, Y, and Z. But he does have that stun laser comparatively to the rest of the Fox crew, so he may be able to lock him in the air off the stage in some way, shape, or form. But we've seen this Terry. MC is very fluid with the fundamentals as far as inputs go, where he needs to position himself and how these things will go. So it is 100% up to the cards as we enter this bout 3-2-3. Starting off with the damage lead here was Falco, but immediately returned by Terry.
On the Terry, back on Town and City once again. Saw a down throw. Ooh, and that Firebird is going to do a ton of damage here. Multi-hit on that. Catching the forward air as well. Lombardi taking advantage of the disadvantage here from MC. Turning to stage with the neutral get up. A couple of pokes on the shield, but Lombardi being very brave. Not giving anything away. Tries to get the drag down with the Nair. Gets the up throw into the up air. Go meter now available. You have to be careful of your Falco. Let's see it confirm. Trying to tech chase with the illusion and rolls out of the power geyser. There's a forward throw from Lombardi looking for the edge guard. It does send them underneath the stage, and because you're teching below the stage, you don't have the horizontal angle to up B back the ledge. So MC does fall victim to a classic edge guard from Lombardi.
We got another air juggle here from Falco. Got this Terry right back up to full health. Power down has just not been Terry's friend throughout these last 2 games. His little side combo that we just saw that it did end up finishing the Falco has been the biggest friend of Terry so far. But as far as the side smash and the side combos, it has been the power down and the rest of those combos have just not been the most secure here. Got that input stage back, but ended up with a switch up rather than a get back on the stage, and that was Falco taking that stock there for MC. MC now looking at a 1-2 stock lead going Falco's way. How will we see this Terry respond? He's already doing his best to 2-frame and try and punish this Falco whenever he falls, but the Falco also really good at that the air juggle combo, trying to drag him off the stage, not able to get it. Looks like a attempt there from MC to try and reverse, but a lot more difficulties on adjusting to the stage as it is moving as we're going through it. And that is a finish off there for Falco, sealing the coffin in MC and putting both Danimals and Camden in a tough spot to be able to recover and pull this game back together for Cornell.
Definitely tough. Lombardi showing just how effective they can be on this Falco, especially in the edge guarding department. Saw multiple hit confirms off the stage in order to set up into these clutch dunks and clutch edge guards. Lombardi looking like a difficult player to deal with here as Cornell has one final player remaining. Those 3 stocks that they have, Miami sitting pretty with a 5-stock lead. History could repeat itself. We could see Miami move on to grand finals, as they did take down Cornell previously in this bracket. Definitely a tough spot to be in if you're Cornell. Camden is going to be the one. Yes, Shulk versus Falco here. An interesting matchup. See if Lombardi can keep up this edge guarding against the Shulk. I feel like it's going to be more difficult with those Minato arts.
Yep, definitely a whole lot more. I'm assuming he's going to be using the defensive Minato a lot more in the air just to make sure that Falco doesn't have an easy time launching him like we've seen this Falco do consistently throughout these bouts. So it is up to the cards on how this map will go.
Find out. Shulk, of course, the choice for Camden. Camden typically being the anchor for Cornell, as we've seen so far in the 3 games that they've played, this being the 3rd. Lombardi obviously going to walk to the wayside, but they still do have 2 whole stocks to play with. Camden really is going to need a miracle. They want to bring this back for their team.
We have Camden doing his best to try and poke it out, but Falco already found his way into the middle of his zone, able to get a bit of cheeky damage down, but Camden once again returned with 2 hits, able to get him back up to 30. It gave him to get him up to 33 off just back airs. Now, and looking at 47, 54 damage, able to get that Buster out. We're going to see if there's a return or a send here, but it looks like the Fool... Sorry. It looks like Lombardi is making sure to use that range to keep him at a distance whenever he has another activation. Back to Buster, well, actually to Smash this time. Lombardi definitely playing it more safe as far as making sure whatever he hits is what's confirmed. And we have Camden still trying to find his rhythm on how to fight this Falco, but able to start getting more consistent damage attacks. Wasn't able to hit the second slash. Immediately followed up there, but still not able to return to sender. We're going to see a counter here by Camden with the smash on. Could have hit it right there with the Fool, but not able to get that to fully fall. How do you think, or who do you think is going to be able to snag this specific stock lead? The first stock here.
I think Lombardi, if he continues to play neutral the way he's been playing it, will be able to find the first stock. However, Camden actually set up a trap on the ledge and They were unable to avoid it. Shield Art now to keep them safe, and they saw them avoid 2 hits from Lombardi. Now switching into the Buster Art, recognizing they already have so much damage tacked onto themselves. Even if they took a little bit extra right now, it wouldn't matter. That's why they're switching into the art that gives them a little bit more bonus damage. Once again here on the speed art as well, playing this safe, slowly encroaching on Lombardi's space, and I think they illusioned the wrong way. That's why you saw them air dodge back to the level. And been maintaining that shield, but finally up tilt going for the shield poke. Shield art once again saving Camden here, and finally the Nair connecting, but 193 and still not enough. We need one more solid hit, and we can't find it. 208. This is extremely high percentage and maximum rage as well. Big punish there with the Buster Art as well. More and more damage here for Camden as they play with these 3 stocks. Backslash even with the Shield Art. Not going to send you anywhere, but still alive. Smash Art could get a stock here for Camden, and if they find a strong hit, it is going to go to the wayside, but man, the neutral from Camden is just immaculate. They are still alive with 208.
224 on the board, and Camden still trying to stick into it. Got the shield this time. May not do much, sitting at 230, but able to stick to it. Comes up with the neutral air as he's floating upwards and able to finally get Camden down for a stock. And now looking at 1 stock here on Miami's side, trying to get this Falco, trying to just burn it out of here so he can go ahead and get to the next bout. Camden for the last second 2 frame down spike, brother, able to get this guy off his ledge, which is what the term I was known for when I casted Smash in other places. Get off of my ledge, stay away from my ledge. This is my ledge now. Camden coming through with that spike. As soon as Falco touched the side of the stage, it was over, and now we're moving into the next round. Still has to claw through 6 more stocks on his side, but Camden has proven to be a worthy anchor.
Absolutely. Camden has really proven themselves as an effective member of Cornell and trying to bring this one back. Ridley coming out to play here. Interesting choice to counteract the Shulk here, but Ridley notoriously doesn't do too terrible into the sorties. He actually has a solid way to edge guard a lot of the sortie characters. I believe Shulk is a little bit different though. The fact that they have arts to help them recover. So we'll see how well this Ridley.
Hey, my name is
Hello, my name is RDU.
Fino here.
Thijs.
Lambi series here.
Even though most people know me as a streamer, I used to be a high-level competitor in Hearthstone.
2-time Yu-Gi-Oh! Nationals finalist, 1-time champion, Yu-Gi-Oh! World semi-finalist, former Hearthstone Grandmaster.
Became world champion in 2022 and also won the global team championship.
2 times the European championship.
When I found Parallel,
I
immediately fell in love with the science fiction world that they created.
The depth and the details in it really stand out to me.
It's space art, it's gorgeous. The lore, Space Wars, super interesting.
I think overall the game of Parallel is what is the strong part.
The mana system, the cards,
deck building around the Paragon's strengths.
Some things are a little bit stronger, but the strongest decks are also like very skillful.
The deck allows us to trade the assets. I can send my friends decks and cards or my viewers cosmetics.
The banking system especially as a new mechanic.
The banking system.
One of the best decks we've seen in the mana system in any card game.
It's already adapting into tournament modes.
The community is pretty awesome.
The Parallel community and team has always been so wonderful to me.
I've been a lot of fun playing Parallel. I think you can also have a lot of fun playing Parallel.
Try Parallel, guys.
I love this game.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Midwest Esports Conference LAN weekend hosted at Illinois College. My name is still Mechatronic. This is still Mavs, and today, and now, not today because we've already done bits today, we are watching the losers final for Valorant as Ohio State Buckeyes versus the Simpson Storm. So Ohio State lost to Columbia College in the game before this. That would be the upper final. And this is now the lower final. Winner of this match goes to face Columbia College tomorrow in a best-of-5 map early in the morning.
Yeah, I mean,
it's the first game.
Well, we just got wrapped up watching Simpson play against Cornell College. They were looking pretty good. Games were close. Ohio State during the regular season was playing really, really well. I think they were second seed overall at the end of it.
So basically, what happened in the regular season was not Cornell College, Columbia College, and then we have a bit down here. It was OSU, and then it felt like there was another gap.
Yeah,
and then it was kind of everyone else. And there were definitely like other tiers within there, but it did feel like it was Columbia, OSU.
Yeah,
others.
Yeah, so I mean, it's gonna be I will say it's gonna be a bit of an uphill battle for Ohio State. No, Ohio State. No. Simpson. Sorry,
Simpson. I have some more information. We did not obviously watch the OSU Columbia College game because we were watching Cornell College Simpson. Rest in peace, Cornell College. Ohio State University lost 0-2 to Columbia, but it was they lost 13-8 and 13-11, which are two quite competitive maps, I would say.
Yeah, that feels like that just really reinforces the thought that Simpson need to really perform well today. I mean, Cornell, we've seen a lot over the regular season. They've been a pretty good team, but it just seemed like Ohio State and Columbia College were kind of in a bit of their own league of their own, pretty much. They were dominating this regular season all the way up until the final, and I think Columbia didn't even drop a single match.
No, Columbia was 13-0 going in through. Ohio State was 10-2 in the regular season. The team that was behind them was Briarcliff Chargers, who could not be here this tournament at 9-4. So the drop from OSU to Cornell, who would have been our third place, it was 7-5 and 6-8 for Simpson. So it does feel like there's a bit of a gap, but we did just see Simpson play quite well into Cornell and beat them 2-0. So
well, not only
not
that,
for nothing
they just finished up playing on Haven. Map number 1 of this series is going to be Haven once again. So it is their map pick. So we'll have to see what they decide to do. I really think at this point in the game of these games, it's going to be a battle of endurance. Both of these teams have played a lot of Valorant today. They've got another best of 3 ahead of them, meaning at minimum another 2 games, if not 3. After Haven, we're gonna see Fracture for the graphics says Simpson. I think that's Ohio State that actually picked it. So Ohio State is going to be map pick on Fracture. And then if we go to a game 3 decider, it's going to be Lotus. So I'm really excited to see how these teams really perform after playing so much Valorant today.
I'm excited to see just your quick little introduction. You know the Simpson College folks: Siders, Bonsai, Herrick, Blight, and Docky. This is actually the exact same comp that they played on Haven
not
10 minutes ago?
Yeah.
And over on the Ohio State side, it's Waldy, Hamburger, Magyups, Knight, and Bot.
Bot. Have we seen Bot before? I feel like some of these names don't. I was gonna say some of these names don't look familiar.
So if I remember correctly, Bot is the coach. I've watched him play Chamber on Icebox before.
That's what it was. I remember the Chamber Bot.
Yes, where he absolutely destroyed people for a minute.
Yeah, he went off.
We'll see if it happens again.
Well, he's on the Cypher, so it's still Sentinel, but I'd say a different genre of Sentinel.
Different genre.
Yeah,
we're in the
not as much spice as a Chamber.
But less metal, more classical. I think we'll go.
I think so. Yeah. But I mean, pretty standard comps across the board. The only difference on both sides of these things is Waldy is opted for the ISO, which I actually really do like on Haven. I think it is a very strong pick, especially if you're trying to pinpoint exactly where that Cypher is. Take him off the map with the ultimate, take down all of that util, and allow your team to get on to point. Outside of that, really strong dueling capability. You've got the shield, you've got the vulnerable, you've got the wall. There's so much util for him to use into a gunfight to really give him the advantage. Now, if Waldy's not feeling his aim today, it could really seriously backfire and not help him that much. Daiki opting for the Jet, which we just saw him play. This is literally the exact same comp we've seen from Simpson, and I would say after that, those first matches in that series against Cornell College, Simpson's big MVP at the moment, for me, has to be Siders. Was going off both games, topped the leaderboard in both. He was really putting on a really good showing.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. Siders was, we saw a little bit of let's say waffling in the first game, but as the games went on, he definitely got a bit more secure, and was playing a lot better than he was all the way at the beginning.
Yeah, I think it's like I said, because he felt the universe say that you were commenting on his misfires and his
away at the 5.
Well, Simpson running straight through onto B site, gonna tap the spike to fake the plant, but they're sending it straight back to A. This is an open, completely free site, but Ohio State already wrapping back around. They're actually already on A long. Siders does have to TP out, but the dart did connect onto him. Waldy getting a lot of damage dealt onto Daiki, has to fall off the angle.
Say they know Siders is here because the tag went through beforehand. Frenzy will grab 1, nothing on the second. Knight grabs the trade. Oh, the Frenzy!
Oh boy. 2 kills. Knight gonna take out Daiki to try to draw things back. The blind is massive. Maggie Copes gets 2 there. Finds the third onto Herrick. Wow.
That's it. He's done.
What a turn
Pistol
of
round. Yeah, so really cool concept from Simpson College to just tap B, sprint A. I like that. I also like the quadruple frenzy, and there were definitely bits where, wow, that would have worked. We saw it for a second there, where Blight peeked into 2, but didn't actually get everything.
Yeah, what really kind of threw everything else off was Maggie, on the Omen throwing the blind. That near sight was so big that some of the players on Simpson could not see where they were. Is able to get the first 2, and I believe it was Bonsai that couldn't. Actually, no, maybe it was Herrick. Couldn't see where they were either because they were in the smoke. So it was just really well placed util and just timing across the board from Maggie on the Omen there. But Simpson once again opting to go towards B site, looking to plant here though this time.
Yeah, no taps.
And Knight gonna get the spraying onto Bonsai.
Yeah, nice spray. Waldy gonna go through, grab Blight, who will get a trade onto Knight himself. So
Daiki on the top, on the
they don't know
little
about
pocket.
Now they do.
He had such a great timing, but Bot was all behind him there. Now it's all up to Herrick. Has a stinger. Really close range, but Bot getting the 3K to close things out. Pretty, I mean, you got the spike down. You got 2 guns. Not the worst round, not the best. I think if you would have taken away 1 more, I think you would have been a lot more comfortable. Because you could have taken away
all the rifles.
Yeah, you could have taken away that Vandal. You could have taken away the Guardian. You could have taken away something else. But, I mean, Knight, great use of the shock dart. Gonna get the spray onto Bonsai there. And, I mean, Daiki had such a great position. It's just is a shame that the cages fell through. And then, well, Bot at the end there. Just great stinger control, honestly.
Really well done. Really, really well done. Will be stingers across the board, well, or partially across the board for Simpson College on this attacking side. Camber gets immediately destroyed by Bot, but Waldy's got one already. I think that shot hit, by the way. Sheriff gonna do its magic a little bit. Frenzy just for this Ohio State University controller, but he's got one to start it off.
Bot finds another. Shots through the smoke. Gonna try to push off Bonsai from pushing anywhere closer. And now it's all up to him. 1v5 with a stinger. And well, they know exactly where he is. They know he couldn't have gotten far. It's able to
He's
get
got
two, though.
That's huge. He's dead, but he got two. That's a big thing right there.
Yeah, you were able to take away two there. That was your bonus, however. And, I mean, look, 3-0, but these rounds are looking good for Simpson. It's just Ohio State looking, just getting just the tad bit better edge of Simpson in these rounds, I'd say. I mean, given they have been relatively decided, being what 3 members remaining, but we didn't really see a genuine buy from Simpson up until I'd say this round. So I think this round will play out a little bit differently. I have hopes, but look, I've said things before in the past and I've been completely wrong because the players decide that they just want to go against anything that I say.
Yeah, no, the players don't listen to us, which is probably a good thing, a variety of reasons. We do have a tech pause coming in.
I think we got a little bit of some tech issues going through. We'll have to figure out what that is. But, I mean, overall, these first couple rounds, Simpson have been looking really, really well. Ohio State looking even better. But, yeah, look, it's just Eric could not see where Maggie was on that round. It was just really unfortunate. Now, first 3 rounds going to the side of Ohio State. Simpson College having a pretty decent buy going into this 4th round. Any predictions?
I think it's Ohio State round. I have no basis behind this, right? It's in full vibe mode.
All right, we've entered the vibe mode. Okay,
we've entered the vibe mode, but they've got weapons. Like they have roughly the same weapons. The only thing that's worse, maybe Knight doesn't have the same one. No, they've got this Guardian, right? And I think the Outlaw has been quite good in series today. We've seen it do well from Siders. We saw it do well from Fett. So I think that it's probably a good idea to use the that Outlaw.
Yeah, I mean. Oh boy, look at Simpson here. They're all glad to be here. I think all the teams in the finals here are glad to just be playing on stage on LAN. Tech issues still going through. They're getting that resolved.
I will note for everyone at home, the 3 players in the middle do not have green hair. We've been through this privately, separately.
We did discuss this prior.
We have discussed this.
But
bad green screening, we blame our producer.
That is blue hair on the left though. We have confirmed that.
Yes, it's like midnight blue hair.
I thought it was,
and we do not know who's who for what it's worth.
Yeah, we have no idea. I thought it was naturally blue, blue hair. I've been told that it's definitely not. I don't know. It could be.
That's a lie. We know who Bonsai is. Bonsai is the 4th person in. We know that. We haven't gotten any further than that, though.
Yeah, I think because we've only had one interview with Bonsai.
We had one interview. We've gotten most of their wins off stream. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, we saw a lot of Cornell, so that's
right. We're back.
We're back.
We're so back, and Ohio State are so prepared to try and see if they can win another round here. We'll see if Simpson College has anything to say about that. This is the attackers' onus right now. Aldi's aggressive.
Yeah, very aggressive here. Has to be aware of short there, but not quite because of the fact that the Yor was holding that. But now runs out. Herrick is able to get the kill. Hamburger is holding the smoke with the Outlaw. There are 3 players on the other side of it. I don't think they're going to end C here. I think they're going to look to go towards maybe like B or Garage, but first shot hits, second shot hits through the wall. Takes a little bit of chip damage, nothing too crazy, but does get spotted out in Garage. Has to throw down the cage to cover himself up, but another shot coming out from Hamburger does land. That gets Daiki really, really low. And there's Siders now taken out. This Outlaw.
Hamburger started this round with like 2, I think with 2 kills total. He's doubled it already. The problem is they're going A. There's only 1 player on A, and he's watching the cross between B and A, watching that A connector area. So Knight's got to do a lot of work here to try and see if he can do anything. Got one easy, quick. Bonsai's gone.
Daiki has to be playing very carefully. He has 1 HP. Any little thing could end up in him being taken out of this round and leaving it all up to Herrick. And now there's that shot. All up to Herrick, and Boss actually in the smoke, just hanging out with him.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah, that works.
No comment on the matter.
We won't ask how he got there. We'll just acknowledge that he was in fact there.
I would agree with that point. I think that is a good shout. It's a good shout.
Well, I mean, this Outlaw was putting in so much work, such good value coming out of it that they took Blight out really, really early on. That is not a player you want to lose that early. You need these smokes to cut off these lines of sight, add a little bit of extra space for your team to push up. And being taken out early really limited Simpsons options there. Now, they're back on a bit of a light buy. Stingers in hand for most of the players. You got a Bulldog in the hands of Bonsai. Herrick going to opt for the Sheriff. There's a very aggressive Euro ultimate popped from Siders here, getting information for his team. Spots out at least one. Site is open up. They are flooding now in, but the spike taking a little bit longer to get there. It is on Blight, so gonna finally go down after taking full site control, and now Bot takes down Daiki. That is one player down for Simpson. There is another. Now Simpson are just falling left and right as the Cypher ultimate exposes the remaining players. And now Knight onto site, takes one out. Siders does able to take out Waldy, but now it's all up to the remaining players. Light and Siders trying to hold things down, but they're just holding down the spike. Yeah, it's gonna be a defuse.
Yeah, pros don't fake, man.
No, as we saw in last game,
It's been the motto for today.
Yeah,
today's motto is pros don't fake. Yet again, by the way, Coach Bot 7-1-2.
He's just cracked.
He's cracked.
Shot.
Where's the copy paste of like you wouldn't want to face him on LAN? I think we're at that point.
That's I might have to take away the crown that we were offering up to Fets from Cornell, because Bot might be taking that for, in my opinion, honestly. 5-0 though for Ohio State, not slowing any signs of slowing down actually, and there is a timeout now. So I mean, I think the tale of the regular round robins from the rest of the season has been, in this situation, teams end up being able to buy and then have to save, and it just comes this back and forth, and they aren't able to get their footing. Do you think we're gonna see that even here in the lower finals?
I think so. I think Ohio State has kind of shown for a really long time that they are, I think, definitively the second best team, and I think they play with a lot of pace, and they punish everyone else that want to play a little bit slow. Looking at watching last game, Cornell and Simpson both definitely want to play a little bit slower. So I kind of expect them to try and play slower here, right? Like that's what it is. So I foresee this to kind of work in Ohio State's favor, especially with Hamburger just getting kills early like that, right?
Yeah. Now, Ohio State, they still have the ISO Ultimate online. They've got the Sova Ultimate available too. On the flip side of things, Simpson also have their own Sova Ultimate, but they also have the Omen TP that they can try to get some information on some of these retakes or on these rotations. But the spike is actually sitting outside of mid. It has not made any progress really anywhere. But now these players from Simpson have taken such deep garage control that they now have to be worried of this. And it looks like Maggie Cobbs is aware, gets a little bit of damage. Blind going to push them off of this angle. But now look at where Herrick is. He's about to take this fight now. But Bot takes down the spike outside C Long. And now, only 40 seconds, Simpson have to try to get the spike back. Okay, Bonsai.
Yeah.
Look, that's one kill. You're bringing it back in your team's favor, but you still have to get this spike. 20 seconds. And honestly, I think this is the right call. I think
I agree.
They're rotating off. They use the ultimate. 10 seconds left. We'll have to see if they can get these spike down in time. I believe they will get it in just enough time. And yep, it is going to go down. So now Ohio State on the retake 4v3. And they're already back up by Long and pushing up short now. As Knight spots out Lights underneath. And now Bonsai gonna get the equalizing kill. So that's exactly what you need if you're on the side of Simpson here. He finds one of his own. Blight swings, gets the other. And now it's all up to Bot here. And a 1v3 in the post plant.
He knows.
Should be.
They know.
Yeah, that jump peak did spot him out.
Okay.
Somehow gets the spray through the smoke and the wall and finds another one. This ultimate gonna come through. Is it gonna be enough? He did get it half.
No problem.
But not gonna be able to
He's
get
fine.
it in time. Just barely.
Oh, it's so close.
25.
It's so close.
Not a clean round one, but it is at least Simpson on the board.
But how close was that, man?
Very, very close.
But
I mean,
like,
look,
how close was that?
I mean, look, Simpson had a really rough early game. They lost 2 players early on. They had the spike down. This Bonsai kill did open things up for them because that was middle of the map taken down. Bonsai finds another one in short. And all of a sudden, you can kind of open up a free path to one of these sites and use that Omen ultimate. That's exactly what they did. Now, given you would have liked to save some of those rifles and going into this next round, but look, you're on the board. You take that where you can. Try to snowball off of it any way possible.
It's just like a hope and pray kind of situation, man.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
You're hoping. It didn't end up working through, but that's fine. Gonna lose rounds. Trying to get a kill here. Hamburger sitting in the wrong place, wrong time. Gets poked out. Eric on the board.
It seems like Simpson know what they need to do now. They've been kind of defaulting these last couple rounds, and they've been able to get some picks off of it. So it feels like they're slowly dissecting how the map needs to be played for them to win some of these rounds. And look, they're already on site and Spike making its way. But I think Ohio State finally are aware of it. They hear these smokes. They see them. Now, Blight could get a kill here onto Bot. There it is. Now, the spike does go down, but the ice ultimate has been popped. So Waldy could try to draw things back into Ohio State's favor. And that is another kill for Waldy. So 4v3, not impossible of a retake, but very, very difficult still.
It's hard regardless.
Well, that's an equalizing kill, so that's it's exactly what you want to have happen. Daiki gets down really, really low. Siders is able to pick up 2, but now it's all up to Maggie Hobbs. 1v1, Siders is about half HP. He knows where they're at. Here's some drop and gets the headshot with 1 bullet. That's all he needs.
Gun here.
He's got something. He's starting. So Siders was really good last game, really good the game before as well. His aim has been incredibly good today. He's been good with just about everything, right? He's been very good on rifle. Once he gets the operator, it is even more over, but quite good from Siders to kind of take this round that you were a lot unsure about.
Yeah, I mean,
right, that could have gone either way.
Again, not very clean though. You had a couple player advantage on the side of Simpson, and then all of a sudden you're only getting out of that with 1 player remaining. But that 1 player remaining is Siders. Pops the ultimate for his team. Once again, getting some really deep information. Hamburger does get spotted out by the camera, so Herrick is aware. Has to fall off into garage, but Bot gets the headshot before the flash, and Hamburger finds one of his own, but the judge coming up from Bonsai does take down the Omen, so Spike gonna go down site on the retake now for Ohio State. There's the drone, spots out Bonsai, has to play close there. Bot gonna be able to get the kill. Hamburger is on the flank here, and now it's all up to Siders.
Thanks, Waldy, for taking the extra second there to shoot the ISO orb after you've gotten the final kill.
You got to stay warm. You got to stay crispy. You got to make sure you can get those flicks. So he's just playing a little bit of a in-game aim labs.
That's what he's doing. He's playing aim labs. There's nothing else.
Well, 2 rounds, 1 from Simpson. Ohio State did manage to get another round on the board. They've secured 6, so they're going to be going on the attack in the next half. I would say getting 6 on the defense and before going on a side swap with an ISO, exactly where you want to be. If not, they might not even stop. They might try to go for more here. And looks like it is definitely possible. Simpson is a bit on a eco buy. It's a couple stingers and sheriffs only.
We've seen a lot of work get done with stingers and sheriffs today so far. Waldy will eat the bait for a minute from this Yoru. Throw a double tap in front, try and prepare for anyone walking in, but no one's walking in. They're all going garage now. No one's covering it at the moment. Hamburger's prepping to, but this Cypher trip is going to be in the right place at the right time.
There is the Omen TP.
Back of the site. He sees it.
Oh.
He knows. Hamburger's got 2. Siders has 1 trade back, but Bot's coming in to replace Hamburger's in position.
And even then, Maggie Cobbs is still holding this crossfire, so they really can't go anywhere. But they did get across, so they can get out of garage. But where do they even go? They've got 3 players towards C. B-side has been collapsed upon. You could go A, but you only got 35 seconds left. You even opt, and now the Cypher ultimate does get popped from bot. So now Ohio State know exactly where Simpson College is.
30 seconds left.
Cage has a little bit of a gap though, and bot just gets the spray through. I'm getting flashbacks to the game that we watched of Ohio State not too long ago.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm kind of in the same ballpark.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, let me go back and take a look at who that might have been. Definitely not them. I don't think it. I don't think it was Grandview though either. You know what? It might have been Cornell. A couple weeks ago, they won both matches that match as well. So. Yeah, I think it's coming back to me. I think that icebox was that icebox max was a little rough, but things have changed since then. So maybe Simpson can actually pull this off. They're down 5 rounds. Spike inching its way towards C. You do have Herrick on a bit of a lurk, which is holding outside of A and mid window. But look at the space Ohio State's taken. They know. They have to know.
They're so deep on B and A already that they know it's C.
Yeah. So they're just going to fall off of C. They've got the trip R that they can play off of, but Herrick is just in between 2 players here. He has nowhere he can really go. Clears his corner, but Hamburger does get the spray. Now,
if he wants to win that, he has to win that fight. If he wins that fight, he can kind of get out, and he may know the other players there.
There's the blind. Megacox has to fall off the angle. Gets a little bit of damage, but look at where Bot and Waldy are already. They're on the flank.
30 seconds.
They've already got 2 down. The bomb, the spike has yet to go down, right? It's done. Flawless. Spike didn't even get to go down.
I mean, Ohio State are just taking so much space that they're just reading Simpson College anywhere that they go. I mean, like, what do you even do at that point? I mean, that's definitely the fight he has to win to try to keep Simpson in that round. But after that, and you have Bot and Waldy on the flank getting everybody else, it's wraps. Well, I'd like to see Simpson at least get 1, and maybe we can entertain the idea of a 9-3 curse.
Maybe we can think about it.
Yeah, maybe. But Slider's gonna pop the your ultimate once again. Gets the information. His team is following up behind him. Fight gonna fall. Herrick does get the trade. But
just prepping for everyone to run in.
Ohio
no one's
State.
running. They're slow but sure. Whoever goes past, they don't believe it. Not biting.
They still have not made any progress here, making it their way onto site. And Ohio State are actually already rotated over, but Daiki does find the kill onto Waldy. Herrick just pushes through with a blind. Gonna connect. Is able to pick up 1, but Knight and Maggie gonna switch things on its head. Now it's all up to Bonsai with the spike and a stinger in hand.
He's now really out of position too. He can run away, but it's only 38 seconds. It's not like there's that much.
I mean, I think if he waits long enough, he might be able to find a timing and entertain the idea that maybe he does rotate and Ohio State overthink it. But they are not budging. They are holding this crossfire like there is no tomorrow.
No, they're They're not looking anywhere else. One kill almost goes over, but Knight will not fall that easily.
Last round in the half.
I mean, look, good patience from Ohio State. It's just, it was tough. Simpson College, I think, took way too long and allowed Ohio State to really stack back up towards the A site here. I mean, Herrick was on site pretty much alone there. And then all of a sudden, just Simpson College, who had the player advantage, was now down to only one player. But a couple Guardians bought. Stinger still in the hands of Siders. Blake gonna have a Bulldog, and this is once again looking like a very rough buy from Simpson.
Oh, Hamburgers found them all.
Yeah, he's
this is the real drone and zone version. We talked about it last game for a minute, but they found them all.
Oh, this is the last round, and no, oh, he got out. I thought the Ice Ultimate took him. Well,
no, not yet.
Spike's down. He's got a Stinger. Maybe he can solidify a 1v1, grab a rifle. But Knight gonna shut down any entertainment of that type of idea. Send us into the second half here, 10-2. Only 3 rounds away until Ohio State's put this one away. Meanwhile, Simpson have to win 10 in a row to try to get an overtime.
It's so many rounds, man. It's so many rounds.
But, well, just want to point this out. This is Simpson's map pick.
Yeah.
Next up is Fracture, which is Ohio State map picks, and
they're real good at that map.
Yeah, they are. So
they're real good at that map.
Look, maybe Simpson can pull off some sort of upset on their maps and a map 3 if they do lose this one out. But look, crazier things have happened. We could see 10 rounds won in a row for Simpson College. Daiki opens things up, getting a kill. Insiders finding one of their own. Daiki gonna fall to a Hamburger. Spike finally gonna go down for Ohio State. Waldy looking around anywhere in that smoke for anyone that could be hiding, but Hamburger pushes through his. That's gonna be Herrick down. 3v3 now though.
Siders looking to try and see anything here. Shot on to Waldy. That's a big first start.
Aggie Cubs. Shot's gonna go wide. Hamburger pick up the third one, but now it's all up to Siders, who has 3.
That was almost real cool.
It was almost.
That was almost really cool.
Okay.
I mean,
what's happening there?
Not, but they get the pistol.
They got the pistol.
That is the big start. They get the pistol.
So this is gonna be a buy up from Simpson. Now, I almost want to see Ohio State entertain the idea of a force up here, because I feel like if they do, they'll catch Simpson off guard. And I think if they do that, they convert this round, they'll convert the one after, and all of a sudden they're on map point. So they do have the Stingers. They've got all 5. This is going to be pretty much an even gunfight across the board.
Yeah, I mean, so far in even gunfights, it seems like Ohio State has had the all the opportunities here. See if they continue to. Waldy will be the first one in. Does he check for Dahi? They have not checked for Dahi. Bonsai gets run over, but Dahi's got 2 more from above. Maggie Cobbs grabs an additional, but it's a 2v3 right now in the favor of Simpson College. Ohio State, though, walk away.
They've got the Cypher util set up on A. Siders is holding Garage, but does TP out, and now they're on A site, but the Spike is still taking its time. Herrick, the Grey Cage is going to go down, but I don't think he knows that bot's in graffiti. That should give him information, though. Bit of damage dealt to Maggie Cobbs there, though.
Yeah, and that's a decent tripwire and a good place to be right now. Siders, with this Outlaw, could take either player from full health to 0 in a moment. Kind of has to prep for both.
Could be bot that he sees, but timing not going to be in his favor. Maggie Cobbs finds the first one, gets fooled by the clone, and gets taken down bot. Now, 2 rounds in a row for Simpson. putting this to 10-4. This will be interesting. This is we may have a game on our hands. We might not. I don't want to say it too soon because well, the buys should be once again pretty even, but all teams that need a buy are about 3.5K. I mean, good shots all around. Well played by Simpson to get those kills and get that retake down. But yeah, no, I mean, they were not aware of Daiki there up on the
No,
high,
Daiki
tall
was,
angle.
He was there for forever, man.
Yeah. But yeah, sheriffs across the board for Ohio State. You got a Spectre, you've got an Outlaw on the side of Simpson. Outside of that, you got some pistols. Once again, a relatively even gunfight, but I mean, that Outlaw is very scary to play against in this situation.
Oh, it's terrifying right now. It's like truly terrifying to play against.
Yeah, it does.
It's really, really terrifying when he's hitting shots, man.
And that Ghost just as terrifying though. Herrick finds 2 there inside of all the commotion of those smokes.
One enemy remaining.
Spike gonna pick up one of his own, and now Spike's down outside garage. Knight is going to be the only remaining player, and they should have a decent idea of where he's at. The Dart gonna confirm that, and now they're throwing everything at him. He cannot see.
10-5 right now. Simpson College, they're putting up a bit more of a fight than I think we would have expected in the first couple of rounds, especially with that third round that they've just got.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, look at that. It's just, you find the first one there. Just Herrick was able to get so much value with just a Ghost, but oh boy.
Oh boy.
I'm seeing a judge.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I understand your possible upsetness by this.
Well, they're playing very aggressive here on the short, but nobody is going to be pushing through that smoke. They've got a couple players mid from Ohio State. Spike leaning towards the A site, but I mean, once again, they've got 3 players here pushed up towards short. This is going to be interesting. Now that drone does spot out at least 1 player, so that's some information given. But look at where that TP is at on B site.
Where the shotgun is, man. It's in the right place right now. Are they checking this? Especially with Blight peeking around the corner, TPing out.
Oh my God, they still don't even know. They don't. They still don't even know. Oh no.
One down.
They had no idea. The patience from Daiki just baiting his teammates out there, but Knight gonna find Herrick. Daiki gonna go down as well now. It's all up to Siders against Knight here. Not gonna fall for the clone. But the Spike is still down short. Does he only have a Sheriff?
30 seconds left.
Oh no, not the timing. Oh, I think he spotted the gun. He knows. He saw just the average slight tip, and oh my gosh, the timing.
No way. There's no... He hears. Knight's walking loud enough. He's got to know now.
Yep. Dart gonna go
he
out,
really
Spike.
knows now, but...
Now, this is gonna be tough. You've got a Vandal in the hands of Knight.
Yeah.
Siders only has a Sheriff. And really all Knight has to do is kind of sit and wait and kind of play around with Siders long enough to that he doesn't have time to defuse or he catches him off guard. But I think Siders has an idea. Is looking for a gun, and Knight gonna get the kill. What was looking very good for Simpson was really kind of turned around now on that round, but is now actually okay. I was about to say operator for Siders, but nope, gonna opt for a rifle. But man,
These rounds they feel closer than they should be.
Well, I mean, it feels like Simpson was just a bit more comfortable on their defense, and it definitely showed last. I think last match as well that we saw them on this map. So Ohio State going to opt for a timeout. I mean, Ohio State should be relatively comfortable on the attack as well. They've got that ISO, but they just can't get any use out of it. It feels like, and Simpson College kind of in the driver's seat in this second half, though.
It does feel like Simpson College kind of have gotten their way so far. They know what they want to do, and they're playing really well to it. I mean, they've been putting Daki in really nice off angles. We saw it with the upper box on B. We saw it inside the little bit On A, like there's plenty of like nice little rat angles that it seems like they're trying to use Daki to his fullest potential there, with the judge, with the stinger, just whatever he can do best.
We'll have to see what they decide to go with this round now that they have a pretty solid buy. The only one on the side of Ohio State not going to be able to buy is going to be Maggie Cobbs, but they do get a buy from Knight, who was sitting pretty healthy economy-wise. Now, it's looking pretty relatively even. And I say that because they are about one away from I believe that was the Sova ult from Ohio State. Meanwhile, Simpson College have the Omen and the Jet Knives available. They did spot outsiders. Maggie Cobb's going to fall off the angle. And it looks like Ohio State opting to do a bit of a default of their own now. Not too much happening. Nobody's
This
really
push,
getting...
this push on C long.
Yeah, this is going to give so much information for Simpson. And it looks like they're actually going to push towards the C site here. Siders in such a great position if Daiki can get the crossfire. But Siders is actually just going to go ahead and get both there. Hamburger does get blinded. All right, the clone going to get shot out there. The spike is down, but you've got the player advantage. Just fall off. And that's exactly what they're going to do.
Oh, they're still running into 3 here. It's not a free site by any matter. Siders run into a couple. Daiki's got one. Knight's got another. Siders has 3 in the round. Incredible, by the way. He's been playing so well today.
I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to cast a curse it. All right, anywho. I think most of us are thinking it. But now Ohio State looking like they aren't going to be able to get a nice buy. Good shot from Daiki there. But Siders got away with so much that round. And we got sheriffs in hands from Ohio State. Now, I will say this. You take a look at the kills on Ohio State, and then you look at Simpson College. Everyone on Ohio State right now is a shooter. So these sheriffs could be relatively deadly.
Yes. I mean, hidden headshots is the name of the game, but I think that they're quite good at it here. Where they want to go. Bonsai will spot a couple first, but knows they're sheriffs now.
Yeah. Strone's going to target at least 2 there. He does spot them out.
Did you get a collat?
I think if the players are close enough, the dart will connect to both. If I'm not mistaken. I don't remember quite right. I could be wrong, but I have seen that happen before. Now, a lot of smokes down here outside of garage. This will be very, very close here on these fights. With how much of Ohio State have moved around the map, it doesn't feel like they've gotten any progress. Like they're feeling things out, but they really have no idea on how many people are playing where. They just know that there's at least 1 or 2 over by A. They know that there's about like what Herrick there outside of garage window, but they're gonna go ahead and end up over towards the A site now. And this is exactly I think what Bonsai wants. The smoke gonna obstruct his angle. This should be Spike, I think, planted.
Oh, I'm sorry. There was the.
I thought it too.
Angle.
Okay, Daiki gets the spray, finds one. The spike does go down. A little bit of damage
yet. Oh, he's got damage. Daiki's got one, but the trades are good. Hamburger's got another one. Trades are still very good on the side. 1v2. I mean, either way, no matter how you size this up, this is a win right now for Ohio State. Spike down, 3 weapons out of Simpson College's hands.
I mean, I think Simpson College should be relatively okay. I mean, Blight Insiders alone are sitting pretty comfortably with their economy. If they need to buy their teammates, they can. I think Bonsai should be able to buy it. The only one not is going to be Daiki, but he does have the jet knife, so he could just pop that instead, but does get a buy. But yeah, I mean, this spray right here, Daiki, okay. I mean, good shot from Knight on this one. Does get traded right away, but it's just the sheriffs, man. They're still pretty deadly, even in the hands of Ohio State. And I'm seeing an Odin now on Bonsai.
Yeah.
I'm a little afraid.
Odin, big Odin league, man.
Nike on a very aggressive angle here on top of short, but does get taken away from the ISO ultimate. Shot gonna go wide from Waldy. Daiki gets out of it. They aren't aware of where he is, and he finds another one coming out of the ult. They know now.
Daiki is on top of the boxes.
Dashes off. I don't think Bonsai has been spotted out with an Odin yet, though.
I don't think so either. I think if you are Bonsai, you want to do as much as you humanly can to not show the Odin now.
Jump peaks. Let's spot out a couple of players. Smoke disrupting some vision, but now they have to be aware of their flank. Cyrus is pushed up pretty aggressively from short. You've got Blight pushed up in mid. They have nowhere to go, Ohio State. They do have the Omen TP. They could opt to get out if they really wanted to, but you're in a 2v5. It's just not worth.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
There's the Odin spotted out.
They've shown it. And they've got no cash. This was a full buy-in from Ohio State.
Yeah, and now they're back once again on a bit of an eco buy. It's 11-8. Big kill though from Daiki, winning out in that ISO ultimate. Was able to get out and find another one, and then was able to reposition. It's just this is looking very interesting now. Now, we'll have to see what
Stinger buy, man. The Stinger buy is brutal to start this. Try and get a run in here.
They're just gonna run and try to clear some angles, and there it is. There's Blight taking
already
down.
Cleared an angle.
Daiki taking
trade
down.
back.
These are trades going in favor of Ohio State. God, it's just going back and forth. Simpson, they can't solidify a player lead. They're losing these rifles left and right.
That's what it is right now. The Odin has to retake. Ooh. Probably not what you want to do in a retake, man.
There is the Sova ultimate pop now. Siders did tap it. Pushing bot off of this angle. Has to try to find something. Finds the first one, bot. It's down to 24 HP. It's all up to Bonsai. And there's the thrifty win from Ohio State, putting them to match point. Or map point, sorry.
Match point.
All right, there's the start. They needed 2 rounds. It's taken them a bit of time. They've had to take 8 rounds of their attacking side to get the 2. But they finally reached a match point. Map point. Map point. This is a map, not a match.
I think I've been corrected. We've been pronouncing a name wrong this entire time.
Magic.
Magic. Yeah.
Magic. Bro, there's so many other letters after it though.
Yeah,
okay?
it's hard. It's hard. Yeah.
There's so many other letters.
Listen, we were never clarified. But Bonsai finds one, does get traded. All across the board, trades going left and right. And Hamburger has a judge in this smoke. That is terrifying. But Bot does find the timing of the Blight Siders.
Ohio State, I guess they just decided they wanted to win here, right? Like,
yeah, something seems to have, just kind of flipped the switch. And now, Hammer on his angle, the flash gonna connect. Ohio State gonna close things out 13-8, which I will say this. Going into this half, if you told me that that Simpson were going to win another, what was that, 6 rounds? I don't think I would have believed you.
No. That I think for Simpson, there's plenty of like positives to take from that. I think it's probably a good place for you to be at the moment in time, right? Like go into second map, go into pick. I know it's harder, right? But like you see that you can do something here. Go into Fracture and just kind of play where you need to play, because Fracture's Ohio State home territory. That's like that's in Columbus.
Yeah, I think I've seen it on the map actually.
Yeah, like Columbus, it's got the Blue Jackets Stadium and Ohio State Football Stadium, and then also Fracture.
Yeah,
that's what's in between them.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, jeez. This is. I mean, look. Like you said, Simpson have a lot to take away from this game. They started off really, really rough. Clan cleaned it up there in the second half. Couldn't quite close things out just quite. They needed a couple more wins to really kind of try to tie things up. But they're going to be going into a Fracture Ohio State map pick. They got a lot to think about going into it.
We'll see what they want to do. We'll be back right after this break with map number 2.
Hey, my name is Ali.
Bunny Hopper.
Hello, my name is RDU.
Fino here.
Thais.
Lambi series here.
Even though most people know me as a streamer, I used to be a high-level competitor in Hearthstone.
Two-time Yu-Gi-Oh! Nationals finalist, one-time champion, Yu-Gi-Oh! World semi-finalist, former Hearthstone Grandmaster.
Became world champion in 2022 and also won the global team championship.
2 times the European championship.
When I found Parallel,
Parallel,
I immediately fell in love with the science fiction world that they created.
The depth and the details in it really stand out to me.
It's space art, it's gorgeous. The lore, Space Wars, super interesting.
I think overall the game of Parallel is what is the strong part.
The mana system, the cards.
Deck building around the Paragon's strengths.
Some things are a little bit stronger, but the strongest decks are also like very skillful.
The deck allows us to trade the assets. I can send my friends decks and cards or my viewers cosmetics.
The banking system especially as a new mechanic.
The banking system.
One of the best decks we've seen in the mana system in any card game.
It's already adapting into tournament modes.
The community is pretty awesome.
The Parallel community and team has always been so wonderful to me.
I've been a lot of fun playing Parallel. I think you can also have a lot of fun playing Parallel.
Try Parallel, guys.
I love this game.
All right, welcome back, everyone, from a quick little break. As you guys can see, I'm not joined by Mechatronic now. He had to step back and step away, and so we had the man that's been bringing you pretty much all season long what you've seen on screen. We've got Observer Comfy on the mic today. Comfy, what's going on?
Not much, man. I'm just happy to be here. I'm happy to watch all these amazing teams play it out. You know, watching Ohio State versus Simpsons is so far map 1. It was a blast to observe. I gotta be honest.
Yeah, I mean, it started out really one-sided. Ohio State really maintaining control. Really going into that first half, it was a 10-2 half, and then all of a sudden, something awoke in Simpson, and they really brought it back, winning about 6 more rounds, bringing it to a final map score of 13-8, which was originally a 10-2 half. But they had a lot to think about going to the break. But map number 2 is actually going to be Fracture. Now, this is Ohio State's map pick. Simpson College is going to be starting out on the defense. We've seen a lot of Fracture played throughout the double round robin leading up until this point. Ohio State has been a very top contending team. Comfy, when you've been observing some of these teams on this map, what is something that you've noticed a lot of? I mean, it can be from Ohio State side, from Simpson side, really from any team. I mean, Fracture's been a map that hasn't been in the pool for a while, I feel like, and teams kind of been just playing a lot of it going in this double round robin. So what is something that you've kind of noticed from these teams?
Yeah, I mean, what I've noticed so far is that like you have a player like Bonsai on the Sova, and I forget who the other initiator was, the Sova for Ohio State, but those Sovas are like really putting in work for the duelists as well. I mean, one of the Sovas, I don't know if you saw it, I tried to track the shock dart, but just off rip, sending out shock darts to break cipher trips. It's honestly kind of spectacular seeing how well these initiators can set up for their duelists, especially with like, we saw it twice. Once from Ohio and once from Simpsons against Cornell. The Yoru and Sova ult combo, it's kind of insane.
Yeah. Well, going into Fracture now, we are in agent selection. Simpson College going to be all fully locked in. Herrick going to be on the Sentinel, Bonsai on the Breach. I'm looking at Siders, though, who's been mainly a bit of a duelist in these games. Is actually playing Teo. Now, Teo, I think on Fracture has been a very, very strong pick. You pair that up with the stuns and util usage from a Breach, and that just allows so much space to really be closed off from these players, and it really allows these duelists to shine. So it has been picked up on both sides. It looks like the only difference that's going to be on this map is actually going to be the duelist decisions, which is Daiki on the Jet and Raze for Waldy on the side of Ohio State, who is going to be kicking things off on the attack side. I mean, look, I can really go either way for these duelist picks. I'm personally though, I'm more of a fan of the Jet. I feel like it's just an easier space maker. I mean, you've got the double blast pack. I understand that. You've got the raise rocket and the nades that can be very useful. But I prefer the mobility on Jets. I think that's just a personal preference. I mean, some people like
Yeah.
the blast packs. I'll admit.
No, I see where you come from. I think especially like comboing it with a breach on this map for like taking, you know, the more vertical routes with his stun and dashing out on it. But I don't know. Me personally, I like Raze more. Maybe that's just because I like playing Raze more on this map. But I think it's just better for the little corners that people are hiding in with the boom bot.
Yeah. Well, early on, Cider's going to be jump peeking, taking a bit of damage from bot here on the attack, and actually spots out Blight. I'm not quite sure where he got caught out from. Oh, he was pushing up through B. I see that on the map. But already, Ohio State are already on site here. Herrick going to get caught out. Hamburger going to get that kill. But Bonsai does get one. Takes a lot of damage, though. Has to retreat into a main. Now, the spike does get tapped. Does not get planted. Finally is about to go down.
No, Jet's here.
They find one. Finds the second one. These are big kills. 70 HP. 2 bullets. Does have to hit the reload. The dash is available. He does. I mean, there it is. There's the up-down smart play coming out from Ohio State. But, I mean, look. Close round from what really looked Ohio State dominated. They had full site control, and then all of a sudden they turned quickly to a 1v2 at the end.
Yeah, I mean, bot last map, he ended the first half like what, 17-4, something around there.
It was something,
so
yeah.
I guess, you know, we'll get to see if he does that again.
Yeah, good shots coming out from Daiki though. Sheriff got a lot of value there. Now, we'll have to see. Yeah, there it is. So we do see an Outlaw. We do see a Marshall. None of the Simpson College, though, is going to be buying up. And Daiki going to get taken down right away. There is the Outlaw that has really been shining pretty much across all these games we've seen today. It's just, it's so strong.
Oh, dude.
Spike. Gonna get planted down now. Simpson on the retake, full pistols in hands. This is a tough one.
Where they can take any space here.
Outlaw finding value, getting one more. Magic going to get one with the Bulldog. 3K for Knight.
Oh, they definitely know Siders is there.
Yeah, flawless coming out from Ohio State, taking minimal damage. But now this is Simpson College's buy round. They do get these rifles. They have a rifle in the hands of Hamburger, so for Ohio State. So that'll be something to pay attention to and keep your eyes out. Now, I mean, it's very difficult, it feels like, for Simpson College. Ohio State's just been able to run out onto these sites for almost free, it feels like. Nothing seems to be stopping them.
Yeah, and Knight still has that Outlaw with Herrick having Light Shield. He's very prone to just getting shot and killed, like, immediately.
Missiles going to stop any fast pushes from A, allowing Cyrus to push up pretty aggressive. Ooh, there is the stun attached onto Waldy. He does get the kill, but Bot does get the trade. That's kind of funny to see it. I've never really seen it attach onto somebody like that.
Yeah, I didn't even know it could.
I didn't even know that it could do that. The more you know. The more you know.
I wouldn't have expected Raze to satchel out like that either, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. But Spike gonna get swung back towards B. Bot gonna be sitting out here by A. See if he can maybe get someone caught on the rotate. He's in a really good position. The only person around B is going to be Blight, but they look like they're even doubling back once more. Blight.
Oh no.
Oh my god, he does get the information about Bot.
The pick on A.
Yeah, that's gonna be an open site for Ohio State to take. This is a 4v3. Make that a 4v2 with a nice headshot coming out from Bot for a 3K. Get 2 more, we could see an ace coming out. Now, both players going satellite. They are about to run into a couple players. Hamburger gonna be taking first contact. Spray gonna go wide, but Daiki does get the kill. But now they have the information that both players are here. What can they do? Bots just waiting to get this angle. He can see these gaps. The Molly gonna start burning. Is able to pick up a fourth. But Daiki gonna just shoot through the smoke, shut down the ace. They do have the Brimstone ult available, so he's just gonna play off. Actually, onsite. Never mind. I think he was playing offsite for it. Doesn't need it though. Gets the timing, gets the kill. Already, 2 ults after 3 rounds available. You got the Brimstone, you got the Cypher ult. Kind of insane, if you ask me.
Yeah, especially if bot just keeps lurking and he can get another kill and just ult and then see where they want to go afterwards.
A very awkward fight there in the smoke, though, from Blight. Now, 3 rounds in a row for Ohio State. They're looking pretty good in the economy, have a full buy available. Simpson College gonna have 3 Stingers and a Sheriff. Not the best ideal buy, but if you can play these angles and play the timings right, you should be able to get a lot of value out of these Stingers like we've seen in some of these games. Now,
there's
Spike,
3 here.
Yeah, they've got 3 stacked up here outside of Satellite. The Spike is actually down in spawn. A shot from Blight takes down bot. That's a huge kill. Daiki taking contact, gets a lot of damage, but Hamburger does get the kill.
I must wait a moment.
Cypher gets the info on Brimstone towards B.
It looks like they're gonna swing things back that direction, but Bonsai's already here. They do have a trip up, so it should slow things down. I like this positioning from Bonsai. The flash not going to connect, but it doesn't matter. Blight gets the kill, upgrading the gun though to a Phantom, but Knight takes down both Blight and Bonsai. Siders gets a lot of damage out. There's 2 players for Ohio State extremely low on HP, so a lot of value could get used by these missiles, and there's one. The Stinger and Classic in hand for the remaining players. 4 Simpson College. Not the most ideal guns.
So low.
Everyone just has no HP for Ohio State. A little awkward of the cage. It looked like it bounced somehow. But there's the ultimate. You do get out just in time. There's one from Siders. I like this reposition from Hamburger.
Rockets. But can they
Spike
defuse
has
in
been
time?
half.
They can't. He dies to the rockets.
Really unlucky.
Wow.
Eric was about 20 HP. Had Hamburger waited just a little bit longer, it looks like the defuse could have gone through. But dang, that was such a close round. I mean, look, that's a good round loss. You had an eco buy, you had Stingers. You got 4 kills. You didn't get the defuse, but that's a lot of value and a lot of rifles taken away from Ohio State, and that means that's economy taken away.
Yeah, but it looks like they're all buying rifles again. But after this round, if they lose this round, their economy is going to be over.
Yeah, I mean, this has been the tail, what seems like to be all of this the season leading up to this point is, I mentioned it last game. You win a round, or you save up enough to buy into a round. You use that buy money. You don't win, you have to eco. Can't win the eco, so then you are able to buy the next round. It just goes back and forth. You can't really get a good footing. So they really got to find a way back into it, win a couple of these rounds to solidify a stable economy.
I mean, we've seen Simpson College go on a roll before and get a few rounds. As long as they get one round, I'm sure they can pick up the steam and just start, getting round after round. It's just they have to get to that moment first.
It just doesn't seem like Ohio State are allowing them to get to that moment at all. Little Cypher battle here. Herrick taking some shots at each other left and right. Runs out of bullets.
Both Tejo all mine.
That's going to delay the... Oh, no. The TK.
30 seconds left.
That's so unlucky. Now, they do have the breach ult on the side of Ohio State, so that's something they can use to delay this defuse and this retake. But does he get the chance to? Because that util is going to push him out into the open. No, he does not. Bonsai gets the kill. Finds the second one. Hamburger does get a trade kill, though, as Knight finds one onto Blight. 2v2 now here. Baldy is stuck on top of site here. Knights is on stairs, holding the cross, but Bonsai finds the third one. Can he get the fourth one? He spots him out. That is going to be a round on the board for Simpson College, and this is exactly what they need. They needed to find a way into this game, and now this could be the starting point of something to really draw things back together.
I mean, if they're able to make a 2-10 half close, so 1-4 is not bad comparatively.
Yeah, they should be able to. I would hope if they can win this one. I say they win the next one after that, so I think they could win 3 in a row here and making it a 1-round difference, but that's if they win this round. Bye, not looking great. You got a couple of half shields.
Yeah.
You got a Guardian on the side of Blight. Not the worst gun, still has that head tap, one tap ability if you hit the headshot. He has one off the ultimate, so if they can get the spike down, he can just sit back on the post plant, throw his molly, use the ultimate to stop any of the defuses coming through.
He's alone here.
That's a lot of damage. Oh boy, 23 HP.
Oh,
Runs out
okay.
and the Boombot gets the kill. Blight trying to find that rifle. Not going to be able to get it.
Not
Hamburger
quite
takes
enough.
him out. There's an open sight. Bonsai.
Possible breach hold?
I like the idea, but it's not going to hit enough people. You hit maybe, what, 2? Yeah, you've hit 2 players.
Yeah.
You don't know that the other 2 are the other 3 are to your right.
Didn't take any space off of it either.
I mean, what can he do? You just couldn't find anything. The smokes and the other util from this Ohio State team is just keeping you off site from taking any space.
It's like now, Waldy's getting a little greedy for these kills.
I mean, you're sitting pretty healthy wise on the economy. And when they're missing shots like that, I mean, I feel like you can get away with it.
Yeah.
But
Running, trying to keep their guns.
Yeah, they want to try to save these rifles into the next round, but Ohio State have a 5-man pack just running them down. They are able to find Bonsai and Siders. Gonna be the only player remaining.
It's like a wolf pack that smells blood.
Oh, okay. That would have been very awkward if you swung last second and died. Oh, man. But there is a timeout call now for the defenders here from Simpson College. They very much needed. They need to try to find a way back into this. They just can't seem to get anything going. They won that one round, but they couldn't find the turnaround to really bring things even any closer. This is a 1-5 now.
Yeah, and Simpson's trying to keep their little win streak going off of that 1-round win. They decided to use their economy and try to buy out to try to get another round, and that might work against them. They were able to keep 1 rifle, but without any other money to get any more, it's not looking good for them this round.
I mean, Simpson's got 3 ultimates available for them to use going into this next couple of rounds. Ohio State have the Breach and Cypher. I mean, surely they've got to invest these in these upcoming rounds to try to make it somewhat close in this half. Otherwise, I don't think they'll be able to.
Yeah.
All right, 3 ultimates available. Which one do you think is used on Simpson College's side first?
Ooh. For Simpson College, I mean, it might just be Jet, right? I mean, Jet's ult is probably just going to get popped because, it's an eco round. Going to try to get a pick if they can.
Yeah, I mean, they Daiki's got the shorty. I think it's safe to say it is going to get popped, and there it is. Now, do the other 2 get popped this round is the question. I say if you...
Open.
Yeah, they don't have anybody there. They're sitting all their people on A. And the B plant is going to go through. They took the gamble and lost, so now they're on a retake on an eco buy, and that's going to be tough. I'd say the only thing you really have to retake space-wise, so you got the jet knives. That's really it. You can maybe use the brimstone ults to kind of clear out tower and force them out into a really bad fight and into a bad angle, but you still have to worry about stuff from arcade there. But
Daiki with a pick, Herrick with another.
2 big kills. They have a rifle now in the hands. Siders finds one of his own now.
1 enemy remaining.
Wow, this Thrifty is going extremely well for Simpson College. The bot takes down Siders there. But it does not matter. Spike is defused. I want to see if they can maybe get this kill, but I don't think it's worth trying to lose these rifles. You need them going into the next round. And
I mean, they committed Jet ult and Cypher ult, but arguably you still have the most powerful ult out of those three on your side.
Yeah, you've still got that Brimstone ult. Great kill coming out from Daiki and Herrick to really enable the rest of Simpson here. Cyrus had a good flank. I didn't even know he brought the rifle over here. Forgot that they had saved him. And I mean, Bot took him out, but I mean, at what cost? You already lost the round because the spike was diffused.
I mean, that's a great round for Simpson College.
And once again, this 5-man stack towards A. Now,
well, there goes that Brimstone ult.
Yeah, there he goes down the drain. Blight takes a lot of damage through the smoke, and there is the
Plus
spike.
the whole Brimstone too.
Yeah, I mean, just imagine though if he was able to use that Brimstone ult there on the spike tap.
Yeah.
Well,
even just for retake to clear out heaven or something.
The retake now on Bot. Just gonna be playing pretty safe here, Arcade, but there is the Raise Rocket popped from Waldy, looking to try to find something.
Very difficult.
He could find it.
That's a lot of damage.
That was a lot of damage. I thought he was going to get more, though. But Cyrus does get a kill, but Magic finds one. Hamburger finds another, but Daiki and Siders find 3. And the Brimstone.
They don't know where he is.
Oh, they have no idea.
1 HP, and he gets the other
it.
2. Wow. I mean, for a second there, I actually thought Simpson College did it.
I thought so too. It was looking really, really well. But ultimately, things fell through. They just had no idea. I thought this ult was going to get more. It looked like it was going to get more.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to get 3.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But, yeah.
I mean, regardless, getting 1 and doing half to 2 others is pretty good damage. It's just, you know, it cost him his life as well.
Yeah. Big round coming out from Knight, though, was not spotted out. Denies the third round win for Simpson. So now looks like this full A stack that we saw these last couple rounds, it's been opted for a passive A hold and pushed towards B Arcade, but now Bot knows there's one. Ults the body, he's gonna get enough information.
He got one
but
and
Siders,
got his ult off. That's pretty big off of Bot there.
That's a lot of information shown for the side of Ohio State, but now they're just gonna send this straight back to B. The rotates have to start coming through. Oh, wait, look at where this Brimstone is. It's in spawn.
Spike planted.
And oh my gosh, Knight gets the kill onto Bonsai. Finds another one onto Herrick, and now it's all up to Siders and Daiki, and these are the 2 players you want in this situation. Daiki is pretty low, about 30 HP. But you have the Teo ultimate. You can clear some extra space, but now they know at least Brimstone's in, that Knight is in spawn. Lots of damage gonna come through. Brimstone ult's just gonna stop any sign of a defuse. Swings out into Canteen, gets the one. Now Daiki gonna fall as well, making this a 7-2 half in favor of Ohio State.
Yeah, and the economy for Simpson is not looking any better.
Yeah, it's not looking great. I mean, what can you really do, though? I mean, these rounds are getting close. Simpson's finding a way to navigate them, but they just can't win. They can't get over the hill. It's really, really tough. And it's another eco buy, a couple stingers, sheriffs. You've only got the Teo ultimates and nothing really else to use.
With Ohio having Breach and Teo ultimate as well. Oh, we're committing Teo ultimate on our eco round. That's pretty surprising to me.
I mean, it's going to slow down the push, allowing Simpson to get the rotate back over onto site. Maybe they can play the numbers here as they start flooding out. But Light swings out Heaven. Wally going to get that kill, though. And they're going to, once again, just show towards A and then sprint right back to B. They've done this every single round, but a couple players are actually going across here. They might be able to get the timing. But
Siders wants to take this fight with the Stinger either.
No, I don't think so. But look, oh jeez, he's just sitting there. Yep, Hamburger gets the kill on Deciders. Spike gonna go down, all up to Daiki and Herrick here.
They have multiple people going to fight flank here.
Oh boy, look at this. We got a lineup. Yeah, Daiki is able to get one, but now they know his location. The flash not going to connect. Not going to matter though. The spray down is going to
off the head.
Yeah, I mean, the nerves are coming through. The test of endurance is starting to really get to these players. It really looks like. I mean, Simpson College were able to at least maintain some close, feeling in the second half of the first map. Maybe they can reciprocate that again, and maybe get the full turnover and win this map. It's really tough though. Ohio State are just really locking down Simpson College of doing anything.
Yeah, I mean, this map pick is Ohio State's map pick, correct?
This is Ohio State map pick, yeah.
I imagine because it's their map pick, and then Simpson picked the side, so I'm not so sure. I feel like if they had the choice, they might have preferred to be on defense. So I don't know.
We'll have to see. Bot, nice shot onto Herrick. There's the Teo ultimate coming through to push out any players in Canteen. But Cyrus is able to pick up one. Blight does find kill onto Knight, but finds four.
My ult's ready.
Wow.
Blight. Huh?
Wow.
I blinked and I missed it.
Purpled his kills.
Yeah, I blinked and I missed it. Oh my lord. I mean,
yeah, I think we only got the final 2 kills of that. What is it? 4K?
It finds one, gets the spray transfer onto the other. Jeez.
Wow. It's so close to being lined up, but not quite.
Well, we've secured a third round in the first half. That's one more than what they were able to get in the first map. Now we can entertain the idea of a 9-3.
I think 4-8 for Simpson College is honestly pretty good.
I think it's not bad. Now, we'll have to see. They've got the Brimstone ult back for Simpson, so they can at least hold this out if possible, but I don't like the aggressive angle Blight's holding. It's very vulnerable. As he does get taken out, Daiki going to fall as well. Magic going to take him down. Now it's all up to Siders here. 1v4. Lots of damage was dealt to Waldy. The Boombot going to spot him out, and all these players are just swarming spawn. That's going to be a 9-3 half.
I mean, we've seen crazier. In fact, 3-9 is such a popular amount of rounds to make a comeback from that it's just we can't rule anything out, especially after what happened last map, where Simpson was down 2-10 and just started winning round after round.
Yeah, I mean they kept it competitive. They ended up that map 13-8, so it's entirely possible that they can start converting some more of these rounds. They win this pistol round, it's looking pretty good because 9 times out of 10 you're winning that second round. If you can beat Ohio State on their bonus that third round, you're looking even better. But looks like it's gonna be a B execute. No one really gonna look to fake it. The spike heading this way. Yeah, I mean he's got the cage. He can stop some sort of push. He's got the tripwire there for Arcade. It does get tripped though by Herrick, but look at where Waldy is on the flank, and oh boy, that breach. Magic.
I don't think he was expecting 3 there.
I don't think he was either. Knight is able to get the kill onto Herrick, but Daiki with the frenzy takes down bots. The spike has been tapped. Blight is able to take up one though. So now it's a 3v3. Make that a 2v2 now as the tradesman. Knight's gonna get his third kill, and Magic gonna secure the round for Ohio State, making that 10-3 now. Slowly but surely, that dream of Simpson coming back and getting this reverse is starting to dwindle.
But I mean, the scoreline is on it. It's actually the exact same at this point in the game from last game. This is the same scoreline that we had last map.
So I mean, it might be the
in
same,
this
but
round.
do you think Ohio State make the same mistakes as last game?
I mean, at this
I
point in
see.
the game, I can't say that they will,
They
especially
have
because in this round, Simpsons had a much better economy than they do right now.
they've got 3 outlaws. They've got a firing squad.
They have a lot of stingers. Oh, wait, I
Well,
might eat my words here.
Yep, Siders picks up a kill onto bot. Spike's gonna go down. All the members here are on site. Meanwhile, although Ohio State players are here in spawn, trying to make sure to get these rifles organized and further away from the Simpson College team. Siders is 1 HP, so probably gonna go down to that nade. Waldy picks him up, but Bonsai does get one onto Hamburger, so maintaining a player advantage is huge here. But Waldy goes down, but Herrick and Daiki maintaining once again that player advantage, and now it's all up to Waldy as Daiki's in a very good position, gets the kill. That is a big round 1.
I mean, they really wanted to prove me wrong. I was not expecting the Stingers to do that much work for them.
Yeah, clearly you haven't been paying attention to some of the Stingers in this league, because these players and these Stingers are, it's insane. I wish my Stingers hit like that.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. I mean, I don't even know. I feel like even at such long range, it's kind of insane how much damage and how much work these guns put in for them.
The drone gonna clear things out for Simpson to push through main. Nothing's gonna be seen. Nobody's really on site, but Herrick is in a very bad position. They just swarm him on. Waldy gets the kill. That's a Bulldog picked up. Siders is able to take one. That's gonna be an equalizer. 4v4 here. That advantage is still in favor of Simpson. So is the HP as well. Now that Waldy is about 1 HP, well, 4 HP, I'll say that.
Smoke's down.
There he goes.
Waldy is just going out with a 1 HP.
He's more or less a Sova drone at that point, but nice shot coming out from bot there. Gets a lot of information. Hamburger down to 22 HP. The missile's not going to quite come through, and there they are. All this util to slow down the defuse.
There's missiles of his own.
Yeah,
Pushing out with the outlaw.
Has to push all the way through.
Do they have time?
Bot finds one through the smoke. But the spray!
No.
They don't...
No time.
They don't get it. Simpson keep things alive. 10-5, only 5 rounds away from tying things up. Now, it is I will say 5 rounds in a row, kind of tough to win. I mean, I think that's the odds are eventually Ohio State will win another round. But, I mean, look, if you can win those 5 and tie this up, wow, this is going to be a close game. I'm not trying to say anything, but bye's looking pretty good for Simpson right now.
Yeah. I mean, buys for both teams are looking good, but if
really either team,
Ohio
whoever loses
this
round,
round,
yeah, I think it's whoever loses this round, their economy is in shambles.
Yeah, exactly.
The drone gonna spot out one. Sider's gonna fall off the angle there. Cypher Util is set up on B, so it's not gonna be a very quick take if they do take it at all. And there it is. There's a trip. Just stops Nike from pushing out, but Blight gets the corrected headshot onto Knight. But another tripwire takes down Blight. Bot gets that kill. 4v4. Spike gonna finally go down.
Planted.
Now, they've got the Raze Rocket available for Ohio State. Nothing quite available for Simpson to use here on this post plant, so they have to rely on their regular util. Boombot gonna spot one out. There goes the Raze Rocket. The body block. Oh no.
Will they clear jet here? No, they won't.
They don't.
Bot will get the trade though.
2v2, you still have the missiles available for Simpson to use. Flash, gonna slow things out. Great util usage coming out from Bonsai here. The spray down from Cyrus gets the one, and now Bonsai finds his. That's 10-6. Simpson staying alive here. As we look,
wow.
These rounds are getting close. Simpson's able to at least maintain a couple round buffer before Ohio State go on match point, but now they're going to call a timeout. realizing that things are kind of starting to slowly, lose control in their favor. And so now they have to really think about what they can do against the Simpson College team now that the sides are swapped. That shot correction from Blight is crazy.
Yeah.
Very
Quality
unfortunate though
not
that
clearing the corner.
it's just
Fortunate.
if Simpson can really take advantage of these small mistakes Ohio State's are making, they could potentially send us into a map 3.
Yeah. I mean, what I've noticed is that Ohio seems to try to find somebody who's by themselves. Like that one round where Herrick was just past the ropes, they just 3-man pushed him, and there was a 4th man even coming from arcade just to bully him and try to get him out of the game. Ultimately, they ended up losing the round because they left A site alone, but I mean, I don't think that's a bad strategy at all.
Well, 10-6. 3 ults are available for Simpson to use. You've got that Breach, you've got that Brimstone ult, really strong ones. You've got the Jet Knives, but when you have rifles, never mind. He has a Sheriff and pops the knives right away. So, I eat my words as soon as I speak them.
The curse of a caster.
Yeah. Well, A site completely open here. Going to push out onto sites. And there
Yeah,
is
and it
the
looks like
spike
they were
getting
looking for
planted.
Herrick over there by the ropes again, but he went with the team this time.
Yep. Both tripwires are planted for the flank. The first one does spot out Knight, so Cyrus can play off of this. Does spot him out. There's a nice kill coming out. Now, Daiki, I like this position.
No smokes.
I like this position from Daiki. I don't think they're going to clear him right away. Siders does get a nice kill. The missile pushes Daiki out into the open and finds 2 there. Siders finds his 3rd kill, and now that's a flawless coming up from Simpson.
Which is huge for them because they really wanted to keep their guns. It's looking good for Simpsons. They are winning round after round. I mean, already we're almost at a better scoreline than last map. But of course, after however many wins, Ohio did just end up finishing out in the next few rounds.
They used 2 ults last. Sorry, never mind. I'm looking at the wrong side. 3 ults still available for Simpson. They got that tail ult in trade for the Jets one. So now their ult pool is just even stronger than what it was. Now, good info coming out from Knight. They are aware Bot is in such a great spot, but the stun has to push him into safety. Knight can take down Blight. Bot swings, gets the kill onto Daiki, but there is the Breach ult used. Does connect on a couple players, but does not mean much as Bot takes down Bonsai. Herrick is able to trade 1 over onto Knight, but now this is a 2v4. They know where both players are now.
Cage triggered.
And I imagine this is probably either going to be a plant A save rifles or plant A try to find a timing.
I just didn't even get a chance there, but I think he's gonna plant, and they have money after that flawless last round. It would make sense if he tried to go for this because they really want the rounds here, but yeah, and it looks like he's gonna stay and just try to hold it, but against 4 of them, I don't know how much he can do.
Well, he gets a little bit of information. He knows one's coming from satellite. I don't think that means much. I mean, Bot's 10 HP. Just 1 bullet there will take him out. The satchels are going to go through. I think they just narrowly spotted him out top there. Spam through the wall. Baldy takes him. Ohio State finally going to get a round back onto the board from the last 4. Send them to an 11-7 scoreline now. But Knight 29 and 10. Not 29 and 10. He's 29 and 10. Had to make sure I clarified that.
Poor Herrick, man. It just seems like he's just getting bullied. When there are 4 or 5 people pushing you at a time, there's only so much you can do by yourself.
But still looking good for Simpson. But if they do lose this, it's going to be map point and match point for Ohio State there. And this is also going to be what we could possibly see as an eco buy from them in that round.
Pretty quick push out of B main.
Drone gonna spot out at least 1 to 2 there. They're gonna push off of the angle, but Mateo ults. Hoping that somebody was gonna push out into the open there. Nobody pushes through though, so they're gonna fall off. Simpson College is just still sitting in spawn. They don't have anywhere to go on B. Sure, they could go A, but they've got the Cypher set up with the Brimstone there. Who also has the ultimate now. Waldy is in such a good position there if they don't clear him, but that flash, even better as Waldy and Magic hit him with the 1-2 Siders. Gonna inherit, gonna find one as well for each of them now. It's 2v3. Not an impossible round to win. But I will say they need to take down that Brimstone. They need to take that ulti out of the equation for this round to be a bit easier for them to win.
Gonna re-hit B, and it looks like Brimstone is coming back to prepare for that. Oh, Hamburger's just ready for Siders there.
All up to Herrick here, 70 HP, has a Vandal, no more shields. Spike.
All by himself again.
And there it is. Ohio State sending us to match point here.
Match point.
And the bye, it's going to be a little rough from Simpson College here as they call a timeout here, trying to extend any sorts of rounds that they can get. Again, they have to win 5 in a row to send us into OT.
Yeah, 5 in a row to not even win, just to put us into overtime.
Is that? Yep, yeah. So 5 in a row if they want to send to OT. 6. Oh, sorry, yeah, 5. Yeah, never mind. They're already at 12. I'm dumb. Well, I mean, they've got this. They've got the Brimstone ult. They've got the Teo ults. It's not impossible to win with those, even if you have a pretty poor buy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily remember what the economy for Simpson was looking like, but you know, regardless, Ohio is going to have full rifles. Every single player on their side of the field is just, they're going to be prepared for whatever. So I don't know if Simpson can pull something out.
I mean, if they can. I mean, they've got a Stinger, they got a Spectre, they've got 3 other rifles though. So if those rifles can get some kills and get some more, and get one into the hands of Bonsai and Herrick, I think it becomes a bit easier to win. But we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, I doubted the Stinger once in the hands of.
Oh, okay. Herrick is being swarmed. He has to leave. Yep. He went back across. Now, Hamburger does get spotted out, forced off the angle. The missile is going to push him into the crosshairs of Daiki, but he ends up getting the kill. Stinger going to go wide. Last bullet of that spray is actually going to connect on a Bonsai, and that is the spike down. Tay ult not going to connect onto anybody. Pretty awkwardly placed, I would say, but Cyrus is able to find one. Let's see if he can get any more out of it.
3v4 with Herrick on the way. They're all going to be together, which is nice.
You've got the Brimstone ult, so you can throw that somewhere to push them out. But where do you push them out to is the question. Missiles. There it is. They play it on this site. Missile's not going to find anything. Waldy finds to go on to Blight, and now it's all up to Siders here. 1v3. Waldy is pretty low, so it is possible for him to make this a 1v2 without taking too much damage, but 70 HP only takes a little bit, and there's the high-low, and Waldy going to close things out for Ohio State here. 13-7. Now, that was I mean, both games there were, it was looking really, really close. Interesting though to see that Siders is actually top of the leaderboard of this lobby. That's interesting, actually.
I mean, Siders was shooting.
I mean,
but
Siders was shooting all day.
Yeah, I was fully expecting Knight or Bot to be at the top. I wonder, he must have just done a lot of damage. I mean, that is true. Even Siders with his util, he was doing a lot of damage even without killing them.
Yeah. It's just none of that damage could get converted over into kills. But I mean, that is going to make it a 2-0 Ohio State taking out Simpson, who were going to try to make their way up through the losers finals. Did not quite make it. So that means tomorrow Ohio State going to be able to run it back against Columbia College. But I think we're going to go ahead and try to line up another player interview from Ohio State here. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back shortly after this break. Alrighty, everybody, welcome back. We've got interview here with winner of this match here, Ohio State Magic. Magic, how are you feeling after this win? You know, you guys just came off of the loss from a close couple matches from Columbia College, picking up the win here against Ohio State, meaning you're going to go back tomorrow to play against them in a rematch. How are you guys feeling going into all that?
We're feeling great. Tough series out of me there, but teammates are the best. So yeah, we're feeling good. We got 2 subs this weekend, one of those being me. So, we're just trying to lock in. We played honestly better than I thought we were gonna against Columbia, considering it was our first time playing together. But yeah, I'm confident for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I looked at the scores there. Really, really close games. So
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's just gonna make tomorrow just even more exciting for everyone to watch. I mean, look, I want to let me go back. I had something pulled up here, and I'm trying to remember what it was. But I mean, y'all were winning pretty defiantly in that first map on Haven. Then something in the halftime, something switched with Simpson. They were able to really kind of just win out all of those rounds. What do you really think happened, and how did you guys recover from that?
I honestly think we were just like overcomplicating things. Like we were just playing our game in the first half, and then we were trying to get the match over, but we just started overheating, doing stupid stuff, and overcomplicating it.
I mean, what I wanted to ask you was about the roles that you have on your team. So, like, a lot of teams they have these different descriptions for people that fit in their team. Like, there's the IGL, there's a fragger, there's a vibe merchant. Which one do you think you are more of, and who on your team do you think fits their role the best?
Oh, I'm definitely the vibe merchant, bro. Like I'm always having everybody laugh and stuff. I went like double negative both maps in that series. So like if I'm not providing kills, got to provide the vibes. So that kind of thing.
For sure.
But honestly, I feel like I fit vibe merchant the most out of everybody on our team personally. Hamburger is also he's like the funny guy. I mean his name's Hamburger, so yeah.
Good point.
Yeah, I would say with a name with as Hamburger as yeah, I feel like you gotta fit the funny guy standard there. But I mean, look, really good games coming out from both teams today. You managed to get the win over Simpson. I mean, overall, do you have anybody that you want to shout out? You guys are playing on stage. You got you're in there in person, and everyone's kind of having a good time. So, anybody you want to shout out here on stream in person?
Honestly, yeah, just shout out to my teammates. They played great that series. We were playing good all day. Shout out like my director, Dr. Price, and also just you guys for hosting this tournament and the TOs, Lawrence especially. That's my guy.
And well, before we let you go, I gotta apologize. I think all of map 1 we were pretty much calling you by the wrong name.
Yeah,
we were
I heard about
corrected.
that. No, you're good, dude. So many people do that, so don't feel too bad. You're good.
Yeah. Well, congratulations on your win today over Simpson. We'll see you back tomorrow with a rematch against Columbia College. Should be a good one. It's gonna be a best of 5. So, make sure you guys really hit the VOD, review all of that, get some sleep, get some good eats going tonight, celebrating the win. And we'll see you back again tomorrow. As for us here today, that's going to wrap us up for Valorant. We will see you back tomorrow with a best of 5, like we just said. But before we let you go, a little bit of housekeeping that we want to bring up here. We do have some League of Legends coming up later today, so don't go anywhere. Stick around for that. But you may have noticed a little yellow box at the top of your screen rotating around. That is going to be for Alex's Lemonade Stand. So Alex's Lemonade Stand Foundation, ALSF, emerged from the front yard lemonade stand of 4-year-old Alexandra Alex Scott, who was fighting cancer and wanted to raise money to find cures for all children with cancer. By the time Alex passed away at the age of 8, she had raised $1 million. Since then, foundation bearing her name has evolved into a worldwide fundraising movement and the largest independent childhood cancer charity in the U.S. ALSF is a leader in funding pediatric research projects across the globe and providing programs to families affected by childhood cancer. For more information, please visit alexslemonade.org. That's ALEXS, lemonade, LEMONADE.org. Some people can't spell like me, so I gotta try to spell it out for everybody else out home. But Comfy, thank you for joining me here today. I know you weren't planning to hop on, but we had Mech had to step out. You came in clutch. It was a great game that we were able to cast, though.
It was my pleasure. It's always fun to, watch some really good games of Valorant, in my opinion. So, yeah, it was a blast.
I mean, a lot of the games today were really, really close. So they were really showcased a lot. But that's going to call it today for Simpson. They played really, really well, played really, really hard. Won out today against Cornell, but ended up falling just short against Ohio State. So Ohio State will be back tomorrow in a best of 5 in the championship, the grand finals against Columbia College, who has gone undefeated all season long. So we'll have to wait and see if they can pull off the upset, dethrone the crown is on Columbia College's head. But that's going to happen tomorrow. So we'll see you tomorrow. But make sure you guys stick around for League of Legends. We got some great games going on ahead. That's going to call us up for tonight. For me and Comfy, we'll see you guys back here tomorrow. But don't go anywhere. We have some league coming up.
Fun.
just leading them to victory. Jacob trying to get something to happen off of a double reset, but not able to. The dice now falling, and that looks like an Ashlyn takeaway, an Ashlyn skunk, an Ashlyn finish, away for the Ashlyn University to show revenge.
Ashlyn really came back this round. They had a total of 4 points, and I do want to say that that Simpson had some really good attempts at trying to save those points. They had some really great defense, but ultimately Ashlyn just took the dub and was able to keep that offense very aggressive, and they just kept it going and kept the energy high the whole match.
It's like we watched as the Simpsons reaped what they sowed. Not the previous interview, but the interview before that. I believe the quote. What? No, never mind. That was Valorant. I'm not gonna bring that here. But we watched as if Simpsons was a completely different team this time. It was. We didn't really see them in the air. We didn't really see them doing any crazy aggressive picks or plays. We watched as Ashlyn handed Simpsons their buttocks on the back foot. And what else do you want us to say? Simpsons lost that bout. The only competitive game we had was the first one, and it's like they gave up past that. 4-1, 4-0.
For sure. That first match was a good give and take between both of the teams, but yeah, it was just a phenomenal sweep from Ashlyn, and I'm not dogging on Simpsons here, because I did see.
I am.
Jizzle had some really good saves also, and Barky, both of them together are a good dream team for defense, but sometimes when you just have energy like Ashlyn brought today, it kind of swept them off their feet a little bit.
That's a way to say that. Yeah, it definitely swept them off of their feet.
I'm the
100%. We witnessed a blowout. That was supposed to be one of the longest bouts of Rocket League we have so far, and it was just a domination. Just no shape, form, or way to sugarcoat that. It was a domination. Ashlyn just took that home, and we watched his tails went between legs. You know, it wasn't a competitive bout that we just witnessed. It was a massacre. Simpsons definitely go back and review this footage, see what happened that put you guys on the back foot to the degree of this. This was wild. This was a wild bout for the playoffs as we're speaking. I don't know if it was the loss from before, because we are in the losers bracket. I don't know if it was. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's setup, right? Because they're used to being on their own setups or computers or X, Y, and Z. But what we just witnessed was not the Simpsons we've seen play before. Ashlyn, phenomenal game. You curve stomped them. You didn't let them get back up. Quite frankly, you left us with not a lot to talk about if we're not talking about what we just witnessed on Simpsons' side. You guys were phenomenal. So we are currently about to get ready for the second bout. We'll be back with those team setups. But in the meantime, don't forget to drink some water. We need hydration, guys. We need the same level of hype we're giving you in the middle of the game for you to be able to return that back. But you can't do that if you're passed out because you're dehydrated, or your mouth is dry and you can't scream as the way you want without throwing your voice out because you didn't drink water to begin with. Please return. with hydration. Please drink some water or soda or just something that has water in it. A liquid. Drink something. And that's all we're asking. We couldn't be more remiss without thanking our sponsors. Do you have those down, Lala? I'm gonna let you read them if you do.
I do not. Can you send them to me?
Yes. Our sponsors currently are Alex's Lemonade Stand, Parallel, and Corsair. So I'll send all three of those to you, and I'll let you do the ad call out the next time. We'll probably do it in the middle of the one of the times they're switching sides. We'll do it that way so you can get some practice in there. But yes, thank you guys so much. We are about to head over to break, and they're also about to head over to bathroom break too. So if you guys are holding bathroom, please go and do that while we're on break. But thank you guys so much for tuning in. I hope you're enjoying so far. And any closing thoughts till we come back, Lala?
Just want to also thank our sponsors, and make sure you guys are taking care of yourself over there if you're enjoying the LAN. Again, thank you for coming out to the LAN and watching some amazing gameplay, and I hope you're having a great time. But yeah, I guess we're gonna go on break at this point, so we'll be back.
Hey, my name is Ali.
Bunny Hopper.
Hello, my name is RDU.
Fino here.
Thais.
Lambi series here.
Even though most people know me as a streamer, I used to be a high-level competitor in Hearthstone.
Two-time Yu-Gi-Oh! Nationals finalist, one-time champion, Yu-Gi-Oh! World semi-finalist, former Hearthstone Grandmaster.
Became world champion in 2022 and also won the global team championship.
2 times a European championship.
When I found Parallel,
Parallel,
I immediately fell in love with the science fiction world that they created.
The depth and the details in it really stand out to me.
It's space art, it's gorgeous. The lore, Space Wars, super interesting.
I think overall the game of Parallel is what is the strong part.
the mana system, the cards.
Deck building around the Paragon's strengths.
Some things are a little bit stronger, but the strongest decks are also like very skillful.
The deck allows us to trade the assets. I can send my friends decks and cards or my viewers cosmetics.
The banking system especially as a new mechanic.
The banking system.
One of the best decks we've seen in the mana system in any card game.
It's already adapting into tournament modes.
The community is pretty awesome.
The Parallel community and team has always been so wonderful to me.
I've been a lot of fun playing Parallel. I think you can also have a lot of fun playing Parallel.
Try Parallel, guys.
I love this game.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Midwest Esports Conference. It's Mac and Zap bringing you some more League of Legends action. I believe we're about to get into winners finals of the bracket for the LAN here at the Midwest Esports Conference. Super excited. We're going to be having some great teams for you guys. 2 of the best in the league, I'm told by Mac. What do you think, Mac?
Man, not only the 2 best teams in the league, but they are up there for some of the best teams in all of college League of Legends.
Dang.
This is our hard hitter Titan Kaiju showdown here in the winners finals as Grandview takes on Purdue Northwest. I am super excited for this series, Zap. They traded series during the round robin over the regular season. Purdue Northwest won the first series. Grandview was able to answer right back. And now both teams are kind of locking in here for playoffs. Purdue Northwest seeking to become back-to-back champions for the first time in program history. Meanwhile, for Grandview, Zep, they're looking to take back the title. Before PNW won last year, it was this squad, the Grandview Vikings, that won 3 years in a row.
Dang.
Over the LAN this weekend, they'll look to take back the title of MEC champion.
So a bit of history here between Grandview and PNW. I love that. It's definitely going to be competitive for sure. The returning champions from times of old. I think it's pretty fitting that they're called the Vikings, right?
Yeah.
Trying to reclaim their land that PNW has stolen away. I love it. Love it. Great storyline. Looks like we're getting straight into Champ Select already. Love to see
Yeah, I've
it.
still got Kat Dewey with me for the draft. That's very exciting.
Oh, look at that. Where did that come from? How come I don't get a little pet? That's not fair. Can I get one of those? Like, hello?
Oh, too funny.
Yeah.
We'll see. I don't think, unfortunately, we got any of the PNW versus GVU series on stream during the regular season. So this is our first time looking at these 2 teams facing off on the Rift on the stream. Really exciting stuff because, again, Zap, these are 2 top-ranked teams in all of CLOL, and their rosters look quite different from how they faced off during the playoffs last year. Purdue Northwest bringing in some absolute studs to the roster. Their mid-jungle duo, Alchemist and Aojun, have been terrorizing the league so far. Aojun, such a prolific mid laner. He'll be really fun to watch. They brought back in Udon, who was not on the roster last year but has been a part of PNW for some time. He's flourished being in his natural role. The ADC's been popping off this season alongside Nukes. They've been super aggressive in the bot lane. I feel like last week when they faced off against Ottawa, we were talking during the draft. We were like, dang, we've got aggressive bot lanes from literally level 1. We're going to have to watch the bot lane because as soon as they get level 2, they're going to be looking to use Flash, use Ignite, try to get an early advantage in the bot lane, which makes things really exciting to watch.
I mean, we're already seeing the priority pick here on the Rumble for Prank. We saw Prank's Rumble twice last week. Only twice, because that's all they needed for it to be a sweep for PNW. Yep. So Prank on the Rumble, definitely a solid pick. Although GVU did take away the Corki. Udon has been favoring the Corki bot lane, like you talked about, Mac. They have been very aggressive in the bot lane. The Varus is going to be the pickup, though. I mean, you could be just as aggressive with Varus in that ult, and depending on which build he decides to go for on hit or lethality, it could change up how the early game is played in the bot lane. Galio flex here for GVU. It looks like the Rel is going to be locked in the bot lane, set in stone. As you can see, they've picked the aggression. Varus plus Rel, that's a heavy engage. I think they'll definitely be looking to find some early kills in that bot lane.
Yeah, Nukes is just an absolute stud on the Rel. I mean, he is so freaking good at the champ. And again, yeah, with that Varus Rel bot lane, as soon as we know Nukes is going to be bringing Ignite, I don't think I've seen Nukes bring something else. And then we've got the classic Corki Leona to follow that up, Zap. So it makes things very interesting, I think, for this second phase of bans that we're going to get into now. Mid lane has not been touched. I could see both teams trying to focus some bans and comfort picks away from the opposing mid laner here. Also, jungle's pretty wide open. The Gwen and Neferi have already been banned away. Could see maybe some jungle come through, but I feel like jungle's so open. It's kind of tough to ban, so we'll see how the teams kind of choose their approach, choose their adventure here in the second phase.
It's definitely tough to ban out junglers, I'd say, since there's so many good ones right now. Kindred getting banned away. Obviously, Gwen and Neferi are taken out of the champ pool. Those champions have absolutely been dominating solo queue recently, so I feel like they're pretty much staple bans at this point in time. To see the Rise taken away, I think that's another good ban. Rise, honestly, a really strong character right now. I think he's criminally underrated in the current meta. With the way that Rod of Ages has been changed recently, I think he's even better. So, definitely a solid ban away here against Aojun on that Rise. Also taking away his Talia, too. Is Talia jungle still a thing? Is that still a thing?
I think it's more probably focused at Aojun in the mid lane.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
Trying to limit whatever they can try and muster from him in the mid lane. Ari's still open here, so it'll be interesting. But they save Red 5 counter pick for Jinqual to hopefully give him something that he can feel pretty comfortable heading into the matchup.
Yeah, I think so. We'll find out here. Looks like Poppy is the choice now. That could either be support. Well, no, because Rels can't jungle anymore. So it's definitely the jungle Poppy.
Wow, that's exciting.
For sure.
That's exciting.
I think that's a fantastic pick. They got 4 dashes over there. I mean, Poppy is honestly like Thanos in this situation. They try to do anything, she just snaps her fingers and they can't dash anywhere. So
no
huge jungle pickup here, I think.
Yeah, it really makes things interesting. I think when you get an especially close matchup in the league here with the 2 top teams, Poppy can be a bit of a difference maker here, Zap, right? When we get to the late game objectives, just knocking away Castle so he doesn't get to participate in the smite fight, and kind of neutralizing 1 to 2 people. It'll be kind of interesting to see. I don't think I'm going to try to not get baited by whoever gets hovered here, but if this is legit, we do actually end up getting a Galio mid lane to go into the Hui. I was thinking Galio maybe going into the Rumble, but it looks like Olaf top, I'm going to guess.
I would
Wukong top? What are you feeling, Zach?
I mean, I feel like I feel like the Wukong honestly is better top lane into Rumble because Olaf doesn't really benefit at all from having his ultimate CC reduction versus Rumble. I could be wrong. I mean, Olaf, honestly, underrated jungle. I think he's fantastic in the jungle, has good clear speed, strong early game skirmishing power. I see no issue with an Olaf jungle here, and I feel like Wukong honestly would fare better against the Rumble. That's my take, but we'll see what the Vikings have to think here. They actually picked a Viking in the Olaf here. Very, very thematic. Oh, and I did get my pet. That nice. I got the dog.
Zap dog.
I got that
Zap
dog in me. You know what I'm You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, looking at these drafts finishing up here will be really fun to, I think, watch. I'm hoping the either way, you know, depending on who goes top lane. Thinking about the players here a little bit as we get ready to go for game number 1 here. Do want to note it's a best of 3 for winners finals, and then grand finals will be a best of 5. So a somewhat shorter series here to figure out which of these 2 teams will be going on to try and become the MEC champion here in the spring 2025 season. I want to talk a little bit about GVU's new top laner, Ariana, coming in, who has looked like a really awesome top laner for the GVU squad, replacing their longtime top laner Prank, who last season went over to PNW. So there's layers to the rivalry here.
There's even more
in
layers.
The MEC. PNW's Prank in the top lane has been a consummate champion here in the MEC. It seems whatever squad he's able to hop onto, they have a tendency to come through on top and wear that crown of the MEC here. The GVU squad, there's no love lost, although, you know, one of my favorite things about the MEC is our amazing community. I know always everyone at LAN being able to get to see each other, everyone's just excited to hang out and play some games, but at the end of the day, GVU are hoping to not give Prank another accolade to hold over top of them here. So it'll be fun to watch, I think. 2 top lane carry matchups will be really interesting to see which of these dynamic top laners are going to be able to reign supreme.
I think it's really interesting that the top laner battle is going to be even more, more of a bloodbath now that I realize the rivalry is there. I love the layers that are here between these 2 teams. It's definitely going to make for a more entertaining battle, at least for me. I love to see a strong rivalry between these 2 teams, and obviously 2 of the best here, both wanting to win just as much as the other. Now, looking at the team comps, who are you favoring here, Matt? Because honestly, I like both of these team comps for different reasons. I'm not sure if I favor one over the other just yet, just purely off the observation here.
Yeah, absolutely. These coaches are dialed in for playoffs. Coach Dreyer for GVU, for PNW, they've got the support of Marquez and Rend. Ren's gonna be having a little bit of a challenging night. He's all the way over in Greece, I believe, so I hope he's got enough caffeine to go through the night and make it through this series, but best wishes to him. Ren is an absolute GOAT, and both of these coaches, I think, on both sides of the draft here, chefed up some pretty good stuff. Pretty standard bot lane, I think, leaning in right to where the meta is at. Corki, Varus, Leona, Rel. A lot of the advantage is actually going to be up to the players themselves. You know, is anyone going to die in the first 5 minutes? They'll have to play really carefully around that. Consistently in the MEC's app, we've seen that sort of play style favor Udon and Nukes on the side of PNW. They've been stellar in those early game situations, able to find advantages where really we wouldn't expect it, but here they are getting double kills early on in the bot lane. Can Nightstar come through for GVU once again on something like the Corki? You should have quite a bit of early game damage to help things out. So that's what I'm thinking about the bot lane. Top lane, I always have no idea, man. It's a bit of a toss-up.
I mean,
Rumble obviously has been really good, I feel like, so far through the MEC regular season, and especially on Prank, he's been crushing it. Has GVU gotten the counter sort of figured out here with either the Olaf or the Wukong going top lane? It's going to be a big test for them there. The mid lane, bit of a snooze fest. I'll be classic mid lane stuff, but
yeah, it's a mage versus anti-mage moment.
Yeah, it's I honestly, it kind of meets the expectation for Aojun and Jinqual. I didn't come in thinking these guys were going to be rocking the assassins or anything like that, but while it's a potential somewhat boring early game, our eyes are going to be in bot lane through the first couple of minutes of the game. That doesn't diminish their potential impact here. Aojun on the Hui can absolutely take over the game and be a carry, and if he gets going, rip to GVU. However, with this Galio pick, they've got a lot of playmaking potential and a lot of roaming. His ultimate, super good into Hui, into Rumble. Even in Devaris and Poppy, they've got some magic damage, but obviously not going to be crazy impactful. But against the two solo lanes, this Galio pick, chef's kiss.
That is one thing I did notice. The Vikings don't actually have a huge AP threat. I'd be pretty surprised to see the Galio build like a more tanky style, considering how bruisery GVU is built with the Olaf, the Wukong, the Leona. I feel like your tankiness is kind of taken care of, and I feel like you should be able to get away with going this more assassin-y type of Galio with, you know, penetration items like, you know, that Shadow Flame, that what's that one item called where the lightning bolt comes down? It's escaping me right now for some reason. It's you do a certain amount of damage and it gives you a move speed. I can't remember the name of it for some reason, but some
Surge.
I'm forgetting the name. It's escaping me, but I have seen some Galios.
Chat can help us out.
I have seen some Galios opt to go for this like early magic pen build with that item, as well as the Shadow Flame. So I'm interested to see how this Galio builds here, seeing as they don't have a huge AP threat. I mean, I know Corki does have true damage, so does Olaf, but still, it would be helpful to get through the Rel and the Poppy with a little bit of AP burst from that Galio. So I'm hoping he builds some more AP rather than
Storm Surge?
Storm Surge, that's the one.
Dude, I was locked. I knew it was.
Yeah, you were like Surge something.
Vibes.
Yeah. We'll see what the Vikings pick up here, but we're finally getting into the game.
Woo!
PNW versus GVU. Just kidding. It's a pause. Already.
Lag.
They tricked us.
But they're in person though. How are they lagging?
I don't know.
These are the questions.
They spilled water all over their keyboard. I don't know.
I'm just coming off a LAN last weekend that was local in North Carolina, and boy do I know, for LAN setups sometimes things can get a little wacky, but wishing everyone a good time there as they're at Illinois College this weekend.
I guess got a bit of a freeze going on, or is that just me?
Classic setup. Yeah, it'll just take a second.
What's a tournament without a couple of hiccups? You know what I'm saying? No big deal.
Hey, we're rolling.
And we're in. Finally, here we go. Winners finals. I'm excited to see what happens here. We're getting our standard lane assignments here, walking up to make sure there's no funny business happening in the early game. See if any early shenanigans occur. I don't think so. Most of the time it seems like PNW just wants to post up and try to avoid any early invading.
They're feeling it. Winners finals. There's a lot on the line here in the MEC. Not only do you get the crown of champion, but you also get the guaranteed ticket to the top 32 tournament. We see Ariana got the Olaf.
Yeah, early scuffle here. It looks like Ariana did win out on that trade. I think the early power of that axe toss is definitely going to be benefiting the Olaf here. And they did elect to go for the Olaf top lane rather than the Wukong. Interesting choice Maybe trying to fight fire with fire here. Olaf not really on fire, but very strong early game. So see how it goes out as the engage comes through for Inflame onto Udon. And it's just a quick little trade, but that Varus damage, nothing to snuff at. However, a little bit of a damage trade from the support to the AD carry. I feel like that's more beneficial to the Vikings here.
Rel using this big ol' shield from the passive. Nukes being an absolute menace here. Makes it really tricky to try to go for the trade, right? In Flames, like, I don't think I'm winning this whatsoever, but trying to get level 2, there it is!
Yep, the spike happens, and you see that Corki damage coming in huge with that Gatling gun and Phosphorus Bomb absolutely chunking out Nukes just a little bit. But once again, you know, trading onto these supports, not always that beneficial. The fact that they have 2 potions can often mean that the trade just kind of dissipates. You really want to get some damage onto the AD carry. Both of them still maintaining their pots as the rest of the lanes kind of duke it out, jostling for lane position here in the first early minutes.
Well, for once in our life here at the MBC Zap, no one's gone down before 3 minutes here
Surprising.
in the bot lane. I know. Crazy, but these are 2 high-level bot lane duos that aren't going to be caught by any means. Something P&W are setting up here is a little bit of a wave freeze, right? We do see Alchemist is on the top side of the map, so the GVU bot lane isn't in too much danger here, but it makes it really difficult for Inflame and Nightstar to play aggressively here. We'll have to keep an eye on if they're able to shove this wave in and get something going. As the top laners make their way to the top side of the map here, they might meet up against each other.
And Aljun is absolutely chunking on that way, but we have an engage from Castle going on to Prank. Alchemist is here for the counter gank. The re-engage happens. Flash forward, trying to catch Ariana, but Prank's in danger. You left your top laner out to dry, Alchemist, and he will fall victim to that top duo gank.
Huge. Prank went Ignite Rumble and still doesn't get the early kill. GVU, big dub for them early on the top side of the map. Exactly what they were hoping for, is Udon's quite low in the bot lane. Aljun and Jinqual, things getting close there in mid.
Yeah, very, very close there. Aljun trading onto Jinqual, trying to find an early kill, but out of mana almost is this way. The flash forward, the taunt, but misses the heroic punch,
Jinqual!
but he's looking for the passive proc. Can he find
no
it?
minions!
Alchemist is here! The Q's not enough!
Oh no!
And Alchemist will heroically charge in and save their mid laner and pick up a kill for themselves there just in time. Wow.
Jinqual wanted that one so bad. The battle of the mages. I guess the mage versus the mage killer heating up in the mid lane. Jinqual unfortunately getting taken down there. Aljun survives for another day. Now the junglers may be meeting bot. Castle's looking to gank once more.
Yep. Engage from Nukes as he crashes down onto Inflame, but they have to flash out as Nightstar charges forward and finds the kill. I think the Ignite actually ticked down for Inflame. Ooh, that arrow almost taking down Inflame as well. Still alive though, but at least a return kill here for GVU, even if it went to the Leona.
They'll take it. It isn't the worst thing in the world for P&W. We'll see if we get some action onto Alchemist. Castle!
Uh-oh, Alchemist in danger as they run for the hills. The phase rush able to get them out of dodge as the mid laner and jungle try to collapse. No early dragon here. I believe we're probably going to have a grub scuffle soon as Aljun tries to get some lane priority. Looks like Jinqual really got that wave push down. You see the Null Magic Mantle actually in Galio's pocket, so I do believe we'll be seeing the Hollow Radiance first item.
Yeah, looking at the map rotations here for a quick second, Zap, PNW heavily prioritizing the Void Grubs. Udon's moved up, as well as Nukes here. The only teleport available is for Aljun, so we might actually see the PNW mid laner roam on down to bot so that nobody's missing out on any CS. GVU gonna take the opportunities to secure Dragon, but look at where Inflame is positioned here to meet Aljun. We'll see what GVU is able to get going for themselves in the bot lane here. It looks like they've actually got the wave well positioned to push towards them, so it is not an easy battle to try and just walk in here to the mid lane, but Aljun's got a lot of range on this wave hit.
Aljun just clearing the wave out, looking to get this one in. Nuke's positioning just to be sure, but they can't quite get it all the way in as Leona is blocking the damage from the wave. Nightstar should be able to clear that one up, though. Nudon just getting some solo XP, some solo minions in the mid lane. He's happy for that. Scaling up. But
oh, they're going to go aggressive.
Yeah, the engage from In Flame. Aljun pops the ultimate, but not able to escape the damage and burst that this Corki Leona duo is possessing. And man, a little bit too confident here for Nukes and Aljun. They are going to take a punish for that.
Wow, unbelievable so far here, Zap. I am loving this game of League of Legends so far. We've got a lot of action on Summoner's Rift in GVU with the 1,000 gold lead. I feel like for a lot of watching them over the years, I'm very surprised by the performance here. Castle's playing out of his mind. Nightstar is showing up. It's just the first 8 minutes, but they're locked in. Drager's got them ready to go. We'll have to see how the rest of the game keeps progressing, but I love what I'm seeing from them so far. PNW, of course, keeping the game pretty close, but we'll see. It feels like GVU's in the driver's seat. Castle getting 2 successful ganks off so far.
Yeah, it definitely feels like GVU is maintaining this lead effectively, and I love to see the bot lane skirmishes happening often. This Leona pick is really paying in dividends as Nightstar finds some solo plates for themselves. Even more gold here accelerated towards that Corki with about an 800 gold lead now, and that's a dangerous spot to be in against a Corki in the early game. But he is alone for the moment. In Flame looking to get some vision down as Castle has actually wandered all the way up into the top lane. The equalizer comes down. It's actually a double prong equalizer catching the wave at the same time, but he's not ready for the Castle gank and immediately has to flash out of there. Unfortunate for Frank. Careful, Nukes.
Man, but it's just so fun seeing that, Zap. You know Ariana and Castle are talking about that, right? They're like, I need to shove this wave in, but he's going to look to go in, but look bot.
Yeah, watch out here. The big damage coming from the Nightstar. The cleanse, but too little, too late. Ignite's not enough to take down Udon as they will live to fight another day. Gonna have to take a back, though, as Ariana actually flashes in. Alchemist tries to save his teammate, but the ultimate comes in just in time. And the shield to boot. He's still alive under his turret. Ariana living by just the skin of his teeth, and he walks out of there like a champ.
Unbelievable. He says, I will not be denied. I will kill Frank once again. And Ariana coming up clutch with the solo play. That was, wow, that was really close, but man, he pulled it off.
Man, that is unfortunate. Like, the confidence you must have as Prank to walk up to Ariana in that situation, knowing that your jungler's there, and he's just like, oh wait, I just like don't take any CC, by the way. So, picking up that kill. Solid work from the top laner on the opposing side for GVU. And that's looking pretty good for the rivalry, I think.
Yeah, no kidding. Prank usually has been the dominant force. I don't want to get too hyped, but look at the way Nightstar is playing with this gold lead. Udon's got to be careful walking in lane. We got a teleport mid.
Uh-oh, big skirmish here as Inkov tries to get in there. The Solar Flare connects, and they will take down Aljun. The CC is way too much between those 3 characters. And they're just able to eviscerate that mid laner. A little scuffle here. No. Nightstar is getting a little bit too aggressive, but still finds the kill. Are they alive? No, they're not. The Ignite ticks down, and you will burn for your troubles. But hey, the shutdown going over to the support is not the worst thing in the world, if you think about it, Mac.
Man, I'm getting to ANC watching this series go on. I'm just so excited to be here for the MEC playoffs, man. GVU versus PNW, delivering on the action, delivering on the hype so far.
Absolutely.
Nightstar's got to be a little careful going that hypey, but like you say, not the worst trade in the world. The teams go just about even here. 3 Void Grubs to 3. GVU still with a 2,000 gold lead. We saw, looking at the gold chart, a lot of it was... Oh my god, did Jinqual just bait the Raptors not being... Okay. Alchemist knows. Alchemist knows. He's like, where? I know these chickens are.
He's aware. He's aware. Not too worried about it. He looks like Prank's going to take a back. I wonder if he has an item in base. Looking at the gold leads right now. About a 300 gold difference despite 2 of those kills going the way of Ariana in that top lane. One of them being an assist, but still solid gold lead there. It seems like Prank is actually keeping up in the CS battle regardless, so not too shabby. Alchemist position towards that top side. We might see a top gank. Ariana out of position just a little bit. Dragon is available here. GVU does have the position to take it. It's possible they'll look for it. Trying to get some vision here.
I think Castle's going to be spotted here by this ward, so Alchemist knows they're going to be prioritizing this objective. But for Nightstar here, does got to be careful. He is without Flash, but does have Cleanse. I think he is not needed, though, for the taking of the Dragon based on the rest of the map. We do see Alchemist roam up to the top side of the map. I feel like Ariana is going to be pretty tough to gank. Especially like thinking about just the champ be champ breakdown, right? Olaf, he's gonna have Ghost, he has his ultimate. What are Prank and Alchemist gonna do? They're gonna maybe hope to burn him down.
They're thinking
with
about
the
it.
Rumble Equalizer,
Looks
but
like they're
we'll
going
see.
on him. CC immune. We're gonna walk right out of there. There is an ignite ticking, but it's not enough as Inflame in the bot lane goes in and Nukes is taken down. Udon gets the trade kill onto Nightstar as Ginkal has charged in and Udon is ticking down, but the tower dive, too much damage, and this tower is fully ramped up. Castle able to secure the kill with that Q, but man, I don't think they needed to lose. They're both their bot laners. I think the tower dive was a little bit scuffed. Still works out, but regardless, Udon picked up 2 kills in that situation.
Hey, he'll take that for sure. He is going this on-hit version of the Varus. He's got lethal tempo. You know, he's not looking for poke. And with all that focus on the bot lane, it's Ariana who's going to be in a bit of trouble here. Let's see. Ao Jun's in the area as well. Nukes has roamed up. It's 4-on-2. GVU not favored in this situation, and they're just going to try to funnel some gold into Prank's Rumble.
They want this turret. They are committing a lot of resources up here to ensure that Prank can get this turret down. That will certainly help out in the gold side of things here for Prank, as they are actually up 20 CS despite Ariana finding those early kills. But here's the engage from Inflame onto Ao Jun, and surely they're just dead. Yes, the burst from that phosphorus bomb and Gatling gun absolutely shredding your armor and magic resist, completely annihilating Ao Jun, and Ao Jun's really getting picked on this game, Mac. It's unfortunate, but it really is just a bullying session happening.
Yeah, I mean, Inflame and Nightstar, no, I mean, we got the Leona Corky. We're gonna be coming for you. You better have your flash ready to go. And taking a look at the gold distribution here, Castle's Wukong has been on fire here to start the game, 3-0-1, getting some of that turret gold down bot. We do see a slight gold advantage for Prank's Rumble. He's going to have to be the X factor, I think, for PNW to stay in this game. Nightstar, though, most gold overall. He's feeling it here in game number 1.
Definitely. Call. We're going to clear up some vision here. Ao Jun picking up the bot wave. Could see a skirmish in mid as Herald is soon to spawn. We're jostling for position here. Nightstar still playing confidently. Has a whole Bloodthirster in the back pocket. It's that Corky early game really coming through here. But there's the engage from Nukes as the equalizer comes down. Udon absolutely one-shots Nightstar, and that's a quick double kill here on the side of PNW as Ginkal gets in there. Solar Flare connecting onto 2 and heroically diving out as Ariana has arrived to the fight, but it's too little too late. And that's a 2-for-0 going the way of PNW. What a team fight in the mid lane.
PNW says, you know what, we're getting a little picked apart on our lonesome in the mid lane. In the side lanes, we're getting dove. You know, everyone, let's play a little bit of ARAM here on Summoner's Rift. They send everyone to try and take down Nightstar. They get a kill onto Castle as well. And their decisive shot calling evens up the scoreboard. They are back in this game. They weren't down 2 out. I think that's why, you know, again, even a 2,000 gold lead not going to be a huge, like, game-changing factor. Although Nightstar, you know, with some of these items coming through, he's obviously feeling good about his state of the game. But, you know, this is still anyone's match here, anyone's series, and Nightstar's got to be careful about his positioning. Because PNW, with the Rumble, with the Hui, with so much range, they can find a lot of burst damage from across the Rift. It's pretty tough to deal with. Nukes, shout out the PNW support doing what he's been doing all season long, and that's finding picks. And look, he can't Valkyrie because of the Poppy, right? But we may get a fight here.
Inflame flashes over, re-engage here. Nukes is the target, able to get the Metal Storm off, but the Equalizer has dropped in, as well as the Spiraling Chaos from Ao Jun, and 2 for 2 for the moment as Nightstar tries to Valkyrie out of there. Prank looking to aggress a little bit, but here's Ginkal finding the taunt, gets the knockup. Prank will certainly be falling here, but they're alive with 1 HP. The missile isn't enough. Nightstar taking some damage, but it's not enough. Ao Jun has to run away from the 2 bruisers that are standing in his face. The taunt's gonna connect, but there's no follow-up. Surely Ao Jun will be able to walk out of this one, but man, that was a good pickup for the Vikings, able to find those 2 kills and not lose a single member. It looks like a similar trade back has happened here in the mid lane for the opposing side of GVU.
This is gonna be a battle of the brutes here, a game of inches. Both of these Titans showing up, playing their butts off. An amazing start here. Everyone's got to be careful, right? Because in this kind of game, Zap, each team just needs one window of opportunity to try and swing things this way. GVU looking for the Cloud Soul, hoping that will tip things in their favor. They only got 2 dragons, though, and Nightstar's getting caught.
Yeah, Nightstar cleanses out. Solar Flare connecting onto 2. Inflame just face tanking right now. I think they're definitely going to fall. The Spiraling Chaos connects, and Frank will pick that one up as it's a 1 for 0 right now for PNW. Looking to deny this soul point, trying to take control of the Dragon Pit. They do have a pink ward in this bush. Fight might continue, but seems like they're just scrapping for vision for the moment. Nobody willing to pull the trigger just yet.
Oh, GVU, just back off here. It's not the end of the world to lose this Drake, but they're going to keep on aggressing. Inflame has respawned. Frank's at half HP. Chain of Corruption.
Yep, Chain of Corruption connects. The Equalizer is not really hitting, but it is cutting off a lot of the position. Udon does fall down as the Cyclone comes in and CCs up Frank, and Castle's gonna fall to the way damage as Nuke crashes down onto Ginkal here. Alchemist trying to chip this one down as Nuke runs for the hills, and Inflame is fighting Ao Jun. This is a bit of a separation here. Ginkal still running for the hills, but there's the passive proc from Poppy, and we'll slam that shield Captain America style onto Ginkal's face, and that is going to be, I think, a win for PNW.
Yeah, we see Alchemist head his way over to the Dragon. Ariana is going to be a monster this game. You saw him just roll his keyboard onto Udon, who can't really do too much except try to DPS the Olaf before he dies. You know, it's going to be whoever can right-click faster and get off more damage. For GVU, I kind of saw what they were going for with that fight. Obviously, they've got Prank pretty low. They want to try to make the fight happen, but over the Dragon, they end up losing it anyway. I don't know if going for that fight was necessarily worth it. We'll have to see how things play out in the long run. Second, and third items are getting close to being completed. June's been farming like a madman, and we've seen the Hui damage on full display here in game number 1. It's gonna take more than just bursting out Udon to win this game, right? They've got the Rumble, they've got the Hui, there's a bunch of backline threats that GVU's gotta worry about here. We'll see if Castle's Wukong is also maybe able to shake things up. It will be pretty interesting to watch, but something of note, I think, from that last fight, Zap, I said during the draft, this Poppy pick can be a difference maker in games like this, and we saw at the way beginning of the fight, right? Alchemist is able to knock 2 members of GVU completely out of the fight, tipping the numbers scale in PNW's advantage. Alchemist is going to need more of that if PNW want to come out on top here.
You're exactly right. Able to take down this Herald. Poor Shelly is getting beat up as Incall gets collapsed on. Alchemist able to force the flash out as Castle is here to help their top laner. Trying to get out, trying to drive.
He interrupted the ult!
The Cyclone knockup will stop any sort of escape here from Alchemist. They will certainly pass away in the moment as Castle works to finish this. On the other side of things, the re-engage here as Ariana picks up one and Frank returns fire on the other. Inflame trying to re-engage, but Incall is there with the heroic entrance. Stop any re-engage. Castle, though, looking to re-engage. Smite for the slow. Red buff ticking. That's enough damage with the dot from the Winds of War, and Galio picks up that one. Otacon on the table, maybe a top turret perhaps here for the Vikings as they begin their siege.
GVU does not want Otacon. They want Otacon to stop killing the minion wave. But GVU's able to pick up 2 huge turrets, extend some of the gold lead here. They aren't able to turn this into Baron, but they do both neutralize the Rift Herald charge and catch their breath a little bit here. Looking at the gold lead here, Nightstar 11k. He is the hyper carry, but he also can't get picked off in this game. It's super critical and it's tough to make happen, but he's got to play out of his mind, and we know Purdue Northwest are gonna be gunning for him like their lives depend on it, because Zap, at the end of the day, this game depends on Nightstar for GVU, right? They've got PNW's gold separated between their magic dealers. Rumble and Hui are set up for success here to try and tip the scales in their favor.
We'll see how well they tip those scales. Nightstar with a significant gold lead, as you mentioned, Mac, and really they do
he's
have
got
all
3
their,
items.
They really do have all their eggs in one basket, so to speak. Onus is certainly on Nightstar. Prank dropping the equalizer just to clear that wave to ensure that Ariana can't do some more chip damage onto that tier 2 turret. Right now, it's a pretty boring time on the Rift as there's no huge objective just yet, except for the Baron and the Dragon that are coming up. I don't think we're gonna see an early Baron though. I think the next fight should happen around the Dragon. If I had to guess.
They got a few people around.
I don't know. They're kind of hovering that Baron, but we will see the back come through for Inflame. I imagine picking up some wards to get some vision on that Dragon as you see the pings come through. Soul Point looming in the distance here for GVU.
I love we just see in that river bush, one control ward get placed down, the other one killed. The tale as old as time. PNW comes back, puts their control ward. We want that there right where it should be. Alchemist, the Dead Man's Plate, Phase Rush Poppy build. He is moving different on the Rift, and Nightstar, all he can do is preactively Valkyrie, because once Alchemist gets in his face, he really can't Valkyrie away. He's kind of stuck in the middle of everything. All the squads here, man, people are squaring up. We're back to ARAM on the Rift.
Solar Flare, Zenith Blade connecting for Inflame as the equalizer goes down. It looks like Inflame is the first to fall as Frank picks up Castle as well, and it looks like Nightstar is on the menu for nukes, able to flash the wall and get away, but that's a 2-for-0, and PNW keeps coming out on top on these team fights. That'll be a dragon for them as well.
Dang, the equalizer, June damage just melting through the Grandview Vikings. Nightstar, not much he can do in that situation, and I don't think Jinqual actually got off his ultimate, or maybe he didn't have it available there. I'm not sure what happened, but that is pretty much the worst case scenario for GVU in terms of how these fights are supposed to go, but we'll see. Nightstar was able to live, so not like total worst case scenario, and all PNW is able to do there is even up the dragons here, but Jinqual might get caught once again. He is a tanky Galio though, Zap.
Yeah, definitely a tanky Galio. Trying to get out of there. Run away with that Justice Punch. Alchemist, you know, picking up a Gromp. Doing a full clear here as we position around this Baron. See Ariana in that bot lane. Ticking away on that tier 2. Aojun is able to respond in flame with the classic vision war. These supports trying to get as much vision as they possibly can. Nuke's holding that bush like his life depends on it. Alchemist able to pick up this blue buff.
Oof. I'm leaning towards this favoring PNW. Ariana does not have teleport. Aojun does have it available, so potential numbers advantage for GVU as they try to set up a death brush here. Nukes is going to be able to dash away and not get into any trouble. Baron's still up. We'll see how this game goes. Who's going to be able to punch first? GVU
Alchemist
looking for some sort of pick, but they don't want to dive onto Alchemist, man.
No,
He's got
I
his
don't think
ultimate.
Yeah,
so PNW just going to come in and clear through all of that hard-earned vision, and they might be the ones now positioning to Baron. They've got the on-hit Varus to just melt through the objective, and they're going to call the bluff. They say, let's go, let's make it happen, and here we go, Zap.
Ariana's not here either. They don't have teleport. They have Ghost. Nukes looking to stop Inflame's engage, but this Baron is burning down. Castle's trying to get in, but he's sent to the wayside. And here's the re-engage as the equalizer comes through, and the Metal Storm is tearing everybody apart. That should be a 3-0. Ariana has arrived and does pick up Nukes and is looking to find some more. Udon,
I'm holding
CC immune as Ariana is bursting through the backline and still alive. Ginkall re-engages, but it's a 1v3 basically as Ariana doesn't have the health to help their teammate. The knockup, Ariana goes back in and it's an ace for PNW and the Baron to boot. And they only lost 2 members, Mac.
Purdue Northwest get the fight, they get the Baron, they're gonna look to get the Otacon as well. PNW coming out on top here after a well-orchestrated fight. They knew they could get the Baron, they knew they had the engage, and like I said before, the positioning on the top side of the map totally favored PNW, and they didn't even need to use Aojun's teleport. Ariana not ready for that Baron fight, and the same goes for the rest of GVU. Castle tried to play around the Poppy ultimate, but again, it's a difference maker for Alchemist as it negates the potential for a steal, and PNW get exactly what the doctor ordered here. They are suited up in purple, ready to go for their power play.
Absolutely. Dragon is the next objective spawning. PNW has brought this back from the ashes of defeat, certainly. Still a substantial gold lead for Nightstar here as you look at the gold graph down there. It's about a 3K difference, but overall it's okay. Equalizer comes through as the solar flare connects. I think Inflame will certainly just get one shot as all 5 members of PNW are ready to collapse. I think there was a bit of a miscue there. Crank has actually just hit level 17. This Rumble is ridiculously strong. As they march onto this tier 2, it'll certainly get evaporated. And they're looking to pressure this even harder while Vikings are down a member. They might even look to take this tier 3 if possible. All the zoning from
Man, oh man. Talk about a raid boss on the Rift here, Zap. They're just going to be able to clear through the bot lane like a bulldozer, flattening all of the structures there straight to the inhibitor. PNW expand the gold lead, and not only is Crank level 17, but he's got 12 Medjai stacks. And I think next up on the menu is this third dragon, as with the Cloud Soul, PNW are accelerating this game, or excuse me, the Cloud Dragons, but we got an engage.
Yep, the engage Cyclone onto Prank. Prank's still alive, though. Equalizer comes down. Ariana in the backline, but cannot survive all the bursts from PNW as Ginkal tries to get away. Smacked into the wall from Alchemist, and as tanky as you may be, you cannot survive all the damage, especially when Udon with that on-hit build is wailing on you. Man, it seems like PNW often are finding these picks that are much more beneficial. Nightstar can't really get into a position to do a lot of DPS when Alchemist, Nukes, and Prank are just such a solid front line here for Aojun and Udon. Their team comp really is shining through in the late game team fights.
At this point, we've seen GVU just get melted time and time again. It feels like, you know, we're watching this game, Zap, and we're kind of scratching our chins thinking, I don't know what GVU's really able to do into this. Nightstar's just going to Valkyrie in.
Oh, almost able to one-shot Udon, but they do have the stopwatch available. And even if the Solar Flare is there, they cannot finish him off. Inflame is getting knocked all over the place. Okay, wait, maybe he has an opportunity to get away. The blast cone is there, goes over the wall. He's still alive. He's running. Run in flame. Nukes and Aojun are chasing this. They do not want this Leona to get away. And the crash down from Nukes, the stun connecting, able to dodge out that QW. And Aojun actually whiffing the EQ as well. And the re-engage up in the top side as Pranks will find a kill onto Castle. Alchemist trying to get away. The trade back here onto Udon, and Ariana and Ginkal actually finding 2 kills there. Not too bad for the Vikings. I think PNW bit off more than they could chew there. The chase might have been ill-advised.
I think Nightstar used all of his summoners there in a desperation attempt to try to keep GVU in this game. He's got so much farm. He's close to his completed build, trying to make this game happen, but with all of the long-range magic damage that just gets rained on top of him, and with the overall comp, I'm not sure, despite having such a completed build, being in a strong state, it's really challenging for GVU to execute on these fights. We'll see if they're able to make the comeback, but for the past 10 minutes, it's been PNW in the driver's seat. Aojun and Frank, level 18, they're ready to go. They've been dominating the second half of this match, despite getting, as we said, picked on a little bit in the early game. Remember, Aojun was 0-3 earlier on. Now he's got 4 items. He's got the Zonias. If anyone even thinks about diving onto him, he's just going to go golden. Same for Prank, and suddenly the game plan for GVU is struggling to form here as they look to try to adapt in this game.
Yeah, it definitely feels like PNW has been in the driver's seat for the better half of this late game now. Nightstar getting some poke down. There is 4 sitting in that brush, though. You can't be too careful here. Castle getting smacked into the wall. Nukes looking for the engage.
Jinqual.
Solar Flare goes to the wayside as Nukes gets the re-engage. It's a bit of a split fight here as the Equalizer comes down and Sway's damage is burning as well.
Nightstar still alive.
Aojun gets taken down by Ginkal.
Can they do it?
I don't know. Ariana down as well. Inflame on low HP. Alchemist flashing in, and Captain America shield bashing Inflame in the face as Prank tries to get some damage onto Nightstar. Nightstar actually chipping Prank down. Alchemist on the re-engage. Castle using that doppelganger to avoid the damage, and now it's a 3v3, both positioning back and forth as Nightstar Valkyries away, and
my goodness,
that'll be the end of the team fight. Wow, what a crazy battle they had in the mid lane. It was such a split fight, but now they're calling for the Baron. They do have the damage. Udon and Frank can definitely burn this down. Nightstar recognizing, it looks like Ginkal is here as well, but Castle's nowhere to be found. Is this Baron gonna go down? No, they're gonna call it off.
Woo! Things are getting spicy here at the 36-minute mark. Both teams going blow for blow Unbelievable fight there. Jinqual with the awesome engage on the back line. I feel like for the past 10, thinking about PNW being in the driver's seat for the past 10 minutes, Jinqual has not been able to be a factor to find flash engages, and that was a good step in the right direction. Now I wonder though, GVU really needed to just sweep that fight with the awesome engage from Jinqual. Dragon Soul is going to be available here in 20 seconds as things get very difficult from a shot calling perspective. Jinqual's up on the top side of the map away from the rest of the team, and Inflame might get picked.
Yep, Nuke's getting caught out by that team. Inflame still alive. Solar Turtle on the other side. Spiraling.
Ariana!
To the back line. He's so low, though. He's going to get burned down.
Nightstar's alive, though.
Udon fell in the meantime. Nuke's on 1 HP as PNW tries to run for the hill. Slam to the wall. Game call. Alchemist saving his other two teammates with that one E-press. And it's once again a 2 for 2. Just as I say that, Nightstar looking to find the kill. And the ultimate connecting. He finds 2 with the flash forward. And he's looking for more, but Prank's going to be able to scrap what is that? What's that called? Scrap metal shield out of there. I don't know. He's running for the hills. Frank gets away with his life, but Nightstar coming up huge. And we talked about this earlier, Mac, how important it was going to be for Nightstar to step up. And step up he did, flashing forward, Valkyrieing, and shooting rockets all over PNW and getting a double kill and securing that dragon. Sole point now for both teams.
It only took 5 items. Plus boots. But he is here. He has arrived. The Lord Dominix was completed, Zap, and boy, oh boy, did we see that do absolute damage. The equalizer coming through. Castle secures Baron, and GVU have crawled back from the face of defeat. Unbelievable. This is just game number 1 in the best of 3 series, and this already is one of the best games we've had all season long. The teams have arrived at Illinois College, ready for the LAN, ready for winners finals, and ready to compete here. 3 dragons apiece. Just about 72,000 gold apiece, and as we approach the 40-minute mark, this game hasn't been closer.
Yeah, I don't think you can get any closer than what it is now. Both teams here on Soul Point. The Baron buff is available for GVU for the moment, and that should swing the gold lead in their favor, but not if we have another fight mid lane. It looks like we're skirmishing a little bit. 5 members on the side of PNW looking to take this mid wave. They do not want this Baron buff to break their mid base as the Hwei connects onto the clone, but there's not really much to be had here as Inflame looking to take some vision.
Look at Jinqual bot lane.
Yeah, exactly. He's down there sieging with the Baron buff. Nobody's going to respond, and he can move to his team whenever he wants with the ultimate that he possesses. So somebody's going to have to go down here. It looks like Aojun is finally going to go. Frank trying to catch out Ginkal here. There is no safety. No way to get out of this situation. Are we going to see the ultimate away? Back to his teammate, maybe. He does flash out. Frank going
Frank's
in.
got equalizer, but look at the rest of the base. GVU are using this own moment of opportunity. Jinqual's playing with Frank, and look at the rest of the Vikings.
Okay, Alchemist getting engaged on. He's getting melted by Nightstar. This full build Corki is doing so much as Nuke should fall as well. Udon reeling. They will find 3 kills. I think this might be GVU's game as Pranks comes back to try and defend the base, but it might be too little too late. Equalizer comes down. Udon trying to get some damage onto Inflame as Prank trying to get something done. There's not enough. Nightstar, the hero of GVU. They take down the base in the first game, going to the Vikings. Wow, what a game 1.
Oh my goodness. What a start to this series. What a start to winners finals. GVU, man, oh man. I know I was talking during that game, Zap. I was throwing my hands up. I was like, I don't know how they're going to make this one work. But Nightstar had the will. He found the way and he came through absolutely massive. He was positioning super well. PNW aren't able to shut him down in those fights, and he got the rapid fire cannon. And I love all the chats coming through for his build, a classic late game ADC, showing off exactly why Nightstar is one of the best ADCs in the league here, putting GVU in the backpack. But overall, shout out to the whole squad coming through. I think Ariana and Olaf actually forced a lot of people to build Zonias just so they didn't get one shot immediately when Ariana was running into the back line. And overall, kudos. I think the biggest thing that stood out to me there, Zap, was how GVU closed out the game with Baron. They were not going to wait any longer. And Jinquil in the mid lane, going down bot, pushing, split pushing, surviving, buying time, and the team communicating, going, hey, I've got 2 people here. Everyone go mid. We're going to try to end this game right here, right now. Game 1 is that Martin Scorsese meme of cinema.
Yeah, this is cinema.
Is so hype.
Absolute cinema. No, it's certainly a peak game 1 to start us off here. I wouldn't have it any other way for the winners finals. I'm honestly surprised that GVU was able to bring it back. It really seemed like PNW was in control of that late game. We saw how many team fight picks, how many times they got caught out, but GVU
friendship.
Yeah, we're seeing the picture again. Friendship does prevail. GVU really taking it to PNW here and really wanting to reclaim that title, wanting to go all the way, and I think game 1 is a good indication of how they're playing.
Man, we do have a little bit of a sneak peek to game number 2. The sides are swapping. GVU's going to be on blue. PNW elect to be on red.
Yep. I mean, that does make... Wait, PNW chose to be red?
Yep. They do, I believe, as the losers get that choice here. So potentially valuing that red 5 counter pick in this matchup. The coaches are going to be trying to chef up, I think, some new drafts coming into game number 2, as it should be pretty interesting to see what they cook up. Dreyer versus Marquez and Rend. It will be fun to watch how these guys respond after the first match.
Yeah, definitely interested to see what these coaches cook up here, because first game, definitely a banger. Had all sorts of team fight capabilities on both sides, pick potential on both sides as well. So that was really entertaining to watch. I always hate the meta where it's like, let's pick Jason Nidalee and poke from 10,000 feet away. That's so boring. Pick Poppy, pick Leona, pick Rel, dive in there and have a good team fight. That's what I want to see. I don't know if they're going to go with this again, because PNW did lose the first game playing that style.
Yeah.
They lost the Engage War, unfortunately, but we'll see what they develop this time around. I mean, I hope it's the same as last time. That was such a fun game to watch.
And unfortunately, it is only a best of 3 for winners finals. So GVU already on match point. Important to note, it is a best of 5 for grand finals. So we've got that to look forward to tomorrow. In terms of our overall schedule here for today, we'll be covering the winners finals and then go into losers finals straight after this. So the loser of this will have to run it right back against Ohio State, who is currently awaiting the matchup here. So will be fun to watch as we get geared up and ready to go for game number 2 in this best of 3. PNW versus GVU, the MAC rivalry delivering on the hype. We hope you guys stick around. Don't click out of that browser. We'll be right back after a quick break.
Let the dancing begin. Well, I didn't see that coming. A classic, and at the same time, progressive.
Hey, my name is Ali.
Bunny Hopper.
Hello, my name is RDU.
Fino here.
Thais.
Lambi series here.
Even though most people know me as a streamer, I used to be a high-level competitor in Hearthstone.
Two-time Yu-Gi-Oh! Nationals finalist, one-time champion, Yu-Gi-Oh! World semi-finalist, former Hearthstone Grandmaster.
Became world champion in 2022 and also won the global team championship.
2 times the European championship.
When I found Parallel,
Parallel,
I immediately fell in love with the science fiction world that they created.
The depth and the details in it really stand out to me.
It's space art, it's gorgeous. The lore, space wars, super interesting.
I think overall the game of Parallel is the strong part.
the mana system, the cards.
Deck building around the Paragon's strengths.
Some things are a little bit stronger, but the strongest decks are also like very skillful.
The deck allows us to trade the assets. I can sell my friends decks and cards or my viewers cosmetics.
The banking system, especially as a new mechanic.
The banking system.
One of the best decks we've seen in the mana system in any card game.
It's already adapting into tournament modes.
The community is pretty awesome.
The Parallel community and team has always been so wonderful to me.
I've been a lot of fun playing Parallel. I think you can also have a lot of fun playing Parallel.
Try Parallel, guys.
I love this game.
And we are back at the Midwest Esports Conference. It is I, Zap, and joined by Mac, of course, my GOAT.
Woo!
What a game we had just now, Mac. If you missed game one, you should go back and watch the VOD because PNW and GVU are putting on a show here in Winners Finals for the League of Legends of the Midwest Esports Conference. Banger game one. I'm hoping game two is just as much of a banger. How you feeling, Mac? Give me your thoughts.
I'm feeling fantastic heading into game number 2. It really is going to be interesting to see how the coaches adapt their drafts. The teams switching sides here, which make things especially interesting. PNW taking away the Neferi, taking away the Gwen. GVU going to limit the ADC options, and with that, PNW say, bet we're going to have to ban away the Corki because after Nightstar's game 1, man, they cannot leave that available. Eventually, Nightstar getting all of those completed items ready to go and just melting through PNW.
They can't keep getting away with it.
I know, they can't. But man, oh man, did PNW in the mid game, I feel like between the 20 and 30 minute mark, they did such a good job shutting down Nightstar, and it felt like Nightstar, despite his gold lead, was a non-factor, but he was able to turn it around, get those completed items, full build, Lord Doms, a bunch of crit chance with the Infinity Edge, and suddenly the Gatling gun was looking more like Rumble's flamethrower, and so GVU were able to clutch it out and win game 1. As you can't see on this screen, but GVU up 1-0 in this best of 3.
Okay, I like these choices here for PNW. It seems like GVU they've taken away the Rumble, so they're recognizing that Prank just favors that pick. I've seen Prank pick that, 4 games in a row now? Like, if the Rumble's open, Prank's picking it. So being on blue side, they do have the advantage of taking away the Rumble, and they're actually going to go for the Rel as well, it seems. And are they just copying are they copying PNW's comp from the last game? Because already they got 2 of the same characters.
So hey guys, you know what, Marquez and Red, you guys were on the right track.
Hey,
with,
you guys were cooking
with something. we're gonna give it a good go. See if we can maybe make it a little bit better.
Why don't we take these champs? Why not? I think
it'll be interesting.
Mbessa Rumble is going to be pretty standard. Caitlyn, okay. Now that's a solid counter to Tristana because Tristana, obviously historically very strong in the late game. One of the better scalers on the crit end of AD carries. So Caitlyn can definitely match that and match the range that Tristana has while also possessing the disengage to avoid some of Tristana's like jump potential in the early game. Tristana definitely wants to rocket jump all over Caitlyn in the early game to try and burst her down, but Caitlyn, with a properly timed net, can avoid a lot of that damage. We'll see how that pans out in the bot lane.
Woo! Alistar in response. A lot of this series, I think, is impacted by the mid-jungle duo. And shout out Mr. Matthew Castleberry on the side of GVU. Castle popped off in the early game in game number 1. We're going to see some new champs come out for game number 2 because the Poppy Wukong immediately banned away to make things pretty interesting here. The mid lane was also really interesting. The classic Azir is taken away, but some of those Roa mages, Zap, that you talked about in the last draft that we saw could see. I think they'll get banned here, but if they aren't, something like Rise, Skarner is going to be banned away. So I think that's good on PNW. Zig's banned away, so we have Rise available. We have Talia. The mid lane gets really tricky here. I wonder if PNW is just going to go ahead and lock in the Rise or save that red 5 counter pick for Ao Jun, their mid lane superstar, to give him the matchup that he wants. Excuse me. It will be really interesting to see how Marquez and Rend are handling Game 2 draft.
Yeah, I think they'll definitely save the mid lane counter pick for Ao Jun here. I see no reason why we should not lock in our jungler right now. We're going to go for the Vi, and we could see an Ahri here on 5 for PNW because they have the pick composition with the Mbessa, with the Vi. I think Ahri would suit this comp very, very well, able to dash in and follow up with the charm on some of the CC abilities that these champions possess. And also, like you talked about, it's the Rod of Ages build that Ahri can do. Rod of Ages Riftmaker is a very popular build on Ahri right now, and I think it could be possible that the Ahri is selected. Aurora is being hovered here for Ginkal.
TTT.
Yeah, that's not a bad choice here, not a bad blind. I'm interested to see what jungler they pick up though. To counteract
what
this
jungler
Vi.
is left at this point? Over, I think, just about 6 bans thrown at the jungle, maybe just 5.
Xin
Zhao. Okay, not
the
too
thought
bad.
Here. Not a terrible choice. Very strong early game, can deal with the Vi in the early game, and also has that ultimate. But Pantheon, Pantheon, honestly, I'm not sure I like the Pantheon here for GVU. That's an interesting choice. I mean, I guess there is follow-up for Caitlyn's trap now with that point-and-click W, but I don't know how well he fits into the composition of GVU because I feel like he goes in and then will get blasted. Seraphine. Now, that's not something I think
Is it going to be Tristana mid?
And
the Seraphine down bot? Or Seraphine
it's
mid?
very possible. Very possible. I feel like if the Seraphine was to go anywhere, it should be bot lane.
Yeah.
But honestly, I'm really surprised about the Seraphine. That was not something I considered at all in this composition. Not that I don't like it, but definitely not what I expected. We'll see how well it works out for them.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely pairs super well with the Mbessa, with the Vi. They have. I'm worried for Caitlyn's life. I mean, we're talking pixel perfect nets that need to come out here and clutch up. But Nightstar, solid positioning. Like last game, he's gonna have to channel that right back in game number 2 here. Feels like overall the teams are gearing up for a faster paced game between the two junglers. I'll be looking at things being interesting very early on. Castle's gonna have to follow up his performance with some really aggressive early ganks. Should be a fun one to watch here, Zap, as we get to take a moment before the game gets rolling to think about some of the compositions here and think about how they're going to match up against each other. I know just after last game, though, I'm thinking, man, oh man, why even bother trying to figure out the predictions? So I'll leave it up to maybe some of those in chat. The Gamba prediction is up and available. This is truly anyone's game if you want to cash in and grab some channel points for your own. Make sure to fill in the Twitch Gamba to see if your predictions are as good as ours here in the casting booth. It seemed that I think last game around didn't get to see, but there are a lot of the Udon fans who rolled on PNW. We'll see if their points are going to be up for grabs once again here in game 2.
encouraging Gamba is crazy, but you know, it's for fun. You know, it's not real money, right? You know, it's just some channel points. It doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things.
Just channel points.
I think if I was a betting man, I would probably bet on PNW's comp just purely on the basis of execution here, because they have some of the most CC you could ever have in any comp. There is so much pick potential here on the side of PNW. Mbessa can link into Vi ult, Vi ult can link into Seraphine ult. There's obviously the pulverized combo from Alistar that can link into any amount of CC from the other characters. And Tristana, with all the self-peel in the world, with that Buster Shot and Rocket Jump, going to be completely safe in the backline. As the range ramps up for her during the late game, she's going to be an absolute threat. On the other side of things, I feel like there's not as much synergy as I would like in terms of team fight. I mean, I know we have Rel, Rumble, Aurora, which is a pretty solid wombo combo, but there's not much for Caitlyn here. There's not a huge setup for her traps. I really feel like it's just the Pantheon stun, and even then, that's kind of hard to position for, because Caitlyn's going to have to be relatively close to the fight. And you know what happens when Caitlyn's relatively close to the fight? Alistar, Vi, and Bessa on your face. So I'm a little concerned here for Knight on the Caitlyn this time around. He had the Corki last time with some mobility and plenty of frontline. This time around, gonna have to play it a lot safer.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting overall. It's not as cut and dry, I think, especially from kind of a, classic Nightstar carrying perspective. I think a lot of his gameplay will be kind of determined by the early laning. Wow. I mean, between Alistar and Rel, we could definitely see these bot laners getting active early on, as they do be getting active. I feel like super often, with the ignites being most common on supports here. Alistar, Rel, a lot of engage potential early on, and so is Nightstar going to be able to position well? It'll be interesting to see where the mid lane actually gets settled. Is it going to be Aojun playing Tristana into the Aurora, or going for something a little safer with a Seraphine? That'll be kind of what I'm looking for immediately as we load onto the Rift. If chat's got any confident betters, I'd be curious to see where everyone thinks the Tristana Seraphine's going to end up. I could see the Seraphine can play the mid lane super safe, just kind of wave clear with Q and E. Can also do the same thing in bot lane. So Tristana Seraphine overall early games are pretty similar. So I wonder who Aojun feels more comfortable on going mid with. I could see maybe an aggressive option for him on the Tristana, right? Try to take it to Jinqual's Aurora, not let him get comfortable on this mid pick.
Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting the Tristana mid here, honestly, because I just see no reason to pit a Seraphine against an Aurora in the mid lane. I feel like Seraphine's kit really isn't designed well for mid lane anymore, based on the changes that have been made to the character over time. So I feel like she's just more suited to being a bot laner. I feel free to prove me wrong, Aojun, but I feel like this is certainly a Tristana mid. Regardless, though, I still like the pick. I think it's a solid pick. I think Tristana is very overtuned in the current moment, and she should be getting a nerf next patch, if I'm not mistaken. This character's kit is just so incredible. Has wave clear, self-sustain, scaling. It has everything you could really want in an AD carry or a mid laner. Honestly, the free method in which to scale up, I think Tristana easily the best AD carry that you can pick in the mid lane. I know we used to have like characters like Smolder and Akshan in the meta. I feel like Smolder has kind of fallen away from mid lane more so, which is surprising to me. He's actually been buffed up quite a lot recently. I think more teams should consider picking up Smolder mid in this current meta, because he's actually quite strong right now. Low key, on the low key. The win rate doesn't do the character justice. I think the buffs have been certainly enough to develop him a little bit more into a scaling crit champion. A lot of people like to build that Spear of Shojin, a tankier build sometimes on Smolder, but if you build full crit on Smolder, he is actually doing a crazy amount of damage. And he could stack better than ever before now with the bonus damage that he has on the W and the Q. So definitely would be interested to see how that pans out in this meta. But for now, we have the Tristana mid.
You're giving me flashbacks to last MEC playoffs where I think it was Smolder had just come out last spring and he proceeded to take over the MEC playoffs. I mean, there was
he took over everywhere
after pentakill after pentakill, and we were just having to sit back and enjoy the show because that definitely characterized the MEC playoffs quite a bit last year. And it was PNW who came back. They actually ended up PNW had kind of a crazy run last year as an MEC flashback for the fans in the chat. PNW lost to Ottawa in the upper bracket, end up making a run through losers, and then all the way in grands, they ended up 3-0 sweeping Grandview to take the title, to get their first championship win here in the MEC. And this squad is hungry, I think, to do it again, not only in the MEC, but also gear up and get ready to go for an extended run in the CLOL bracket. If these teams are constantly trying to get better every year. The MEC's showcased their talent in the top 32 bracket year after year. So I'm excited to see. I feel like these teams have continued to grow. I don't think really there's been no regression. I don't think from these squads. It is, I think, a little bit of a challenge to go up against some of those top schools because they are crazy good at League of Legends, but I'm keeping my fingers crossed that our teams can continue to kind of take the right steps forward and compete at that high level, and that's what both of these teams are looking to do here. So I'm glad in this series, Zap, they are pushing each other to the limits, trying to find those and really challenge each other, both players on the Rift, coaches behind the scenes. We'll see how things go here in game number 2. PNW one game away from getting sent down to the losers bracket. GVU winning game number 1 in a close, brutal 40-minute match. Mentally preparing Zap to kind of run that back here. It'll be interesting to see how the early game goes. A lot more aggressive junglers this early game compared to the Poppy Wukong of last game. I think we'll see a lot more action from the Vi Pantheon between Castle and Alchemist.
Yeah, and this is only a best of 3 as well. It's not a best of 5 here in Winners Finals. So if GVU can scrape this one together, they'll be moving on to Grands pretty quickly. And the loser of this actually goes on to fight Ohio State, I believe, in Losers Finals. As Ohio State did take it over OU back in semis. So they are sitting pretty in losers, just waiting for the loser of this match. We don't know who that's going to be yet, but like I said, best of 3. GVU could easily move on here and knock PNW down. I'd be surprised, honestly, because I feel like the team composition here for GVU is a little bit weaker. I'm looking forward to seeing how it pans out, because maybe I'm just being a doubter and this comp is actually broken, but just on paper, like if I was in solo queue and I saw their comp and I saw PNW's comp, I'd be like, I'm winning if I'm on PNW, you know what I'm saying? So
yeah, especially thinking about like last game, PNW after 30 minutes struggled to get on Nightstar. I don't see a world where they aren't able to get to the back line between Ambessa.
I think that's what they changed. They were like, oh, we couldn't kill Nightstar last time? Okay, let's pick 3-4 dive champions even. I would count Tristana as a dive champion, honestly. Seraphine may be the only one, but she can kind of dive from afar. You know, that wave of light is going to absolutely annihilate you if any CC lands. So interested to see. It's an execution test here for the Vikings. That's all I'm saying.
Part 2. Can they do it? against the #1 seed coming in, Purdue Northwest. They did not drop a whole lot of games during the regular season. I think they dropped 1 to GVU and 1 to Columbia College, though they had subs. So on the side of PNW. So it's kind of like, I'll give them 1.5 games dropped during the regular season. So crazy to see them drop a game here. They've been looking on point. We'll see if this is awoken the PNW beast with their backs up against the wall here. I'm looking forward to see. I really want to see Aljun on Tristana, because that could be a difference maker. He could have a Night Star style game, I'll say, in terms of the ADC carry, popping off and putting everyone in the backpack. Everyone come through, just front line for me. I'll take care of the rest, and I'll try and do my best to destroy the Nexus for y'all.
Yep, we're gonna see how well that comes into effect. Okay, just getting word from production real quick. We should be getting into game any moment here. Just a small technical difficulty, but I'm glad y'all have come for the Zap and Mac podcast. You know, we're just out here talking about League of Legends. It'd be that way when you're trying to get into the game, but should happen at any moment. We'll get into the action. I'm super excited to see both of these teams play. I don't know if we're going to have as much of a banger ever again, though, Mac, because that first game was so much of a banger, it leaves a lot to be desired here. Not sure if we're going to be able to replicate that.
I know, no kidding. Talking about setting expectations through the roof, but this is the MEC playoffs, Zap, where anything is possible. Game number 2 between the two Titans hopping in. We're 2 minutes in. Apologies again, tech difficulties trying to load up onto the Rift, but the wait is over and the winners finals continue here at the MEC.
Alright, we are so back, and it is Aljun on that Tristana mid, just as we predicted, Mac. And it seems like so far already Night Stalker Caitlyn is taking advantage of the early game of Seraphine and pushing that into the tower. Ariana saying, here's a taste of your own medicine, Prank, but Prank is like, I'm playing Ambessa. I'm playing Ambessa. I can trade with you, Rumble. It's fine. Let's trade a little bit. In Flame, looking for a bit of poke, but this Caitlyn Rel duo, I'm pretty sure is going to be very, very dominant in the early game here. Going to certainly be able to secure a minion lead at the very least, but the poke from Udon, nothing to scoff at here.
Udon going back to his roots on the Seraphine pick again. The longtime PNW roster member has floated around the different bot lane roles, mainly playing ADC, but he did dabble in support, I believe, 2 seasons ago. But Ariana might be in a little bit of trouble here as Alchemist looking to gank.
Alchemist has snuck into the brush. Vi charging up that Vault Breaker and the flash forward onto Ariana. I don't think a flash is going to save you. I think you're just dead. First blood going the way of Alchemist on that Vi. Inflame here to stop the mid lane roam. And they're both just kind of trade some blows. It's like 2 mosquitoes hitting each other. They're really not going to do any damage. The ward goes down for nukes, but solid first blood there for Alchemist, actually pathing to the top side, and did get their full clear off as well, so they missed nothing and gained first blood.
Yeah, and he is actually able to get a huge first back, getting that completed component. Castle's going to be feeling a little behind as Alchemist heads down immediately to the bottom side of the map, and Flame's in trouble.
Yeah, got to be careful. Vault Breaker charged up. It does connect. I'm pretty sure Inflame is just gone. You are out of position, sir, and PNW already off to a fantastic start as Alchemist sets their sights on the Scuttle Crab for a bit of extra gold. 2 kills onto Vi in the early game. A tunneler in the pocket and on their way to building that first item in the Sundered Sky. A very prominent item for Vi here. Ariana looking to pressure Prank a little bit. The Rumble has a bit of an early CS lead for the moment, despite that early death, and that just goes to show how strong Rumble can be in these early skirmishes against their lane opponent.
Yeah, I think most importantly, though, Prank does have the CS lead. So it will be something to keep our eyes on. Prank, though, getting low. I don't know if he's going to be able to abuse it as much as he'd like, but he might be able to get 6 off of this wave. I'm not 100% sure, though.
It's possible. Nuke's looking to knock Inflame back. The crash down, avoiding some of that turret aggro. Getting some poke here onto Nukes. Good Caitlyn damage. Getting that headshot off as well. And the Q is well connecting. See a solid CS lead here for Caitlyn. As Castle actually smites away the Krugs. Vault Breaker's gonna connect.
Aljun gets level 6 first.
Oh.
There it is for Prank.
Ariana looking to join their jungler there. I think Castle got all he wanted though. Found the Krug, smite away, and that'll be a good little bit of extra XP for Castle. Looking to start up these grubs as well.
Yeah, the supports and overall bot laners aren't going to be going immediately to the grubs here, excuse me. Top lane, super even. Ariana's got to be careful, but dodges the ultimate. He's got his fancy shoes on here. GVU managed to pick up one Void Grub. The supports are coming through now as we might get a fight around here. Ultimate advantage for the top lane for GVU. I wonder. Oh no, he's just gonna equalize the wave. Fair enough. Yeah,
I like that. I like that. Getting priority on the wave.
Fair and valid.
Yep, gets priority on the wave. It's gonna take a back. Recognizing that grubs don't really want to be fought here. Inflame is trying to get some vision at the very least. 2 smited away. Oh well, 1 apiece for each team as 1 grub remains. Take an equal trade there from both teams as that 1 grub is counting its lucky stars that it's still alive. Big little trade. Big trade there for Nightstar with the trap. Piltover Peacemaker combination. Now June looking for some chip damage, but Aurora's like, oh, I'll just go invisible. No big deal.
Dragon potentially going to get started up here by PNW. The early kill for Alchemist here. He's got 2 of them, but that's going to be just about evened up by Nightstar's lead on Udon here. Nukes and Alchemist, though, a death squad roaming around. They might look mid with Alchemist's ultimate ready to go.
It's possible. Thinking about it, Vault Breaker charged up. We do commit this rocket jump, but there is no follow-up.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, Pantheon ults in. Grand Starfall gonna be burned away. Nukes took a big chunk from that tower. Still alive. And the flash from Inflame. Q flash just to secure that CC. A beautiful re-engage there. Yes, exactly. And GVU will return a kill. Putting 1 on the board for Castle. They do actually have a 10 CS lead, so slowly but surely the gold lead from Alchemist is going to be equalized. However, Alchemist does have some camps up, so they will equalize. Well, not equalize. They will acquire some more gold here when they do get their full clear off. They have been on the map for quite a bit. So we'll see that gold lead shift back in Alchemist's favor as Prank and Ariana duking it out in the top lane. It seems like Ariana really is getting the better end of these trades and actually burns the equalizer. That's a pretty good equalizer. Lots of damage. I don't think the kill will happen though, as Aljun looking to pressure as well here in the mid lane. Nukes just hovering. Inflame looking for something. I don't think there's much to be had here though. Crashes down
gonna get
onto
caught
Nukes.
out. Alchemist no ultimate, but they're looking for this fight.
Vault Breaker goes to the wayside. Inflame is just gone. Landed on by the Tristana. Just Goomba stomps on his head like Super Mario Bros. And takes that kill for himself. 88 CS as well. This Tristana is scaling. Be careful of that.
Unfortunately for GVU, just getting caught out, but Aljun not a whole lot of mana. Gotta be careful. Top lane dive in the queue.
Yeah, Frank getting dove here, gets the shield off, gets the ultimate down, and still alive somehow, but I think the tower is going to be enough to take down Ariana. There is no flash available. That was used earlier, and that's a trade back. You can't ask for much more if you're Prank, honestly, on the dive. Unfortunately for GVU, and now they will lose the dragon on the cross map as well. if I'm Castle, I'm looking at that grub. Isn't there like one grub just sitting in the pit right now all by his lonesome? He should look for that, perhaps.
It would be really funny to just see both teams end up with one grub apiece.
That would be silly. There's no way that happens. I refuse to believe it. Surely they will have more than one grub apiece, right?
Sure. Right?
I don't know.
Allegedly.
Castle's really not thinking about that grub. He is thinking about blue buff. He's like, I'm getting the true objective here, the blue buff. This is way more important than the grub. As the engage comes through from Inflame, crashes down into nothing. As there is really not much to be happening down here.
Like you were saying, with the Rel, it's not the easiest setup with the Caitlyn trap. We'll see now. Can they get it set up? Nuke's taking a lot of damage, but I don't think that's it. There's going to be poking and between the Seraphine and the Alistar, they've got plenty of healing to keep them healthy as they're trying to get that turret play for Alchemist in the area. Level 6 for Nukes.
They know he's there. Inflame able to avoid the CC for the most part, but Alchemist able to connect with that Vault Breaker. Grand Starfall though, Nuke's in a bit of trouble. The flash forward from Nightstar secures the kill, and of course Alchemist is gonna fall as well. Both mid laners have arrived, and Aurora is wailing on Udon here, able to return a kill back.
Okay.
Wow,
okay.
Okay. GVU with the collapse. The Buster shot buffered. No stun to be had. Good stuff there from Ao Jun, but GVU really turning the tides on that fight in their favor. They came out huge with that fight.
Yeah, super well played. Unfortunately, I don't know if Alchemist... Oh, teleport coming in. That's Ao Jun running into the bot lane there. Alchemist still with his ultimate available. I didn't quite see it. I'll maybe try to peek in the replay behind the scenes as I've got the Twitch stream pulled up. I'm curious if he had his ultimate available or just wasn't able to use it. He's going to try to come up top lane to be a bit of a difference maker here in the prank versus Ariana. It's time for Ariana to get dove.
Yeah, no flash here as well. Certainly you will be absolutely annihilated as Alchemist is tanking this up for a little bit too long. Stepped in the equalizer, and meanwhile in the bot lane, Castle has found themselves a kill on the Tristana, and PNW is getting picked off like flies. Look at the gold lead here, Mac. GVU really making this early game count with their comp.
Taking a look across the rift, Castle on the Pantheon again, following up his game 1 performance, 3-0-2, using the Pantheon ultimate super well. Feels like he's been everywhere. Now Udon gonna be poked around a little bit. Inflame thinking about diving, but Castle is not on the bottom side of the map. He's on top as still one Void Grub apiece, kind of funny, but overall. We see mid lane slight lead, but 2,000 gold for the bot lane. Ace in the hole coming through. Inflame's gonna have to back off. Alchemist coming to Udon's support, but again, 5,800 for Nightstar, 3,700 for Udon. This Caitlyn pick, we were wondering, you know, what exactly is it gonna do in the late game team fights? Zap, but this is what it's doing in the early game.
Does it matter? Does it matter if we're not getting to late game, Mac? That's the question, because once again, a tale as old as time. Night Stalker with an early lead here. I feel like their star AD carry in Nightstar really has been effective in both the early and later stages of the game. We'll see if that remains true this game, but this Seraphine pick is not really panning out for PNW. I feel like Udon might not be as comfortable in the Grand Starfall.
No way,
Speaking
Castle.
of not being being comfortable, Pantheon lands right on the poor mage's head, and you are just so squishy and alone. There is nothing you can do against that Pantheon, and poor Udon this game.
That's some cyberbullying right there. Absolutely brutal. Another alt dodge from Ariana. Prank has not been able to connect on the execution, but the equalizer's going to miss as well. Here comes Nukes with the flash dodge.
Oh, that
through.
flash
Ariana
was so good.
has been on point, but there are now 4 members of PNW coming up top.
Yeah.
Surely that's enough.
We saw this last game where they just say, we want this turret and we're gonna get it, right? But not again, Udon. You are getting collapsed on by 3 people. Crashes down. There's the ultimate, but I don't think it's gonna be enough. There are so many members here. Hey, that turret! Watch out, it's ramping up in flame. Look out! Okay, we're able to get out of there.
Wow.
Just in time, but poor Udon, he's really getting the 80 carry experience. He's not having a good time in the bot lane.
Man, brutal. GBU, I was worried about them through the first couple of minutes, Zap, but they have come through roaring back. 5,000 gold lead. Through game number 1, they had about a 2,000 gold lead for the first 20 minutes, and overall we were like, you know, it's still pretty close. This early game is a massive lead for GBU. Udon may be shopping on a budget, but this lethality Caitlyn is coming out to play. Not a whole lot of armor has been set up here, and around the Rift Herald, a potential pick.
Okay, Castle getting Vault Breakered on, taking a lot of damage here, getting CC'd for forever. Surely the shutdown will come, but the crashdown comes through, trying to save that shutdown. But now, Inflame is the one who's in trouble as Alchemist and Aljun are jumping in. The Caitlyn ult connects, though, one-shotting that Alistar as well. There's just a big skirmish happening. Suddenly, it's a 5v5. Everybody's all over Galkin right now, but Udon running for the hills as Ariana begins to chase down. And man, that is a 4 for 2 on the side of GVU. My goodness. What a skirmish.
Big fight for them. The wallet doing the talking in that one. A huge equalizer comes through for Ariana as the difference maker, I think, in that fight. Castle as well, able to buy a bunch of time for the rest of the team. And just a big impact for Nightstar, dishing out so much damage.
Nightstar on
the
turret.
ace in the hole. With the lethal, with the collector, man, that hurts. He's going for headshots here on the Rift. GBU gonna expand their gold lead to 6,000. And I'm a little curious what your expert opinion is on this, Zap. Ariana's got 3 haunting guises, and I'm not really sure what's going on there.
Now, you may be asking me for my expert opinion, but I have never seen 3 haunting guises a day in my life, and I've played thousands of League of Legends games, Mac. I've played over 500 games this season, I bet. And this is a new build here for Ariana.
Is it not unique?
And funnily enough, all 3 of these haunting guises can go into an actual practical item because
it's not a unique passive.
I don't think so. But
the madness stack, so he has 3 madness triggers.
I don't.
Oh my god.
I don't know, but Ariana,
he's a mad lad.
In danger here as PNW is collapsing. There's the flash from Nukes as Frank goes in with the ultimate. Seraphine dropping her ult as well as Castle's looking to be in a dangerous spot. 1v5. PNW says, well, if we have this many people, surely win the fight, correct? And they do, but it looks like Incall is going to be able to take that tier 2 as well as Nightstar. And even if that trade happens, the cross map is there. A lot of chip damage here. I think,
wow.
Yes, the tier 2 will fall, and Nightstar should be able to get that tier 2 as well. And funnily enough, Mac, your prophecy came true. Your intuition is impeccable. 1 grub apiece for these teams. I can't believe it. As Alchemist looks to go on Ariana, the equalizer is there, but a Tristana is rocket jumping on your head. However, Inflame with the re-engage. Alchemist getting melted down, and Ariana, they're just sitting in the equalizer. Their health bars are just annihilated.
It's madness, Zap. Madness on the Rift.
I don't know if it's madness. I didn't see Pantheon in there. You know, this is Sparta and whatnot. But speaking of Sparta, Grand Skyfall onto Frank as Frank getting cross-mapped here. I'm sure Ginkal and Castle will have more than enough damage to take care of this one as Spear Shot comes in and collects that kill. 5 kills here for Castle, looking very strong on the Pantheon. A character that is notoriously strong in the early game, but how well can he hold up as we reach late game? I don't know if it's gonna matter with this gold lead, Mac.
GVU are ready to go, looking for what feels like they seem to always come prepared here in winners finals. They want to be able to try and take back the MEC crown. They did not sweep PNW at all during the regular season, so this is quite a performance from them so far. Castle stepping up. He's got 2 levels on Alchemist. Nightstar has been fantastic through the series, and they may be looking for another fight around Dragon.
That's possible here. Considering our options, doesn't look like the Dragon fight is going to break out just yet, as GVU is taking position of the mid brush. A pink ward goes down. They will clear the vision. It is Vision Wars right now. It looks like they are going to set their sights on the Dragon now as they move towards the bot lane. Ariana trying to contest this mid wave, but we're thinking about Otacon. Might be the trade here for PNW. Dragon for Otacon.
I don't know if they got enough damage for Otacon.
Inflame is clearing wards. I'm just a support clearing wards. Surely there's nobody in this bush, right? Okay, smart. Walks back to mid lane to rejoin their team, and it looks like it's just going to be a Dragon for nothing, Mac.
Fair enough. Rift Herald's going to be thrown down. That is GVU's Rift Herald charging into the mid lane base. Castle steals away red buff, says thank you very much, and here's the fight we were looking for.
Yep, there's the engage. Nukes popping that unstoppable force. Walking on out of there. There's not really much of a fight to be had, Mac, as they will all walk out by the skin of their teeth with some HP to spare. Take it back here. PNW trying to clear up that mid wave as now they set their sights on Otacon control. Looks like Inflame's going to take it back to get some more wards here as we push out the waves and try to take control of the Baron side of things. Baron not quite up yet. However, it's just this is the boring part of League. The macro play, you know? We're back and forth, clearing waves, clearing vision. An important part of the game, but I want to see some big team fights, you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, and while not the most riveting gameplay experience, GVU have been in total control of the macro. Ariana looking for their 5th turret overall and looking for yet another objective with Castle and Inflame on the top side of the map. Jinqual's got teleport available on the bottom side of the map. So does Prank. 4-on-3, numbers advantage.
Pulverized combination, rocket jump reset here for Aojun. Ariana is just dead as Udon fires the encore at 2. Might see a re-engage
4v5.
Grand Starfall connecting. Aojun in trouble, gets one shot by the Aurora. Alchemist out the fight, looking to vault breakaway as Castle tries to get out of dodge. And Bessa ult connecting here onto Aurora, but I think Frank is just dead as everyone is getting wiped out on the other side of things. It's only Nukes, a lone cow, who cowers back to their base as Nightstar and Inflame begin to siege this tier 2. One-shotting that and setting their sights on the Otacon. Castle already there. What a team fight here for GVU as the gold lead grows.
Dude, Nightstar had 2 shots, 2 kills that fight. The Collector Infinity Edge dishing out just a ridiculous amount of damage. Objective bounties are going to come online as GVU is in total control of game number 2, looking to clean sweep PNW here in the winners finals. Unbelievable stuff so far, as that was overall a good fight in theory for PNW, but again, the wallets are doing the talking and they're biting off a little more than they can chew. A really good zoning of the team fight there from GVU. Like, the Vikings didn't have a numbers advantage at all. But based on the health bars, based on the zoning overall, right? Like even Nightstar's able to do a bunch of zoning. He's level 15 on the Caitlyn. He's gotten so much solo XP. He's got
Look at the gold lead on
13,000
Caitlyn.
gold. It's
Oh my
ridiculous,
g-
you know?
Most of the gold lead is just on Nightstar rather, and this is a very stark similarity to the first game, how this AD carry has been such a pivotal character here for this GVU squad. Nightstar once again putting the team on his back with the CS lead, with the gold lead. I imagine he's done the most damage as well on this Caitlyn, so I think we'll continue to see the carry factor here for Caitlyn, and actually has purchased an Immortal Shield Bow in the pocket just to ensure that even if they do get dived on, there's a bit of extra defense there to survive. So I think it's going to be really difficult here for PNW to actually get their hands on this Caitlyn.
Whew. We'll see. It is, I mean, talking about an uphill battle. It's going to be on Ao Jun's Tristana here. 3 items completed and ready to go. GVU's got to make sure to keep an eye on Ao Jun's impact because he can burst through these squishy carries. The only trouble is he's also pretty squishy, and Jinqual, excuse me, can pretty much like one-shot Ao Jun's Tristana, which is kind of crazy, but the Aurora's ready to go. The Zonya's completed, and we'll see if PNW can put together a team fight with Dragon up. The Vikings are already on the objective. They're going to be able to take it, and PNW might try to roam up for Baron, but it's honestly a little too late. I don't think they're going to be able to look for this whatsoever.
They're going to get it some vision, and that's about it. Dragon going the way of GVU once again. It is Soul Point. Udon's trying to fire some poke off, but here's the engage. The Magnet Storm connecting. Equalizer is down. Grand Starfall
oh my
all the way in. The Between Worlds is there as well as Alchemist and Ao Jun and Udon will all bite the dust. Nukes is soon to follow. Public execution from Prank. I'm surprised that they actually went in there, and I'm pretty sure they're just gonna march on through the base now, Mac. What kind of team fight was that? Alchemist has left the game. All their souls have left their bodies as GVU looks to make this a quick 2-0 and take this winners finals.
They're going to Grands. The Vikings have stormed through the base. Absolutely dominant performance here in game number 2. Dreher chefing up an incredible series here. And shout out Nightstar, shout out you, shout out the whole squad. GVU, awesome gameplay there. Inflame ended up 0-3-19 on the rel. The power of friendship on full display here. The Vikings take over in winners finals. I mean, what a series from them. Ariana holds up in the top lane. Castle does his thing in the jungle. Jinqual goes toe-to-toe with Ao Jun, and Nightstar and Inflame completely dominate things down bot. GVU could not have drew up a better series, as they're going to await the winner of Ohio State versus Purdue Northwest.
Yep. PNW obviously falling here to this GVU squad. An impressive showing, and they proved me wrong with that team comp. I was a doubter. I was doubting real hard on that Pantheon, on that Aurora, on that Rel. I was wondering where the team synergy was. It turns out the team synergy was the friends we made along the way, because GVU is full of friendship and full of strength, as you can see. They take down PNW, secure their spot in grand finals, and honestly, they look good while doing it. So I'm really impressed and honestly pleasantly surprised with how effective that team comp was.
They went to work. Udon did not have a chance on the Seraphine pick, and the rest of the pieces kind of fall into place. Castle, it felt like as well, a lot of times was right place, right time on the Pantheon. And overall, PNW, you know, going to LAN is incredibly challenging. I think you're forced out of your comfort zone. You're playing on different setups. There's so many factors when playing in person that things may have gotten a little interesting. I think there were a handful of moments where PNW, especially in game number 2, didn't necessarily look like PNW. So I'll be interested to watch them try and bounce back against Ohio State again. They have to collect themselves. Marquez has got to rally the troops and get things locked in because they got to go toe to toe against Ohio State right after this.
Yeah, I mean, the mental stack is something that you mentioned. After you just lost a game, you're feeling a little bit tilted and you have to go straight into losers finals. That's a tough spot to be in if you're PNW, especially with Ohio being as fresh as they are. They've probably just been practicing, sitting pretty, waiting for their opponent to come in. So now they're like, oh, PNW just lost. Fresh meat, blood in the water. Like, let's salt the wound a little bit. Try to get this as quick as possible. I imagine they'll have some of a break beforehand, but like you said, the coaches are really going to have to rally their crew together and get that mental in the right spot, because that can really play a huge role, especially with how you're playing at the LAN when nerves are high, peripherals are different, you know, things of that nature. So a lot of things riding on this. PNW is really going to have to lock in, I think. I mean, they did have some ideas here and there with these last couple of games. I think the execution was just there for GVU today, and they do come out on top this time around. I think they really want to reclaim that title that they lost so long ago from PNW. So GVU is locked in. We're going to see if PNW can be locked in too versus Ohio State.
PNW's comfort zone. Send them to the losers bracket. Exactly the wake-up call they need. Same thing happened last year. They are down but not out. Also to note, Ohio State, I think, played Ottawa way earlier this morning, so I'm not sure if they've got warm-up PCs set up at Illinois College. I'm keeping my fingers crossed. I just know PNW are definitely going to be warmed up after playing against GVU. So
they were on the league. They were on the league mobile. Yeah. They were playing Wild Rift. You know, that's no computer. All right, break out the mobile device.
It's a good backup option, 100%. So the Buckeyes will hopefully be geared up and ready to go to face off against PNW. But before we hop into losers finals, we've got a winners final winner interview from one of the Vikings here coming up shortly. So don't click out of that browser. We're going to hop into a quick break to get geared up and ready to go for that. If you want to stick around and hear from some of the Vikings after their series victory, we're talking with one of the GOATs of the MEC himself. The Night Star interview coming up right after the break.
Hello.
And we are back here with the man, the myth, the legend, Night Star for a post-victory interview. You just won Winners Finals, Night Star. How are you feeling? What are the vibes?
There's still another day.
Okay, all right. Just another day in the books.
Oh, we still
for
have
the
tomorrow,
80
so
carry.
yeah.
That's true. That's true. Got to stay locked in. Nice Star. I have to ask.
Vamos.
Okay, all right. Who was that? Was that one of your teammates?
That was my top laner, Ariana. Yeah.
W.
The
Love to
goat.
see that. Love to see that. I gotta ask, Night Star, with this impressive 80 carry performance, how do you feel knowing that you had both games like a 6K gold lead on your opponent? Are you normally this much of a carry for your team?
I don't know if I'd call it a carry. I mean, I just kind of hit minions for a while, and I gather storm.
Okay, scaling up. Humility. Okay, okay. I see you. I see you.
I mean, that's all I did. Yeah.
Do you guys have any LAN traditions for the GVU squad that you guys like to do either on the road trip or once you guys get to LAN?
I don't think. I mean, we get coffee. That's about it. I'm pretty jittery right now because I've only had caffeine, so.
Hopped up on the caffeine.
Yeah, I need some food.
Give this man a burger. Man. All right. Well, seeing as you are now sitting in grand finals, who would you be more concerned to fight coming back into the grands? Would you rather fight Ohio State or would you rather fight PNW again?
I mean, I'd rather fight PNW any day, just because like they're all my friends. So that it's just fun. I mean, we were playing arena before we played this match, so.
Oh, nice.
Dang,
Yeah, I was playing with Prank. We got second.
Oh,
oh sick.
Which squad?
Some
won?
random, I think. Zamudo probably.
Oh wow, you guys got gapped by the random.
Yeah.
That's crazy, bro. Crazy.
We're just not good enough.
Night Star, for you guys facing off on the Rift, what's it like going up against Prank? I know this is his second year at PNW. Do you guys feel like you've gotten progressively better at figuring out what it's like playing against Prank?
No, we're still terrified of him. I think every draft plan is just about like how do we avoid him, how do we counter him. That's all we care about as a team. I think my top laner can't handle him.
Dang. Ariana's like sitting right there.
Oh, I can't wait to see their reactions. It'll be great. Yeah.
That's so funny. Holy moly, the background noise is absolutely immaculate.
How does this LAN compare to the other ones, Night Star? I know you're an MEC veteran at this point. How's this one treating you so far?
It's about the same. I think there used to be more people. That's about it. It's all right. I'm enjoying my time. I got a shirt, so it's kind of better than the other ones, I guess.
Huge.
Yeah.
We love the merch. Love the merch 100%. As you guys get kind of geared up, I know the immediate focus for you guys is on this LAN, but afterwards is the potential. I think with you guys getting into grands, I'd be surprised if y'all don't get into the top 32 CLOL tournament. Is that on y'all's mind as well, thinking about the future tournament and future matches that potentially come after the MEC?
For sure. I mean, we're just like ideally we get top 4, we go to a LAN and stuff. I mean, we're just aiming for LANs, right? I think we're gonna go to Florida. We're gonna go to Texas. Hopefully, eat some Texas barbecue. I just want food. I don't really care about. I just show up. I don't really care about the placements or anything. I usually don't know like the teams I'm facing either. So I'm just showing up. I want food. Yeah.
Are you guys getting any Chicago-style hot dogs in Illinois, or
we could try them?
Is there any
deep dish maybe?
Food goals? Yeah, deep dish.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
I'm excited for the low ping, I guess.
You keep talking about food. If you win tomorrow, where are you gonna get dinner? Where are your coaches taking you for dinner?
They said McDonald's. So, I mean, we gotta get something. We gotta get something better than that, I think. So wait,
Oh man,
you guys need to tell him to get me something better than that. I don't know.
This is crazy. We're gonna need an interview with the coaches, bro. McDonald's, come on now.
You tell Dreyer, no way, it's Mickey D's. Come on.
That's crazy. Well,
Dreyer bought me food. He's all good.
As we wrap up this interview, do you have anything you want to say to the fans, to your coaches, to your teammates? Anything? Any final comments, Nightstar?
How's your guys' day going? Hope it's going well.
Pretty good.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Watch some great League
game
of Legends.
game one was crazy. I don't know if you have any thoughts on game number one.
Oh, I thought we were gonna lose, honestly, but then suddenly, like, I killed 3 people, and then the game was like, oh wait, we got Baron, and then it kind of just steamrolled from there.
Yeah.
It was kind of just random, pretty much.
Solid.
The Corky, you got 5 items, my guy, and then suddenly the game got pretty easy.
That game was so hard. Like, every champion counters me, but all single one of my teammates just died for me, and it's pretty free after that, I guess. I mean, shout out to my mom. Wouldn't be here without her, literally.
Love to hear that,
Big
bro.
brain.
Love to hear that. Well, thank you, Nightstar, for the interview.
Appreciate you,
and
Nightstar.
Congratulations
Much
on
love,
the dub.
much love.
Good luck tomorrow. We'll catch you later, sir.
Yeah, shout outs.
Good luck, my guy.
Thank you.
Alrighty.
The power of friendship coming through for GVU. They're headed back to the finals to try and win back the MEC crown. They're locked in at the LAN. Wishing them a good time as well. Hope they get some good Chicago food there while they're at Illinois College.
Hope they feed Nightstar, man. That kid's starving. He's starving to death.
And
bro.
water, please, God, get everyone some water. But we're gonna hop into a quick break, Zap. We've got more League of Legends coming soon. The Midwest Esports Conference playoffs continue live from Illinois College. Can't wait to see its losers finals between Ohio State and Purdue Northwest coming up after the break.
Hey, my name is Ali.
Bunny Hopper.
Hello, my name is RDU.
Fino here. Thais.
Lambi series here.
Even though most people know me as a streamer, I used to be a high-level competitor in Hearthstone.
2-time Yu-Gi-Oh! Nationals finalist, 1-time champion, Yu-Gi-Oh! World semi-finalist, former Hearthstone Grandmaster.
Became world champion in 2022 and also won the global team championship.
2 times the European championship.
When I found Parallel,
I
immediately fell in love with the science fiction world that they created.
The depth and the details in it really stand out to me.
It's space art, it's gorgeous. The lore, Space Wars, super interesting.
I think overall the game of Parallel is what is the strong part.
The mana system, the cards.
Deck building around the Paragon's strengths.
Some things are a little bit stronger, but the strongest decks are also like very skillful.
The tech allows us to trade the assets. I can send my friends decks and cards or my viewers cosmetics.
The banking system, especially as a new mechanic.
The banking system.
One of the best takes we've seen in the mana system in any card game.
It's already adapting into tournament modes.
The community is pretty awesome.
The Parallel community and team has always been so wonderful to me.
I've been a lot of fun playing Parallel. I think you can also have a lot of fun playing Parallel.
Try Parallel, guys.
I love this game.
Hey, my name is Ali.
Bunny Hopper.
Hello, my name is RDU.
Fino here.
Thijs.
Lambi series here.
Even though most people know me as a streamer, I used to be a high-level competitor in Hearthstone.
Two-time Yu-Gi-Oh! Nationals finalist, one-time champion, Yu-Gi-Oh! World semi-finalist, former Hearthstone Grandmaster.
Became world champion in 2022 and also won the global team championship.
2 times the European championship.
When I found Parallel,
Parallel,
I immediately fell in love with the science fiction world that they created.
The depth and the details in it really stand out to me.
It's space art, it's gorgeous. The lore, Space Wars, super interesting.
I think overall the game of Parallel is what is the strong part.
the mana system, the cards.
Deck building around the Paragon's strengths.
Some things are a little bit stronger, but the strongest decks are also like very skillful.
The deck allows us to trade the assets. I can send my friends decks and cards or my viewers cosmetics.
The banking system especially as a new mechanic.
The banking system.
One of the best decks we've seen in the mana system in any card game.
It's already adapting into tournament modes.
The community is pretty awesome.
The Parallel community and team has always been so wonderful to me.
I've been a lot of fun playing Parallel. I think you can also have a lot of fun playing Parallel.
Try Parallel, guys.
I love this game.
Alex's Lemonade Stand was founded by my daughter Alex in our front yard when she was 4 years old. She decided she would have a lemonade stand, but instead of keeping the money, she would give it to her doctors so they could help kids like her. And she was able to reach her $1 million goal. She passed away 2 weeks later. She was 8.5.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the Midwest Esports Conference playoffs. It is LAN weekend live at Illinois College as we're covering the College League of Legends action, but there is tons of MEC Esports going on all weekend long. For our next match live on stream, it's the lower finals, the third place match between Purdue Northwest and Ohio State. Weirdly enough, for this third place match, it's the loser that ends up with third place. And again, it's lower finals, so whoever gets the W is going to be moving back up to face off against Grandview University in the grand finals to determine which team is going to be taking the spring 2025 championship crown home with them and getting that guaranteed spot in the CLOL 2025 playoffs, the top 32 tournament. And we get a cute little pic of Zap here as we're having some technical issues with his webcam, but he's still with us.
Why did I slide in like that? I pray that everybody can hear me. Holy crap. Why did I slide in like that, though? Oh, goodness.
Natural.
I'm sorry, Mac. I just couldn't
no
help
problem.
but laugh at... You know, I'm smooth like that. I slide right in, you know what I'm saying? Back at it again at the Midwest Esports Conference. Super excited to get into this next matchup here, Mac. Ohio State versus PNW. PNW fresh off their loss versus GVU. So I bet they're looking to redeem themselves, looking to come back into this bracket here and find themselves a grand final spot. We'll see if they can do it. I think, you know, being the #1 seed, they have a pretty good chance. I'm so back. I'm so back.
We'll see.
I'm seeing the champions. What's going on here? Some technical
Too funny.
difficulties. It's all good. It's all good in the hood. But getting to the picks and bans here. Looks like Galio has already been banned away.
Hopefully PNW's warmed up at this point in time. It'll be interesting to see how they face off against Ohio State. Definitely a series they tended to kind of dominate Zap over the regular season. I believe taking both series over the Buckeyes in 2-0 fashion. It's not every day, I believe. I can't really. It's not every day you see a Master Yi banned in League of Legends, but here we are. A wonderful time of a time of year, excuse me, to be in.
Okay.
And somehow Azir makes it through bans. Nabiri is also available, so I wonder if Ohio State's just gonna say, "Hey, thanks very much for that," and nab that up for themselves here. So I think it'll be pretty interesting to see how the rest of the draft goes, Zap, because a lot of comfort was focused in the bans, leaving up those meta options, and we'll see what OSU go with. The Buckeyes going to go with Corky first.
Yeah, I think they might have made a mistake in leaving that Azir open for Ao Jun. However, they have been looking to find that pick for a while now. Almost every team bans it against them. So the Azir is available. They did snag away the Corky Leona. Corky has been a solid priority pick for most teams here at the Midwest Esports Conference. We see that character constantly picked and banned. Now, Nefuri's still available, though, for PNW, and we do know that Acolyte plays it, so it is possible. They might be thinking that the nerfs were enough to kill it this time around. The last time we saw the champion, there was not a hotfix in place. We've seen 2 or 3 hotfixes since the champion's release. And I'm thinking they might not play it. We'll see, depending on how Alchemist is feeling. And they are just going to go for the rel. So, I mean, sealing away the bot lane, obvious. That's not a bad choice here, seeing as OSU revealed their bot lane picks already. So, interesting to see if they pick their mid here now or leave it for later.
Yeah, I think definitely Zap something that PNW say, hey, we recognize the bot lane aggression that's going to be coming out, and we want to be able to match it with our own, and it'd be a pretty dangerous situation to put yourself in against the Corky Leona to not have something that can go toe-to-toe with it. So I think that's kind of why we see the prioritization of the rel here over anything else. And now the second phase of picks come through, both teams locking in the bottom side of their map. We've got both teams locking in the mid and bot lanes, the bot lane pairings So now the second phase of bans would guess we're going to be focusing on both the mid lane and the jungle. The Buckeyes taking away Vi to start things out. Could also go to, it's a little tricky for Purdue Northwest, right? Because as soon as these bans finish up, Ohio State get the first pick in response. So who do you want to pick away? Who do you leave up as an option for the Buckeyes to pick? And then after that, you have to consider who is going to be left for you to pick up in response with the blue 4-5 pick. So it'll be pretty interesting. Pantheon, I think, most notably available still as an aggressive early jungle option. A lot of this jungle pool going to be looking to get pinched. Top lane, only Rumble banned away. Still the Mbessa is an option, as well as whoever else the Buckeyes and PNW might lock in.
We'll see. Lots of junglers being banned away here, as seems to be a common theme amongst these teams is once we get into the second phase, it's time to ban out the junglers. Most of the time we've been seeing top and bot lane picked immediately. This time it's mid lane and bot lane being picked this time around, still leaving up top lane counter pick and junglers. So Mbessa is banned away. A pretty good blind. Honestly surprised to see the Mbessa go away here for PNW, because they could have blinded it themselves, as OSU should get the final say here. Pantheon should be the jungle if I had to guess where that man is going, and we'll have to see what they cook up here. We have to blind our top lane. So what character are we gonna go with? The Rumble has been banned away, so standard blind here for Prank is gone. The Mbessa being taken away as well. So Renekton, solid blind here. Not a bad choice, I think, for PNW. And Xin Shao is going to be the jungler, and a solid team comp. Strong early game champs on the side of PNW with a side of Azir scaling. So pretty good setup here. Cassante could be the option for OSU in the top lane. Now what do you think about this Cassante pick on 5 here against Renekton? What are your thoughts, Mac? I'm curious to know.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. For me, it's at least something to potentially get into the business of misfortune of Azir. I think it'll be on the Buckeyes to try and get onto the back line, and between the Leona, between the Ziggs ultimate as well, Cassante's got to be hopefully either serving as that frontline beef tank to keep the Corki safe, or there's some options there, either moving the misfortune away, interrupting that, or serving as the backline peel, move away the Renekton from the Corki, move away the Xin Zhao. So it should overall be pretty okay into the Renekton, I think, early on. He's got you know how Cassante be with his Q to go toe to toe with the Renekton. It helps with early lane trading, excuse me. You get the auto attack reset early on. Renekton's obviously going to bully out just about everyone early on in the top lane, so I don't think that the Cassante is going to be the end all be all of perfect red 5 counter pick into the Renekton, but it should at least do a solid job of making sure, hey, this Renekton's not going to go crazy in the early game, but we are dealing with Prank in the top lane, right? I don't think there's a top laner here in the MEC that can really go toe-to-toe with him. So after the last series he had, I'm glad to see Purdue Northwest keeping their foot on the gas pedal, looking for that grand finals berth, giving Prank an aggressive option that he can potentially, if the cards fall in the right place, Zap, he can certainly do a lot of damage with this Renekton pick.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right there, Mac. I think Renekton needs to win the early game, though, because Cassante in the late game is going to be a menace for their team to get through. If you're looking at PNW's comp, there's actually not a ton of sustained damage aside from the Azir. I mean, Renekton all burst, obviously. Xin Shao is going to fall off the face of the earth. Misfortune is going to be alting Cassante, and he's going to soak that up like a sponge. So it's just on the Azir to do the damage, right? So
Yeah.
I think for PNW to succeed with this comp that they have drafted, Renekton definitely has to find some sort of early presence, because Cassante, not the strongest character in the early stages of the game, and with this top and jungle duo, Xin Xiao plus Renekton, I think they should be able to abuse the Cassante here. We'll have to see how it pans out. I'm not a huge fan of Renekton as a champion, but I'm interested to see if PNW can make it work here, because he is a solid blind. I mean, they did have to go for that blind pick because they don't have the counter pick, obviously, being on the blue side of things. So I think they're going to be able to make it work. I've seen PNW succeed with early game comps before, and I'm sure they can do it again. But if you let this Cassante get out of hand, man, could be real difficult to deal with. We'll see.
Yeah, 100%. And while the Cassante does kind of present an interesting late game predicament for PNW, for me, thinking about the X Factor difference maker for the Buckeyes, you can't talk about the Buckeyes without thinking about their mid laner 5Fire, who's been on the roster holding the fort down. The Buckeyes coming into the MEC, this is their first year, Zap, in the Midwest Esports Conference, already making top 3. Kudos to them, taking out Ottawa earlier this morning. Now they have a chance to potentially make it to grand finals in their first season. That would completely shake things up here. And with PNW on the ropes, again, we're thinking PNW's warmed up here, but we don't know fully what potential adversity they're facing at the LAN. The squad has got to come together, because PNW, the 1 seed coming into the bracket, full expectations, I think, for them were to storm through and come out on top without much issue. Facing a bit of a challenge here in the regional playoffs, PNW's got to find their footing. But coming back to 5Fire in this X Factor for the Buckeyes, if he's going to be coming through, and I think with the Ziggs pick, maybe setting things up for the Buckeyes. Not only does he have the backline access in team fights with his ultimate, but the turret taking potential for the Buckeyes, if they get rolling, they've got this Pantheon in the jungle. How is their macro gonna overall set the team up for success early on to potentially steamroll a victory? We saw GVU with this Pantheon pick not too long ago pop off and take PNW to town. We'll see if the Purdue Northwest squad have figured things out, kind of how to play into the Pantheon pick. And we'll see. Castle put on a freaking show with the Pantheon pick. I like getting Alchemist, the Xin Zhao, to hopefully get the league juices flowing again, get PNW back in their comfort zone.
Yep. Pantheon did work out last time around. Will it work out a second time? You know me, Mac. I'm a Pantheon doubter. I hate this character. But we're going to see if OSU can make it work. I think OSU does have the capability to get to late game. The question is, do they want to go to late game? Because they do have the Pantheon, they do have the Leona, they do have the Corki. All 3 of those characters extremely strong. I'd like to see OSU stack dragons this game rather than prioritize grubs, because the top side of the map for PNW is extremely strong in that Renekton and the Xin Xiao. If Rel decides to roam up, that squad is really difficult to deal with. So I think OSU, it is in their best interest to contest dragons, as their bot side is the strong side here. And I think it is in PNW's best interest to go for those grubs. I think if they can move the Renekton down, maybe if a lane swap situation happens, they can contest dragons, but I feel like it'll be a lot harder if it's just the Azir and the Xin Xiao contesting those dragons here. We'll see, though.
Yeah, 100%. The 2v2 is definitely there for PNW, and it makes things a little difficult, right, for potentially this Ziggs to get rolling, kind of discussing how the game flow might work out here in game number 1 of our best of 3. You know, only two games, only 2 wins separating each of these teams from moving on to grands. And for this Ziggs who wants to be aggressive, who wants to get turrets early on, Void, there's nothing more he would want than a bunch of Void Grubs to help that out. But like you're saying, I think that's going to be pretty hard to make happen against PNW. Not to mention, you've got PNW, Aojun mid lane superstar on his favorite champion. They blue-1'd it to make sure he would get it. I'm thinking Five Fire's got his work cut out for him in this mid lane matchup.
Yeah, definitely gonna have to see. I believe it's gonna be a classic boring mid lane matchup, though, as you like to say, Mac. It's definitely just 2 mages looking to scale, looking to wave clear. I think Azir, with the playmaking potential, should certainly have a bit of a better time scaling into late game. They did solve their wave clear problem with the Ziggs, but how effective is the Ziggs going to be later on? He does have some setup, though. That's the thing. The Solar Flare, Pantheon W, able to set up this Ziggs damage. Pantheon W, Solar Flare into Ziggs ult. Definitely going to be a method in which to get a lot of damage. Misfortune's going to have to be a little bit careful here, as Udon is going to be certainly a high priority target later on in the game. I'm hoping he goes some sort of defensive item 3rd or 4th, because he's going to be the target later on, and they have a lot of point and click CC. So an invade, perhaps?
Man, let's do it. Lower finals here in the Midwest Esports Conference, Spring 2025 playoffs. Purdue Northwest, the 1 seed, find themselves in a little bit of trouble, facing off against the Ohio State Buckeyes, looking to play spoiler and maybe make their way to grand finals. But again, PNW, I think, coming in as the heavy favorites. A little bit of underdog story here for the Buckeyes, as we are talking about this Ziggs mid lane, but it ends up that we are getting a classic mid lane matchup. Snooze Fest, Corky Azir, Five Fire versus Aojun. Who's going to be able to be the mid lane hyper carry?
We're gonna find out here as the top laners are beginning to scrap. 2 Titans going at it in the early game, as Cyborg finds a little bit of early poke onto Nukes. Nukes returning the favor, flipping Cyborg back in as Udon prioritizes the carry, which is a solid strategy to do in the bot lane, as Ziggs will not be able to sustain back up. Frank going at it here with the Cassante, utilizing that healing on both the wave and the champion to get some good trades in. It's just an early game classic right now. The ward in the bush, and they're able to take it, actually. Nuke's able to steal that one away. 5+ gold in the bank. Not too shabby here. And there's the flip. Stun onto the AD carry, or AP carry rather. See 2-2-MC up in the top lane, once again trading back and forth. Miller just cleared his red buff. You see both junglers are almost on the same clear time as they make their way to their second camps.
Yeah, I feel like the Xin Zhao and the Pantheon do pretty similar things here. Something we saw a lot during the regular season that we didn't see from PNW at all last series was Alchemist getting down into the bot lane. Flash, though, first blood. Prank gets a little too close to the turret and gets taken down in the 1v1. Meanwhile, bot lane, I'll be curious if Alchemist goes to his classic dives that we saw a lot of during the regular season, but Miller's down here on the Pantheon looking to make a play.
Yeah, Alchemist gets the knock up onto Cyborg. The win becomes lightning, connects, but the disruption from the satchel, Nuke's able to pick that one up. Miller going low, one more shot. Still alive, the flash from Alchemist to get out of dodge, and it's a 1-for-0 for PNW. Prank and 2-2-MC going out in the top lane once again. Aojun actually going in with no mana. This is a bad spot to be in. Neither of them have any mana. Five Fire sensing there might be trouble coming, and it's Alchemist behind. Can Alchemist get on top of
Cyborg's in the
Firefire,
area.
though? Cyborg is
Oh.
here. Wind becomes lightning, goes to the wayside. There'll be no kill here in the mid lane. Close, but no cigar. Cyborg is here. Miller looking to go on Alchemist. The Zenith Blade connects. There's the stun and the follow-up, and Firefire has just enough for that Gatling gun, but Nukes is here, crashes down onto Firefire, but there's no ignite, there's no damage. Can you get out of this? Can you walk it out? There's no way. The stun is there. The Zenith Blade connects, and that's another kill going the way of OSU in the early game as 2-2MC and Prank still slogging it in the top lane.
Unbelievable. I'm really surprised here to see PNW look a little bit on the greedy side here. They got to be careful. They've been struggling in the early game here at LAN. Very uncharacteristic. Hope for the PNW fans at home, hoping their team can get their bearings squared away, because the Buckeyes are not messing around. I saw a glimmer of hope in the bot lane. Udon on this Misfortune looking pretty good. Nukes, though, usually his aggression has been on point, but here flashing in like that, a little, kind of surprised by that. Ohio State looking good. The Pantheon going to work in Firefire on this Corky, talking about an X Factor. He's going to be a big carry, and he might be getting a solo kill with that red buff.
Yeah, that's possible. I think it might be ticking down. Ao Jun barely alive. The health regain is just barely enough, and you're staying here, Ao Jun. How brave can you be? I know you have nukes here, but man, one sneeze and you're gone. Doesn't want to miss out on this XP. Trying to bait in as well. There's the Hex Flash. Nukes positioning to make sure that Zenith
the
Blade
spear. Miller's going to look
connect.
for it.
That's looking to charge it up. Alchemist is trying to bait this one out. Nukes is going to go down. The bait is a little bit too much. Cyborg should fall. And Firefire actually went in, but that's an execute. The turret was ramped up so much so they couldn't even get a hit on him. And I guess that's the best case scenario for OSU. It's a 1-for-1 with supports both going down.
Madness on the Rift, but big for Ao Jun. I think he's able to catch up a little bit in the CS department. Catch the wave. Miller doing a solid job holding it there, but mid-wave gonna crash. Firefire's not gonna miss too much. Goes back, gets Merc Treads, and overall wild start to the game.
Yep. Definitely keeping to the same sporadic starts that PNW have had thus far. Like I talked about in the pregame lobby, Mac, they are going to secure this dragon here. Looks like Alchemist is trying to get in there. He might be looking for a steal. I can see him over the pit. He's looking to aggress onto Firefire here, actually, and might find a knock-up. It's possible. There's the knock-up. Ao Jun does have the ultimate available. Goes in with the Emperor's Divide and finds two. Alchemist will fall, but certainly they will catch Firefire as Udon is here to join the fight. Gonna clean up that kill as Cyborg tries to get away. The ignite will tick down and they will fall. Ao Jun actually, or Udon rather, still chasing Firefire down. They are alive for the moment, but you cannot execute. That rain,
there we go,
will rain on Corky's parade, and Firefire will fall down in the bot lane. And still, it's just the battle of titans in the top lane. I like how we go to the fights just happening all over the map, and it's just these two guys just hitting each other. 2-2MC gonna pick up a rose for himself.
Yep. That actually works out pretty well. Firefire trying to run around, waste time. He's gonna miss a little bit of mid lane CS, but overall not too much. But with the top side of the map being open, Zap, we're gonna see PNW start working on those Void Grubs. Prank is in a pretty tough spot. We talked a little bit about the Cassante Renekton matchup, and that first blood going the way of 2-2MC is a huge difference maker. The Prank does not do a lot of damage, and with the plated steel caps being completed, I don't think there's a lot of room for Prank to do a whole lot, so I wonder if we will see a lane swap here with Prank taking a recall. He is doing okay in the CS department. His main priority is definitely not to 1v1 2-2MC, especially in terms of thinking about the team composition goals, right? That's not the end game they were envisioning, but 5150 going to get chunked out a little bit. Udon in response. Bullet time coming up soon.
Yeah, bullet time is available. There's the cleanse getting away. Some of that CC from Cyborg. They did get the wave in, so we should see Udon take a back here. Yeah, just getting into position here to take that base, being very safe. Actually, he's going for the Krugs. Okay, he does have a Vamp Scepter, so maybe he can stay in lane a little bit longer. Be careful though as the skirmish happens. Emperor's Divide from Aojun. Crash down, gonna go to the wayside as Miller tries to get out of dodge, and here it comes. The mid laner actually taking down Aojun.
Bullet time.
Fire.
Bullet
time is available. Gonna wipe out one of them. Taking out Cyborg there, and actually getting 5-1, 5-0 as well. Joining the fight just in time, but it's still 3 for 2. Goes the favor of PNW, but kind of a fight that didn't need to happen, honestly.
Yeah, they were looking for the pick. It was a pretty quick response from the side of the Buckeyes, but Udon, you know, gotta check your watch because he's looking on point with how he's using bullet time so far. Frank gonna use the ultimate 2-2-MC as well up top lane as things get interesting. Miller's gonna ult in.
Miller tries to find something with that Grand Starfall, but Frank's just gonna flash on out of there. Not a big deal.
Udon did he back? He
I don't
still
think
looks
so.
kind of low. He did get a BF sword.
I don't think so. I mean, he might have backed, but took a little bit of chunking. Speaking of chunking, Cyborg in a bit of danger here. The wind becomes lightning connects, but there will be no audacious charge for Xin Chao as he elects to go back to his Krugs that earlier Udon actually tried to steal away. I think he didn't finish them off though, as Alchemist is going to find himself Krugs for lunch. Clear up this bot lane once again. We are just back to a very neutral state here, Mac. Nope. Just clearing waves, catching some jungle camps. Dragon spawning in a minute. Might see a fight as I believe the Grubs timer is staggered. Nukes and Cyborg going at it in the Vision War. 2-2-MC and Frank still haven't moved from top lane, to no one's surprise.
Yeah, and they're just chilling. They've got their wet pool noodles. They're just chilling in the deep end. I'll say. I feel like it'd be weird for the top laners to be in the kiddie pool. So I'll say they're in the deep end, trying to go toe to toe. But even if Alchemist comes up, I feel like the Cassante will be fine with all the armor he has stacked up. He's not too much. He's not in too much danger. He's just going to be chilling. The second set of Void Grubs are going to be spawning, though, with this Dragon bot lane coming up now. OSU in great position to pick up this Dragon without much issue.
Nuke's just wandering into the mid lane to see what might happen if they do. I'm wondering when this XP lead happened for Frank. He is up a little bit of
just
CS.
prank things.
He must have chunked out 2-2-MC at some point in time and probably took a bit of a interesting back that lost him the wave, but we see Miller once again securing that dragon. That is now 2 dragons here. Of course, Alchemist on the other side securing the grubs. It'll be just as we predicted, Mac. 6 grubs for PNW, 2 dragons for OSU. Standard here with the comps that they have drafted.
Balanced as all things should be. Udon's got the Bloodthirster online and ready to go, though. The Misfortune strong throughout this early game. Miller's down bot, though. Gonna take the recall, and the game slowed down just a little bit as the teams get their bearings, get the first items completed. Quick cleanse. Udon says, no thank you. I hope to not get taken down here, and maybe a top dive. I don't know if Alchemist is going to be able to do that.
It's possible. We'll see just how tanky this Cassante is. Demolish proc comes through and actually knocking Frank back. Nothing to be had up here, however. 5 fire, though.
No
a bit of
way.
trouble here. Valkyrie's forward, and then the Emperor's Divide launches him straight into Alchemist's loving arms as Alchemist looks to aggress a little bit further as Nukes comes up from the bot lane. We'll see a crash down perhaps. No, we will not commit under the tower. We'll take our 1W and get out of there.
Dang, well played. Aljun's Azir on point. Turns that gank around. Fire. I feel like Zappy had a good feeling headed into that gank. He was like, Aljun, I got you right where I want.
Yeah, I'm about to all in you.
And then Aljun said, call the ambulance, but not for me. And
exactly right.
Gives Fire the 180 turn on that gank there.
Yep, certainly not prepared for that entire gank that happened. We're looking to find the first tower. I think G2MC could be in big trouble here, able to nullify some of the CC, tries to flash away, but I don't think he should be flashing from the amount of CC that is here. He is a tanky boy, but he will certainly fall down as they tear through this HP bar slowly but surely, put him in the blender, mix him up, turn him into a smoothie, and that'll be a kill for Prank, and Prank's lead is now certainly solidified as they look to 6 grub this tier 2 turret in the top lane. Fire is all alone up here. This turret will certainly be annihilated. And Prank will continue to acquire more and more gold.
It seems that whenever you leave Prank on his own in top, but Aljun here.
Yeah, in danger. Solar Flare connects. Fire says, ha! My team is here this time, and I have the gank advantage, so I will take this kill. 5 kills here on Fire. Man, these Corkies have just been getting absolutely fed. A solid gold lead as well, because they have a slight CS lead on top of the kills. So they're looking pretty good on the mid lane side of things, but still at a 2k gold deficit between PNW and OSU for the moment. I believe a lot of that stemming from the bot and top lane at this point in time. Taking up a Gromp. Not too shabby. Eating a frog. Rift Herald spawning soon.
Man, PNW playing through the top lane. As I mentioned before, whenever it seems like you leave Prank alone on the island, slowly but surely, he gets an XP lead, he gets a gold lead, and now he's going to head down bot with 2 Void Grubs, and he is A-okay to match up against Fire in this bot lane. Got to be careful about the damage. Yep. Fire might look to commit to this.
Fire's all inning, and you saw that burst damage with the Missile Barrage and Phosphorus. Are we going to flash W? Will we see it? No, we won't commit to it. Frank, recognizing that he might just be dead. I don't think he wanted to commit his flash and then die anyways, but I think maybe he could have turned that. Maybe. Oh, big engage. The snap engage from Nukes. Magnet Storm into the bullet time, and they will find Miller. They will find the tower, but at what cost? Cyborg goes down too, as 22MC has joined the fight, but he goes all out, but he will certainly be going out of this fight in a body bag as he falls victim to the wind becomes lightning. Nukes chasing down Fire. We should have the flip coming up shortly. I think this Corki might just be dead. Audacious Charge will certainly be in his future, as he is going to be in range for it. Yes, you are dead no matter what you do, Fire. That's another kill going the way of Alchemist. 2 kills for him in that team fight. Dragon spawning as well. They should be able to secure that.
Nukes' Magnet Storm into the Emperor's Divide. Udon gonna try to cleanse his way out of this one, but the Buckeyes get both Summoner spells out of the ADC. Udon says in comms to the team, #worth, as they dominated that team fight with, Aljun. I feel like whenever he's on his Azir, we're getting highlight reel Emperor Divides, and that was all set up from Nukes. Really well played there from PNW. We'll have to see if they're able to get another team fight like that, because if they keep rolling, the Buckeyes are in trouble, as Alchemist going to crash in the Herald. So many Void Grubs are going to be coming in, and the Buckeyes are chunked out. They are not able to get onto Dragon.
Dangerous spot for 22MC as Frank finds stun. Alchemist getting knocked back to the team. Crescent Guard to avoid some of the damage here. As Solar Flare connects onto Aljun and gets stunned before the Emperor's Divide can come out, but the damage is already done to OSU. However, in the back line, 22MC has found an Udon. And now the fight is being turned. This Cassante is very strong in his ultimate here. It is going to tick down though. They find the stun onto Prank. Even though he has all the rage, the flash forward from 22MC and the knockback as well. Nukes will certainly go down as well. That's a shutdown going the way of 22MC, and he really carried that fight with that all out. Well played from their top laner.
Yeah, brutal, but really well played from the Buckeyes overall. I mean, they take down Aojun super well. 22MC is able to get onto the back line, but here's a difference maker. Here's the mid-jungle duo. They've been doing it all season long!
Emperor's Divide comes up huge here for Aojun as the mid-jungle duo clean up this dragon fight with relative ease, and they did not respect the teleport from the Emperor. He comes in from the mid lane, finds two with the Emperor's Divide, while Alchemist cleans up the third, and wow. Securing the dragon as well. No soul point for OSU, and they will take the entire bot side jungle as well as the bot tier 3, or tier 1 rather. And wow, what a swing here for PNW. 4K gold lead now.
Just when we thought the Buckeyes were in control, an immediate swing back over to the side of PNW. Alchemist, 3,000 gold lead over Miller. Level 14 on the Xin Zhao. He's having a comeback performance from the last series. He's been playing great in this game, and man, oh man, did I not see that play coming? I don't think the Buckeyes saw it coming either. And PNW gonna try to snowball that big fight into a little bit more of a lead. We do still see 5Fire, most gold in the game, and a potential pick here onto Nukes.
Yeah, Nukes is able to kind of dodge with that W, going back to the safety of the jungle where Alchemist is currently residing, doing his full clear. Waiting for some vision here as 5Fire and Aojun move to the top lane to contest some waves. Phosphorus Bomb, Missile Barrage, a little bit of chip damage. I believe Alchemist was able to smite that one away. 22MC and Frank in the bot lane yet again. Duking it out. I think Frank's XP lead is going to make it a little bit easier to deal with this Cassante, but you still have to be careful. This is a 2-item Cassante. Alchemist going in on the Cyborg here. Nuke's looking to make this a party as they crash down right into Cyborg. Cyborg with an excellent flash. The Mega Inferno Bomb actually did some good damage to Nukes and Alchemist. They will walk that one out though. No huge objectives for the moment.
That's exactly what I was thinking, Zap. You know, at the end of the day, right? Like you don't need to make that one happen, right? No. You're not really fighting for much there. So both teams going to be gearing up for the next set of objectives at around the 25-minute mark. Dragon going to be spawning at about 24.5 minutes. Baron, the classic 25-minute spawn. So we'll see some items come online. Taking a look, Alchemist is on 3 items on the Xin Zhao. Miller does not have a second one completed. He went for Youmuu's Pantheon, and I think his window of popping off on the Pantheon is quickly closing. I don't know if we'll see his Pantheon having a big impact in the later on team fights. Maybe be able to heal for the back line, but with the Youmuu's, you know, at the end of the day, you'll have to ult maybe onto the back line, but I don't know if you're going to get an opportunity to do that. We'll see what Miller is able to do.
Lethality Pantheon is something you kind of have to get early game going, but here's the Solar Flare into the Mega Inferno Bomb. Bullet time canceled, and
huge Magnet Storm.
Yeah, Cyborg's going to fall down, perhaps. Still alive, but Udon is going to be taken down as well. Prank and 22MC have joined the battle, but somehow they're still in a 1v1 regardless. Aojun on the flank. Can't really find much more. So far, it's a 2-for-1 in favor of OSU. They did find the picks onto the bot lane. There was a huge Magnet Storm, like you said, Mac, but the team fight, I guess, wasn't quite coordinated enough for PNW.
Well, turns out that if the Pantheon is indeed able to W full stack onto the Misfortune, turns out Udon doesn't live a super long time. So maybe Miller's onto something. Well played there from the Buckeyes. They're still down about 4,000 gold, but they're definitely still in this game, not out of reach whatsoever. Thinking about Miller on the Pantheon, who's going to get a little bit weaker as the game goes on. Frank on the Renekton is also in a little bit of a similar position. Dragon spawning shortly. Aljun's got to be careful not to get picked off again, and especially before this upcoming fight, the Buckeyes looking to get onto Soul Point. Aljun looking to manage the mid wave. Everybody's coming in. We've got an ARAM situation here as the teams get ready for a team fight.
Yep. Great Wolf Lodge, everybody in for this dragon. Frank fighting for the vision here. Solar Flare connecting onto Aljun. The Zenith Blade as well, but he's able to avoid all of that. And the big Grand Starfall as Two Fire tries to get out of dodge.
Wow.
Frank chasing over. Bullet time goes to the wayside. Udon not going to get much value out of that one, but we can just auto attack. It's fine. As 5150 actually flashes in for the kill on Prank, but it's a 4-for-1 in favor of PNW with Baron on the table. We're looking to maybe try and get an end here. I don't think we can actually get an end with the 20-second death timers of Miller and Cyborg. I'm guessing we're gonna go for an inhib bare minimum.
That went pretty quick. That went pretty quick.
They do have 6 grubs. It's possible. Cyborg's coming up very soon. Emperor's Divide onto 22MC.
Oh my God, no
goes
way.
all out onto Udon, and he's one-shotting him. They're trying to go for the end. Do they have the damage, though? I think they bit off more than they could chew.
No,
Will they
look
be
at
able to get
Alchemist.
the end off? Alchemist is too dang tanky.
Oh my
He's hitting the Nexus, and he
gosh.
finds it. They know exactly the damage they need to end the game. They have the grubs, they have the damage, and they have the confidence.
They're not messing around. They're not letting Corky scale back up and take over a game against them. Wow, what a finish there from Purdue Northwest to quickly finish off the Buckeyes. It was a back and forth game, right? Fights going in favor of both teams, but man, oh man, Purdue Northwest. It was a really close fight. Aljun barely dodged out of the Solar Flare's stun, and then as 22MC looked to go into the backline, the damage is all there, and Prank, shout out Prank in that last fight. He not only pretty much killed Five Fire, but also tanked up the attention of everybody on Ohio State. So there's Prank going to work. I'm watching the replay on stream right now. Him and Nukes were just absolute menaces in that last fight, and the rest of everything came together beautifully. Purdue Northwest, they're back in the win column, Zap, hoping to punch their ticket to grand finals.
Yeah, Purdue Northwest certainly looking to be in form, and I think my Pantheon hate was rightly founded here, Mac, as that Pantheon was looking a little bit difficult to succeed with, especially with that build. I believe the lethality build is just a little bit of a gamble because you kind of have to get ahead early for it to be effective. I know the move speed can be a significant factor in today's current meta. A lot of champions are building move speed in the jungle to try and get on top of their targets easier. We saw earlier Poppy electing for a Swifties Deadman's Plate rush. You see Darius is in the jungle now with Yumu's Deadman's Plate. So you can get some value off of that. The problem is too little too late in the early game after that Xin Shao had kind of taken over the game. Alchemist being the defining factor, I think, in that game. If I had to give anybody MVP, it'd certainly be him, especially at the end there where he's able to soak up all the damage with that Death's Dance and take down the Nexus just in time. I was doubting whether or not they'd be able to end, but man, Alchemist really proved me wrong in that moment.
Just as they drew it up, Purdue Northwest taking care of business here. It's a best of 3 here in the lower finals. That was it for game number 1. We'll be right back with game number 2. The Buckeyes one game away from getting knocked out of the tournament. PNW 1 game away from a rematch between them and Grandview University. Should be fun to see. Don't click out of that browser. We'll be right back with more MEC CLOL Spring 2025 action.
Hey, my name is Ali.
Bunny Hopper.
Hello, my name is RDU.
Fino here.
Thijs.
Lambi series here.
Even though most people know me as a streamer, I used to be a high-level competitor in Hearthstone.
Two-time Yu-Gi-Oh! Nationals finalist, one-time champion, Yu-Gi-Oh! World semi-finalist, former Hearthstone Grandmaster.
Became world champion in 2022 and also won the global team championship.
2 times the European championship.
When I found Parallel,
I
immediately fell in love with the science fiction world that they created.
The depth and the details in it really stand out to me.
It's space art, it's gorgeous. The lore, space wars, super interesting.
I think overall the game of Parallel is what is the strong part.
The mana system, the cards,
deck building around the Paragon's strengths.
Some things are a little bit stronger, but the strongest decks are also like very skillful.
The deck allows us to trade the assets. I can send my friends decks and cards or my viewers cosmetics.
The banking system especially as a new mechanic.
The banking system.
One of the best decks we've seen in the mana system in any card game.
It's already adapting into tournament modes.
The community is pretty awesome.
The Parallel community and team has always been so wonderful to me.
I've been a lot of fun playing Parallel. I think you can also have a lot of fun playing Parallel.
Try Parallel, guys.
I love this game.
Woo! Let's go! Welcome back, everyone, to our continuing coverage of the Midwest Esports Conference regional playoffs here in the CLOL 2025 spring season. My name's Mac Dewey. With me in the casting booth is my main man, Zap, and we are here in the lower finals of the playoffs. Purdue Northwest taking on the Ohio State University. Both teams looking to move on to the grand finals to face off against Grandview University for a chance, an opportunity for taking home the Midwest Esports Conference crown, the championship, the pride on the line. All these teams wanting to walk away with the trophy. But Zap, we're hopping into game number 2 here, and draft's flying. And am I getting deja vu here? I'm pretty sure we saw this setup already.
We might have seen the Azir already once before here, Mac, and I'm not sure why we're giving the Azir away to Aojun. I think the exact same band setup has been chosen for PNW as well. And interestingly enough, OSU has elected to go for red side yet again, which I'm surprised about. Usually teams elect to go for blue side after they lose the first game. That is a common practice. But OSU must have something else planned here. Must be favoring the red side for some reason or another. Regardless, PNW, the exact same bans, the same as your first pick. Ezreal's a different choice this time around, though. I think they see that Varus and are like, you know, I'd prefer not to be hit by the chain of corruption. Corki works just as good in that regard, so Corki for Udon is going to be an effective pick. We've seen this before, and we'll see it again.
Wow. Interesting draft so far here. I feel like for the Buckeyes, I'm kind of curious how the rest of this draft is going to unfold. I feel like naturally with these kind of picks coming through, are we going to see a support rel? It's giving meta vibes overall, like definitely champs that are strong and going to do a lot of work, but I wonder where things are going to get kind of mixed up. Victor into Azir with Aojun's Azir. Zap, I'm going to be honest, I'm leaning towards Aojun taking the dub in that regard. Braum would be pretty interesting. A lot of power in the early duels with his concussive blows passive, so that'll be interesting compared to see how the Rel normally does. But the Corki Leona lane, we've seen it all day long, Zap, and just how strong it is as both teams head into the second phase of bans. The draft taking a very similar course as game number 1, where we saw both squads finish up the first set of picks with the mid lane figured out and the bot lanes figured out. Now we get to see how the top lane and jungle is going to shape up. Prank and Alchemist absolutely took care of business, despite Prank getting killed at like level 1, level 2. That didn't seem to slow him down in terms of getting ahead and building a lead.
Yeah. I think Prank is the pinnacle of consistency for this PNW squad. Like you talked about in the last game, Mac, they really are just able to become the island and just live up there on their own and develop leads and XP leads, CS leads, and what have you. So Prank has been very effective as just being the solo laner, the premier solo laner here so far in this series. Let's see what he can do again. He's going to have to blind once again. They have been banning this Ambessa. They must not want 22MC to have the Ambessa. It must be a pick that he enjoys. I must imagine there's the same same thought process behind the Yi and Jace ban as well. They must favor those picks. Poppy is going to be banned away. Seeing a lot of top laners banned this time around. Yone, Gwen, Renekton, Volibear. Some of these are jungle flexes, obviously, but do see that top lane being targeted a lot more here. I feel like you can't really ban out Prank, though. That's the problem. We've seen him
come out with new picks every time. Gnar is a pretty good choice here. They're not going for the blind this time around. I believe they're blinding their jungler. So that's actually an interesting choice. I'm surprised by this. I guess PNW now gets free reign over the counter pick. See what they cook up here for Prank.
Yeah, a lot of top lane options available when it comes to Prank. He's got a champion Ocean at his disposal, so it's pretty hard to figure out, you know, what exactly do you want to take away from the guy. I can't imagine the Buckeyes, shout out Coach Enzo for getting the squad here, but at the end of the day, when it comes to trying to set up the prep against PNW, it is quite the challenge. We heard Nightstar talk during the post-game interview earlier today that for GVU, it really comes down to figuring out in the draft in-game, how are they going to shut down Prank? It's a constant challenge for these MEC teams when they face off against Purdue Northwest. So now looking at what the picks are going to come through, the clock's hit 0, but we're just running into some draft lull issues. We'll try to get the picks set up in here just a moment. But Prank against the Gnar, I feel like he's not got too much to worry about here. J4 going top, talking about the... Okay, Aojun, it's J4, allegedly. We'll see. I don't know if they went J4 and Ivern. That seems like an interesting duo, but with J4's honest, like, he does a lot of damage. I think we have seen him lane in the past, in past league metas. So it wouldn't be a total shock to me, but it would be a pretty interesting pick, I think, Zap.
Yeah, I mean, definitely an interesting choice. J4 plus Ivern.
It's not Ivern. It's gonna be J4 plus Malphite in the top lane.
Oh,
for
and
Prank.
it's just showing that it's Ivern.
Yeah, exactly.
Malphite, you know, that's a strange choice to me here, Mac, because if you look on the side of OSU, they aren't really AD heavy at all. Like, Varus does have some AP damage in his kit, regardless if he builds full AD or not. Victor, clearly AD. Lilia has a ton of AP in her kit, and Gnar actually does AP damage as well. So Malphite, I'm surprised by this pick. Maybe they used it to counterpick the Gnar just to make him an unkillable tank in the top lane, but I still feel like not the best choice that they could have come up with here against OSU.
Okay, hear me out, Zap. What if he doesn't go tank Malphite and he goes full AP damage Malphite? Not that I've seen that recently at all, but would be a hilarious meme here in the lower finals. I
gotta agree with you. It's definitely gonna be a hilarious meme if he goes AP Malphite. I'd be pleasantly surprised, and that could be the case. However, I feel like that's kind of troll.
Just a little bit for sure.
I wouldn't
on
put
the
it past
bright
PNW,
side,
though.
The Malphite does like neutralize, I think, the Varus pretty well. Like, you go lethality Varus, what do you do? What do you say?
Edge of Night?
Like, maybe, but like, you're not going to be dealing any damage to the Malphite, right? And then if you go attack speed Varus, he's got ultimate and he's got the Malphite E, and then where's your attack speed, good buddy? It's nowhere. So it's a little interesting to me. I think Prank definitely just going to be serving as an engage force. We saw just what Purdue Northwest could do with the Wombo combo team composition just last game. They are right back to it with the Leona, with the Jarvan, with the Emperor's Divide on Aojun's signature Azir. Just put everyone into the Cataclysm, turn on the burner, and they're just gonna melt like butter.
Yep. We'll see how this Wombo combo can pay out for Purdue Northwest. And I want to talk about the Malphite plus Varus again, because they do actually have a great amount of peel here for the Varus on the side of OSU.
Very true.
If the Malphite lands on Varus, Braum is there to help soak up some of that damage and also provide plenty of peeling. The thing is, though, there's also a Leona and a Jarvan and an Azir. So even if the Malphite gets in, I think some other characters might be getting in as well.
Yeah.
PNW has been drafting this comp ever since they got trauma from Nightstar getting ahead on that Corki. They are just saying, all right, no matter what, we're getting on the AD carry, and there's nothing they can do to stop it. So I think this style for Purdue Northwest actually works better for them because they get the picks when they want them on their terms. So I'm interested to see how they utilize this dive comp here, and equally interested to see how the Varus can manage all of this dive, because I think most AD carries today have been in danger.
Yeah, I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the signature Buckeyes Lilia coming through, Zap. This has been a classic staple pick for Ohio State throughout this entire season. And for good reason. It has done some work in team fights. Whoever's in the jungle, the Buckeyes have got two options, Haniagra and Miller. Both of them have showed they can pilot the Lilia pick. I don't know if they've got notes that they're sharing on the champion or if they're just able to take care of business and make it happen. But the Lilting Lullaby, if PNW are off in their engage, which might be a little tough, they're usually really good about being decisive, but the Buckeyes do have an opportunity here to either limit the engage and make things difficult for Purdue Northwest with the Lilting Lullaby. We'll see if the Buckeyes jungler, whoever it is on the Rift here for game number 2, I'm looking forward to seeing if they can be, last game I was expecting the Corki to be a little bit of the X factor here. Max X factor for game number 2 is going to be this Lilia pick.
Lilia is definitely a solid jungler right now as well. Very, very strong, on the stronger end of some of the AP junglers. I do like to see AP junglers as well. A lot of people just leave it up to the mid lane to do all the AP damage, or the solo lane to do all the AP damage. So it's nice to have a secondary source of AP just to get that damage mix. Really, really difficult to build against when you have multiple sources of damage like that, especially in Lilia, who does true damage and has such a strong ultimate that can really turn the tides of the game. So glad to see the Lilia here. I think OSU has gotten what they wanted out of this draft. They did have a plan coming into this. They did pick red side. They did blind the Gnar. So I think this is what they want. I just want to see if they can execute with what they have.
It may be what they want, Zap, but is it what they need?
I don't know. We're going to find out.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see for sure. Prank was an absolute menace. Hopefully putting him on something a little less carry focus limits his impact. But, it's tough to say with Prank. Even if he's on a tank, he seems to go into an unkillable sort of mode, which makes things extremely challenging, right, for the enemy team. So I'll be curious to watch how he plays the top lane into the Gnar if 22MC is able to get an early lead and maintain it. We haven't talked too much about this bot lane, but I'll be curious to watch how the Braum actually matches up against the Corki Leona, and if the Braum passive can really be a difference maker. If he applies it to both members, hey, that's more stuns than the Leona can pull off. So I'm hoping Cyborg can make some early plays happen and keep the Buckeyes in this one. Zap, I'm keeping my fingers crossed. We haven't had many series go to game number 3, but I would love to see it in the lower finals, man. If they're able to pull it off, the Buckeyes with their back up against the wall, can they make a run to try and make the push to get to grand finals? It all comes down to this game.
Definitely possible. We could see a game 3 on our hands if OSU is able to step it up here. Red side versus blue side. I wonder what their favoritism towards red side is. Is it the pick order? Were they looking to get the Lilia? Was there something specific they were searching for? very curious about OSU's strategy here, but regardless, we are going to get into the next game.
Woo!
It is going to be possibly the last match, if PNW has anything to say about it, in losers finals here at the Midwest Esports Conference.
Lower finals. Let's make it happen. Buckeyes, is this going to be your last match of the season? We'll see Prank, an aggressive Malphite build. Well, aggressive. It's pretty standard, I feel like, for the most part.
Yeah,
But
well,
he's not going full tank. He'll be
does have a
having
Comet.
some... Yep, he's got Comet, he's got Doran's Ring. He's going to be... Those seismic shards are going to feel a little bit less like shards and more like seismic chunks coming at the Gnar. We'll see if he's able to sustain through that damage as the lanes are set. Ruler has been subbed in for 5150. Ruler on
heck?
Varus duty. Yeah, they've got subs. The Buckeyes roster is loaded.
Gen G
talent.
Ruler. I didn't know he played for the collegiate scene. That's interesting. I don't think this game's gonna be fair. I didn't actually know they had a sub in Ruler here, so I guess that's why they have the Varus this time around. A different play style here for OSU in the bot lane. More of a safe AD carry, I would say. The lanes equalized. Once again, have this camera on the bot lane as the Aojun and Five Fire fighting it out in the mid lane. Not too much happening in the way of the early game right now. It's just a back and forth, and we see Corky Leona having a slight lead at the start here. Nukes being incredibly brave, pushing through that brush to ensure that Cyborg can't take control. Frank is just soaking up all this damage up in the top lane on Malphite. Not too worried about it, but we might see Mega Gnar come out here.
Don't make him angry.
Yep. It's going Hulk
Wow,
mode. It has
early
to flash that. Yeah.
A lot of minions for Prank, so I wonder if he'll feel comfortable sticking around, but Cyborg does have the biscuit. Nuke's leaving. Udon flashes across just about everyone. Five Fire burns the summoner spell to try to escape. And Prank, yeah, he's going to feel comfortable looking for those trades. With Ohio State, Zap, I feel like we've been able to talk to the roster quite a bit during our streams and them picking up dubs, talking to them during the post-game interview. And something that stood out, honestly, with all of these players, it's the overall culture of this Ohio State team. Nobody's above the greater good of the squad. There's no hard feelings with getting subbed out. It's whatever the team's feeling. 5150. If he's not feeling good after game number 1, he's okay stepping aside. Ruler, you give it your shot. See how you feel. You know, I'm just not in a good spot for today's game, but Alchemist headed down for a gank here.
Yeah, might see the flag and drag. No knockup to be had onto Ruler. Just walks it straight back towards the turret as Cyborg soaks up some damage with that shield. We do actually have Miller coming down. The teleport is committed by
It's Five Fire.
Aojun. Going to join the fight here. Yep, Five Fire has arrived. Miller finding the pick onto Nukes. Flag and drag into the back line, catching Cyborg out. Miller should die, as well as Alchemist, as Udon is the last remaining, but OSU will come out on top of that fight in a 3-4-2. Not too shabby.
Crazy play right there in the bot lane for the Buckeyes. Aojun gonna have his way with the turret, as well as some CS is gonna be lost. It's gonna try and mitigate the difference, but those kills going over. Udon's able to get a BF sword, which is huge. He actually ends up, I think, getting the best end of the deal.
Yep. Cyborg and Nukes once again. This is the classic. Both supports fighting over the river control. It's a tale as old as time, truly. Aojun looking to aggress onto Five Fire. Alchemist does have the flag and drag. No knockup to be had as Cyborg comes in, proccing the passive. Alchemist getting stunned up, instantly nuked by Miller as they have the move speed and are running all over Nukes and Aojun in this current moment, and OSU continuing to pick up these kills in the early skirmishes. A 2-for-1 once again for OSU.
The Lilia difference. Miller having a great start to the game. 3-1-2. The Lilia is going to be supercharged, as we were thinking, what kind of impact is Cyborg's Braum going to have on the game? Well, for the Buckeyes, it's a lot of one skirmishes in this early game so far. 4 assists for Cyborg's Braum. Udon's going to try to even things out on this Corki pick, but he's got to be careful. Nukes is a far way away from home. It's only Udon down there as Cyborg returns.
Gonna snipe him out with this arrow. He won't find that flash. Emperor's Divide. Fire. You are triangulated on all sides. They've worked out some trigonometry here in the mid lane to ensure that Fire cannot get away. Here we go. Prank and 22MC. Lennar ult away. Prank maintaining their ultimate for the time. Looking to freeze this wave, perhaps. As 22MC looks for a back, Alchemist able to smite away one grub as teleport committed here from 22MC. Aojun out of mana, looking to go back to base. Get some mana and spend some of that gold. Cyborg's gonna be able to stop this back though. A little bit of disrespect from Aojun, and you will pay with that by having to stay another wave with no mana and no HP.
No teleport available either. Kind of a rough spot for Aojun to be in. I don't think the Buckeyes are going to be able to set up a dive onto him. Yeah, he's just going to go ahead and take the base. He's not missing a canyon wave, so I think he's okay losing out on this. Nuke's going to come in and absorb some of the gold and experience there. Meanwhile, the bot laners, Ruler and Udon, Zap, they've been all on their lonesome throughout this early game. They're already level 6 as well, as Nukes and Cyborg taking the slow route, just running around all over the map, trying to find where they best have an impact. Alchemist and Nukes looking for a repeat gank. Fire still has no flash.
Yeah, flash Zenith Blade into the flag and drag from J4. Certainly Fire will fall here. Just as I say that though, Cyborg is there just in time to heal up their teammate, and Fire's flash is actually available now. Able to walk that one out without losing that crucial summoner spell. Not too shabby, and Nukes actually lost their flash on the flash Zenith Blade play. So overall a victory there for OSU, I'd say. Heal for flash, not too shabby.
Yeah, but it does open the window for PNW to try to put pressure on this dragon, as Prank taking it to 22MC. I think with the bot lane pressure, though, it's tough for the Buckeyes to try and set up anything. Chain of Corruption goes wide. I was thinking maybe Aojun and Alchemist would try to look for this dragon, but they're just going to prioritize the easy gold, right? Get your camps, get your minion wave pushed in, try to put pressure on Fire. Look at all the vision on the bottom side of the map that the Buckeyes have. Anything goes on in that bottom river, and the Buckeyes are going to be aware of it.
Frank, sieging up the tower here, getting a little bit of a plate for himself. Plus 125. Once again, we see Prank with a slight lead in the top lane. No matter what champ you put this guy on, he seems to always come out on top. Aojun farming it up in the mid lane. Does have a slight gold lead, courtesy of his support and jungler assisting, finding some kills in that mid lane. It seems like this Corki character always gets a lead in the early game. I wonder why that is. It's almost like he's really strong early game. Corki
You might be onto
out.
something, Zap.
I think I've cracked the code here. Arcane Storm burnt by Fire to get some chip damage onto Aojun. Prank up here in the top lane with a bunch of armor and a dream. He's just a Malphite chilling up there. Criminally underrated character is Malphite, if you ask me, Mac.
One of the best ultimates in the game for sure. Good reason why we see Silas always seems to find his way onto the game when Mel fights on the enemy team, especially with that AP ratio Silas is able to utilize. But overall, we may see Miller. He's got the Lilting Lullaby ready to go. Dragon going to be the priority for the Buckeyes. Void Grubs spawning up shortly on the top side of the map, but Alchemist looks like he might be heading down bot, but again, a lot of vision control available for the Buckeyes. That Trinket close to Dragon gonna be going away in just a moment. Alchemist is going near the Dragon, but it's gonna be secured by Miller. Alchemist not blindly going over the wall just like that. And Miller on this Lilia, he's got a 1,000 gold lead, a lot of CS, and a lot of those kills going his way. Again, that Lilia X Factor, hoping to have a big impact on game number 2 here.
Definitely, I think the farming Lilia is paying out here for Miller. Looking to contest these grubs. Cyborg and Firefire moving into position. Alcune setting up a stand soldier just to ensure they don't have an easy time getting into this choke. Miller is coming around. We might see a grubs fight here. Trying to get the Scuttle Crab for a bit of extra vision is Alchemist. Almost stolen away by the bowling ball, but Miller is now turning their attention onto the grubs. They should be able to secure at least one bare minimum. That'll be 3 for 2 grubs now as Prank and 22MC go at it once again. One grub still alive. Nuke gets engaged on as Braum ultimates come through. Solar Flare.
Here's Aljun.
Drag. Aljun actually misses the Emperor's Divide, though. I think it connected with the Cataclysm, perhaps, and OSU is taking advantage. But here comes the unstoppable force from Prank as he lands onto 2, and Firefire flashing out. Seismic Shard is going to connect, though, and Alchemist should be able to EQ out of this one. As 22MC cannot follow up on that. Big ultimate from Frank, though, to secure that W on the team fight.
Huge impact from the Purdue Northwest top laner coming in. A massive force for PNW, swinging things their way. And we got to see a little bit of a combo. Not the combo we're used to seeing, but boy, oh boy, the EQ CC combo with the Malphite ultimate was quite pretty to watch. Purdue Northwest adding to the highlight reel with that fight, Zeph. And I think you're right. It looks like the Emperor Divide soldiers got stuck on the Cataclysm wall and didn't quite go through it. Like
I didn't know that was an
you
interaction.
might expect. Yeah, it was a little weird seeing it because you were like, did the game break or something? What's Aljun doing? And yeah, I think just a weird interaction between the two there. Alchemist and Nukes continue to be huge forces for the team. A lot of plays going through them. 100% kill participation for Alchemist and 7 out of 8 for Nukes. They're engaged in just the way they've been playing the game, so valuable for the team, as even after that fight going the way slightly for Purdue Northwest, this game at the 14-minute mark is just about dead even.
Yeah, a lot of team play going into this Jarvan pick. Alchemist really has been present in these fights, like you said, and that's something you want to see on Jarvan. Doesn't really farm as much as some of the other junglers, but is often ganking and impacting the map, and it seems like Alchemist is doing just that. Miller, on the other hand, has had nearly just as much impact. Emperor's Divide, unfortunately, not going to connect onto Firefire. We're going to have to burn our flash if we're Aljun, and a bit of an over-aggression and overstep there from Aljun. Trying to press their advantage a little bit further, and we'll pay for it by losing a wave, perhaps. They do have the TP available, though. Wondering if they're going to use it for tempo. Yes, they will. And dang! In the top lane, just letting it rip as Alchemist letting the Cataclysm rip in the bot lane. Chain of Corruption not going to provide too much value here, as Miller is just a little bit too late to the party. And once again, Alchemist impacting the map in a big way, and Prank really displaying their solo prowess in the top lane as they continue to reign supreme on their island.
Prank go burr. And he's got the Iceborne, or he's got the Frostfire gauntlets. It's a little bit of a ice pun there. And he's Glacial Malphite. Oh, there's so many layers, but he has just been on point today against the Buckeyes. Still did pretty good against GVU's former squad, but overall, you know, it's just prank things in the top lane. You know, if there's going to be someone we can count on in the MEC, Mr. Consistency, Prank's been at it for a hot minute, Zap, and he's looking to add to his MEC trophy case. PNW, they look like they're in control with the team comp they put together. These team fights are just buttery smooth for them, and pretty easy to execute.
Definitely. I feel like the simplicity of PNW's comp is coming into effect here as they slowly begin to win out more and more team fights. Might see a dragon fight here shortly, as Prank has made his way down to help his team maintain space. Ruler trying to contest Aljun for this bot wave, but that bot wave is too big to leave. I think this is PNW's chance to go ahead and secure the dragon, and they will with all the priority that they possess. And Prank will walk his way back to the top lane, I believe. And Udon will pick up that mid wave, so good macro play. Good movement here on the map from PNW.
It ain't much, but it's honest work, as a fight might be happening around the Rift Herald, or Prank might just be getting caught. He's going to use the ultimate just to get on out of there. Aljun pushing bot. I think PNW are just going to give up here and not contest on the top side of the map.
Yep. Aljun looking to aggress onto Ruler. Ruler just walks it out. Two Titans going at it in the top lane once again. 3 kills here for Prank on this Malphite. He is going to become unkillable the longer this game drags on. Wondering what he's trying to pick up here with the Negatron cloak in the inventory. Could be maybe a Jack show, perhaps. Not quite sure what he's going for. We'll have to see. Pings back and forth. The vision is being secured here. Coming up on the 20-minute mark relatively shortly, Otacon will be on the table. They're looking to find something on a nukes. The glacial fissure goes a little bit wide as the Xenoblade connects back in on the Cyborg. Alchemist has joined the fight. The EQ combination in there. Solar Flare not stunning up Cyborg, and everyone should walk away from this scot-free. Bit of toesies being played here as Prank has actually arrived in the mid lane. I don't think any kills are going to be had, however. It's just a back and forth.
With it being our classic mid-game slump here around the 20-minute mark, Buckeyes do have the option of using Rift Herald somewhere, potentially to open up the mid lane, but PNW's gotten 2 turrets, and that's contributed to their gold lead significantly. CS just about even across the board, though Udon's Corki scaling up incredibly well with his CS lead over Ruler. Prank's got to be careful. I think we're starting to see why he's looking for some of that magic resist against the Lilia, against the Victor. He's definitely going to need it as Alchemist. He's expanding his jungle territory, and they're looking to do the classic PNW top push for that tier 2 turret pretty early on. 22MC's got to be careful. He is not nearly angry enough to try to tank all this up here, flashing away from danger. Do see 5Fire able to pick up the turret in the bot lane, but pretty much all of PNW is up here in the top lane. Is this going to be Miller's opportunity to make a big play on the Lilia? He's got nukes. He's maybe going to look for more.
Possible here as the team fight has broken out. Cyborg out of position, cataclysmed up. I think the Emperor's Divide didn't hit anybody that time around, and Miller trying to get away as Prank with the unstoppable force catches 2. Both 5Fire and Miller in that ultimate. Frank will get shut down here. The shutdown goes the way of Victor, and Udon cleaning up a couple of kills. It's just the 80 carries now that are alive, but Udon came up really huge in that fight for his team.
Udon's been having an awesome game, goes to 7-2-4, doing the ADC thing. This game going back and forth, super even. You know, we've got 3 Void Grubs apiece, 1 Dragon apiece in that fight, 4 kills apiece. But Udon's got 2 items completed on this Corki. That's going to be big for this Purdue Northwest squad as they continue on fighting. They've got the gold lead now. Dragon spawning soon. Rift Herald still in the inventory of Miller. He's not used that yet, Zap.
I do like this damage style that Udon is liking to go for with the Corki. Just so I talk about that, Solar Flare connecting here onto Cyborg, and the flag and drag from Alchemist instantly able to annihilate Cyborg. There is no chance of escape. Zenith Blade flash forward, cleanse for Ruler. Miller looking to catch out Nukes as the tower is still alive. One more tower shot should do it. The Cataclysm connecting onto 5-Fire. They will find that kill. Gnar looking to launch forward. Can't get in range of the ult though. Miller not able to connect either. And no kills to be had on the side of OSU besides
June's
the
got
one
ult.
from Nukes.
Prank does too.
Stoppable force connecting onto Miller. I don't think it connected onto 2MC though. Now June not liking to pull the trigger here. There it is though, Emperor's Divide. Catching out Ruler, and instantly Aojun will be reaggressed on. The kill going the way of Cyborg. 2MC has the Gnar ult available, but not gonna be able to go in and find a strong connection here. And it just seems like 1 kill for 1 kill back and forth here as they look for control of Dragon.
Up and down the seesaw goes here, it seems, Zap, but another fight around this objective. Nukes has got the engage.
Yeah, the Zenith Blade connects, Solar Flare as well. Cyborg trying to get out of dodge. Miller not able to escape that one as Udon has become unstoppable. We talk about the Malphite being unstoppable. This Corki is certainly an unstoppable force here in this game. You cannot step up to him. 5-Fire. I think you might want to be careful here. If Udon had a right mind, I think he might have turned that on you. Here comes Nukes, though, finding the stun into Zenith Blade onto 2MC. Mega Gnar is here, tossing away Nukes, but of course, Aojun able to follow up with the Sand Soldiers and secure that kill. Now, Prank, Udon, and Alchemist will set their sights on the Otacon, and they should easily be able to take this one down and continue to gain a gold lead and an even further XP lead with the roses that Otacon will spawn.
Purdue Northwest are locked in and warmed up, Zap, and they are playing incredibly well. Ohio State needs a wombo combo of their own, I think, to stay in this game. Darren going to be spawning in about 90 seconds here. 5-Fire's got the Rod of Ages all stacked up. Ohio State's able to knock down that mid lane turret, close the gold gap. 3,000 separates the team, and you know, across the board that's relatively low, and the items are pretty even. 2 items completed in mid, jungle, bot. Top is a slight advantage for Prank, actually, who's level 14, but so is 2MC. You know, we've got a very even game. It just seems that Udon's been a bit of a difference maker. Look at the gold difference between him and Ruler. Unbelievable stuff here. Despite being on the same amount of items, Ruler's shopping at at Ross, and you know, Udon's at Louis Vuitton, and he's got you know, he's got the big money bag spending. 11K most gold in the game.
Yeah, could be a bit of a wallet gap this time around here for Udon. 4K gold lead, most of it being on the 80 carry here. Dragon spawning in 3 minutes. Baron on the table soon, but feels like PNW is in control of the map. Glacial Fissure going to whiff. Cyborg just trying to get anything started there, but now their ultimate is down for the moment. Could be PNW's chance to fight. That critical cooldown being gone.
I think they got a lot of chances, you know, whenever they want to use their ultimates, I think they'll do the trick, but do have to be wary. I think Fire and Miller are going to be the big threats. They've got the most gold naturally, but, you know, Miller's ultimate can be a real changer. Look at Udon aggressing. There's the ult. Cyborg's caught.
Yep, Cyborg once again getting caught up by Alchemist. The flash out, but the flash Cataclysm will secure that Braum kill. Miller stuck inside, chasing the flash. Alchemist very aggressive. Arcane Storm's not going to do nearly enough damage here to Alchemist, and I think they might look for a Baron call here. It's very possible.
Yeah.
But the re-engage from Aljun as the Emperor's Divide connects onto Ruler, and they will certainly go for Baron now. The snap engage from Nukes, and Aljun is what secures that fight. 4 for nothing. The Baron to boot. This could be PNW's game to win with this Baron power play coming up shortly.
Yeah, absolutely. They are firmly in the driver's seat and have thrown the Buckeyes in the trunk. They have no idea where this game is going, but they have an idea of the overall destination. They got to be wary. Their Nexus definitely at risk, I think. Not for a while, but just in the general sense here. Purdue Northwest with a 7,000 gold lead. Udon's up to almost 13K, and I think he might be eyeing another fancy little shirt there, maybe a new watch. He's spent a lot on his last back. I think we'll see some more completed items.
Very possible here.
Oh, the IE. Oh, he's got that Rolex.
Yeah, and IE completed 70% crit rather here for the Udon. That is a very strong Corky. And that missile barrage out. Phosphorus bomb connecting as well. Frank is trying to bait the enemies in. Seismic Shard connects, and Fire is just dead after the unstoppable onslaught that is Frank. And Miller going to get cataclysmed up as well. Gnarl's gonna send 2 to the side, but that's a 4 for naught. It is just Cyborg alive, and this looks very reminiscent of the last game as PNW begin to march onto the base. The turrets and inhibs will melt like butter. Damage is here. Fist bumps coming through here for PNW. I think they've done it here, Mac. They will move on from the lower finals bracket, take down Cyborg in the meantime, and they'll see that one team that beat them again here as they move on to grand finals.
The rematch is set, Zap. Who's gonna become repeat champions once again? Purdue Northwest booked their ticket to grand finals to bring the trophy back home with them after the LAN. They seek to become back-to-back champions for the first time in program history. Grandview University awaits them after taking the winners finals in 2-0 fashion. It was a really close game number 1, not so close game number 2, but it's a funny thing how history sometimes repeats itself here. Zap, Purdue Northwest once again finding themselves sent to the lower bracket, once again returning, making the also lower bracket one run. They only had to win one series this time around, but they'll seek to repeat history again and come through and smack GVU in the grand finals despite not winning the first time around. We'll see if they can make it happen as the teams are set, and GVU will hope to bring the trophy back home with them this time around. The 3-time champs in the Vikings. It's not their first rodeo. They'll be potentially their first time winning, I think, without Prank.
That would be an interesting turn of events if they could find the W against Prank. We'll see if they can do it. Purdue Northwest really trying to make it impossible for OSU, or not OSU, for GVU to come back here and secure their spot back on the throne. I don't think it's going to happen, though. Not that easily, at least. We'll see. I do appreciate this rivalry that we have going on, and I do believe we'll have finals tomorrow for you guys. Until then,
absolutely.
I don't think we have any league left over for tonight, Mac.
Nope.
I think that does it. I think we have to wait until tomorrow to find out what happens on the next episode of Midwest Esports Conference. It has been a blast today, though, I will say.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have a post-game interview ready to go. We'll be talking. I don't know why I got to keep talking with this guy, but I won't be able to interview him for much longer. Prank's last dance continues on in his last season here at the Midwest Esports Conference. He graduates. He leaves college esports after this semester. So we'll be taking all the prank time we can get. He's ready to go for the post-game interview. We're going to hop into a quick break to get him set up. We'll be right back. Stay tuned as we'll be having our post-game interview coming up right after the break.
And we're back here with the post-game interview with Zap, Prank, and Mac, of course. I'm your PNG image, Zap. You know, my camera broke, so we don't have a view of me, but at least we get to see the beautiful faces of Mac and Prank. Prank, hot off your win here in the lower bracket finals. You get your rematch tomorrow. What does it mean to you to be able to get your get back?
You know, it's always a good feeling to win against GVU, considering that's where I was. It's not a good feeling to lose, but you know, it's gonna be a really fun best of 5 tomorrow. You know, for content's sake, I hope it would go 5 games. In reality, I'm sure we would like it to be much cleaner and quicker. But we shall see.
Too funny. Is Dreyer?
Oh. I was trying to get him over more.
Oh goodness. Is Dreyer doing any of his prank CS counting shenanigans in person, or is that a online exclusive?
He didn't do CS, but he has like a little tablet kind of thing, and he came up to me and said, "Prank, what do you think of this draft strategy?" And on the tablet just says ban Gwen. I was like, that's not very nice. Why would you do that?
Dude, just one game. Get it? I feel like we got it a few times during last season, but I feel like everyone's been saying Gwen is super broken right now, and she's just been permabanned, so I haven't been able to see it. Prank, what would happen if you got your hands on Gwen in one of these games?
I would do some NSFW things that are not allowed to be said on air, to say the least.
So would it be going jungle, right? Because I feel like Gwen's been in the jungle now, but it's still good top, right?
Honestly, at this point I probably have to fight Ivan for it because he really wants to play it, but it's like, bro, that's me. Come
Let
on.
me cook. It's literally you.
That is my champ.
Yeah.
So I kind of have to fight him for it if we ever get it. But yeah.
Yeah. I think Gwen is absolutely busted right now. Do you think that champ deserves a nerf or nah?
She deserves something. I love that champ, but like, my god, that champ, I don't think there's any champ in the game that will 1v9 a game like her. And like, that's my fun, but playing against it, oh my god, it's awful.
She's got a lot. She's got invulnerability, percent health damage, healing. I mean, a dash. What else? What else could you ask for in a top laner?
Yeah.
You know, we were talking about the Malphite pick. I want to get your thoughts on why you guys locked in Malphite. Mac thought you might even be going AP Malphite because they didn't really have that much AD on their team. So what was the thought process going into that pick there?
I don't know. I threw out a bunch of options. I was like, we can do the Aatrox, we can do Camille, but then I was like, honestly, I see 4, like, you know, there's a Varus, there's a Victor. I was like,
easy.
Dude, this could be a Malphite game. Like, you know, screw it. And then it, you know, it worked pretty well.
Yeah, it did.
And you know, it's pretty fun playing a Malphite game every now and then. So, you know, why not send in the people's champion?
Just gotta sprinkle it in a little bit.
Easy champ. Just press R button, win the game.
All right, Prank. I know it's getting late over there at the LAN. Y'all have been grinding away for as long as we've been casting. So I'm curious, what is the dinner destination? Do you guys have a LAN classic, or what's it going to be tonight?
Honestly, there's been a hot debate over like Kez and Nukes are like fiends for Indian food.
Okay.
Ivan's been wanting hibachi all day. Like,
hibachi's fire.
I have no preference. I'm the least picky eater you'll ever meet, but I'm just like, you know, at least we gotta do something. We gotta work this out. We gotta find the place. It's gotta be good. But yeah, they're kind of fighting back and forth between what to actually eat.
Oh, too funny. Well, Prank, best wishes. I didn't want to get too sentimental on you, but I'm not casting tomorrow, so you won't be able to hear from me. So, man, I know this is your last LAN. I just wanted to say thank you for all the memes and good energy you bring into the community, man. It's been real, and you've been an absolute MEC legend. So many championships. You got too many rings to put on your fingers. And I'm wishing you the best of luck tomorrow. I'm hoping for a good match that I'll be able to watch and cheer on both sides. But it's been just absolutely real, man, for all you've done for the MEC community, man. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Mac. I do appreciate it. I love the cast. I love watching back the cast and hearing the energy that you bring to it. It really has been a pleasure, you know, having you cast me and my teams in the MEC. It really has been great. So thank you.
Well,
This
huge
is
man.
such
Let's see if I can
such
cast.
a touching moment. This is such a touching moment.
You know, I got you guys for CLOL top 32 too, if needed. I got you for CLOL Nationals. Put me in, coach.
I hope to see you there.
Hell yeah. Well, I know outside of us getting too touchy-feely, do you have any other shout-outs that you want to give out? Just, in general, y'all are rewriting or running back history. I'll
Yeah.
say, if you guys 3-0 GVU again in grands, I'm gonna be a little disappointed at that being a little anticlimactic. But just before we let you go and get some dinner, I know the squad's probably hungry. Do you have any
Oh,
shout
yeah.
outs that you want to get out?
Shout out the guys just for bouncing back and playing. Oh, he's cooking. Okay, maybe it's time to convince him for hibachi. Zap's already on it.
Why did I turn into hibachi? I mean, I'm not against it, honestly.
I mean, maybe it's where we gotta go. Shout out the guys for the clean bounce back.
Yeah.
Playing right after a loss doesn't feel good, but we were
Mhm.
able to talk about it, figure out what was wrong, bounce back from it, and just kind of get back on our feet. So tomorrow will be a new day, new series, and it'll be time to cook in the kitchen. So
Hell yeah, man. Well, best of luck, best wishes. Appreciate you joining us, always being a more than willing participant in our post-game interviews. Man, I hope you have a good night. Hope the LAN treats you well tomorrow.
thank you guys. Have a good night.
Yeah, thank you, Pranks. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
And I think that is going to do it for our LAN coverage. I'm double checking the schedule just to make sure, but Zap, that is going to do it. No more MEC Esports for tonight. Sad face, but Alan's been at it for 10 and a half hours, which I'm looking at the stream time is just absolutely ridiculous. So just a quick thank you to our sponsors here. Alex's Lemonade Stand, we'll put the link in the chat, but one of the world leading organizations in researching childhood cancer, looking for a cure. We want to send love their way. We appreciate them being a sponsor here with all the good that we're doing. Hope to show them some love. As well as if you're looking for a new trading card game, we've got the new one for you, Parallel. The reviews are in and it seems like a fun time. I'm gonna have to download it after we wind down, we get some off-season gaming in Zap, right? When there's a little less casting, we get to game a little bit more. I'll be sure to check out Parallel. I think you guys should too. So we'll be putting in links to Parallel in the chat, as well as Alex's Lemonade Stand. Remember, like we saw Nightstar tweaking a little bit off of the caffeine. Make sure to stay hydrated, everyone. I heard us on the background of Prank's mic here. I think we're on at the LAN, so send in love to everyone at the LAN there. Hope everyone has an amazing day tomorrow. Please do stay hydrated. If there's not a water fountain in there, hopefully there should be. But appreciate everyone. Zeph and Zap with me on the cast today. Appreciate you guys as well. Holding down the fort with me for today's stream. That's going to do it for tonight's coverage. Wishing everyone a lovely rest of the night.
Thank you very much, Mac. Thank you, production. And thank you guys for watching. That'll do it for us. We'll see y'all tomorrow for some more League of Legends. Stay hydrated, stay healthy, stay happy. See y'all later. Peace.